Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
51. It's lunchtime. 51. It's lunchtime. For the first time, Renjiro set foot on the 18th floor. Truth be told, he had long wanted to see with his own eyes this place that so many adventurers called the Dungeon's Paradise. A land to rest, to marvel at sights unlike any other. His gaze swept outward, drinking in the view. The landscape stretched wide and open, far broader than most dungeon levels. The overall layout was much like the 10th floor, no walls, no tunnels, just one enormous underground expanse. Yet here, it felt far closer to nature. Verdant forests, rolling hills, fragrant grasslands, crystal-clear streams. And in the very center, a colossal world tree towering over 100 meters tall. Above, countless inverted luminous crystals clung to the cavern ceiling, casting soft, gentle light across the land. A breathtaking vista you'd never see back on Earth. Truly a fantasy world. Of course, where there is light, there must be shadow. And in the shadow, evil cough. Whoops, wrong line. Anyway, though the 18th floor was a safe zone where monsters did not spawn, adventurers knew all too well monsters from other floors still wandered in. Sure enough, with only a casual glance, Renjiro noticed small, slender silhouettes lurking in the knee-high grass. He knew that from the middle floors onward, monsters grew not only stronger but smarter. On the upper floors, you'd rarely find creatures that knew how to ambush. Brainless brutes like kobolds, or shadows, or even killer ants didn't exactly understand lying in wait. But here those shadows hiding in the grass were proof of the dungeon's cunning cruelty. So the dungeon truly is vile and treacherous? That infamous saying echoed in Ether's mind. At that moment, did you know? Those glowing crystals gradually lose the light they absorb from the outside world. Which means this floor, like the surface, has both day and night. A casual voice spoke from the side. Ether turned his head, actually, had to tilt it downward slightly. Captain Finn. Just call me Finn. The golden-haired youth of the Paolum race stood beside him, gripping a long spear that was taller than he was. I heard from Riveria. You and Lumen cleared nearly every monster along the way. Quite the effort. The 42-year-old brave smiled, his voice calm yet warm. It seems I misjudged your strength before. Now I'm even more eager to see what lies ahead. And also he glanced toward the crowd not far away. Lumen's cooking has saved us a great deal of time. It's been a huge help. Hearing that. No need to be so formal, Finn. Ether followed his gaze to the lively group 10 meters away. After all, we're part of this expedition too. Contributing for the sake of the whole, keeping everyone united, that's how we'll make it farther, isn't it? Well said. Finn nodded in firm agreement. The more they spoke, the more he realized how much he and this brother of the Traveler twins had in common. Though, for now, because they served different familias, some things were better left unsaid. At least, not yet. Meanwhile, on Lumen's side, things were far more lively. A quarter-hour earlier, Gareth the dwarf veteran had led the third group to the 18th floor. Now, with the entire Loki Familia expedition assembled, no one had bothered to set up camp. Even the level 2s and 3s, reassigned as temporary support for this expedition, simply dropped their packs to stretch their legs. The supply carts remained sealed well, except for the one carrying food. Naturally, everyone had gathered around that cart. There stood Lumen, in front of a large pot filled with fresh spring water, flames crackling beneath it. Clang clang went the sounds of cooking as she produced one roast after another, handing them out like a kind noble's daughter distributing charity. Not that the Loki Familia were beggars, but judging by the eager looks on their faces, they could have passed for schoolkids back in the Celestial Empire, crowding the canteen line right after the lunch bell. Youth really is wonderful. So mused Gareth, stroking his beard as he watched. Riveria, beside him, frowned slightly at the disorderly scene, but said nothing. Meanwhile, Lefia and Elfie helped Lumen serve food. As for Tiona, she had already wolfed down her first helping, yet shamelessly queued up again with her half-eaten roast still in hand. Efficient little rascal. Her sister, Shin, was another story. Kaoptaean. Usually sharp and capable, at this moment she was nothing but a love-struck maiden, bouncing toward Finn with 2 fresh roasts in hand, eyes sparkling with obvious intent. The others could only stare, black lines forming on their faces. That kind of behavior, from a wild Amazoness of all people, was enough to break anyone's defenses. The contrast is just too much. Terrifying. After all, when Lumen had first started cooking, no one had been fiercer about securing the first helping for the captain than Shin. Her expression alone screamed, anyone who gets in my way is dead. At that moment, enjoy your lunch. Ether glanced at Finn, now helplessly enduring Shin's aggressive hospitality, and chuckled wryly. Then, being the wise man he was, he quietly excused himself, because he knew full well, absolutely never get involved in this kind of otherworldly love drama. Footnotes. Kobolds, wolf-like humanoid monsters that inhabit the dungeon's upper levels. War shadows, agile shadow-like monsters with strong melee capabilities. Killer ants, aggressive insect monsters that swarm their targets in large numbers. Paulum, a small humanoid race in Orario, known for agility and cunning rather than strength. There are currently 5 active fanfictions on Patreon, with over 726+ advanced chapters available across them. From Naruto onwards, I control time up to chapter 337. Haikyuu, Rise of Sengoku up to chapter 279. Danmachi, Is It Wrong to Aspire to Be an Adventurer? Up to chapter 97. Legend of Hogwarts, Harry Potter x League of Legends, up to chapter 244. I Am Luffy, Partner System Online, One Piece, up to chapter 226. Playing Genshin Impact in Danmachi, Danmachi x Genshin Impact, up to chapter 156. Kuroko no Basket, The Phantom Ace up to chapter 94. Yuka Project Ace up to chapter 79. Naruto, starting from the duel up to chapter 69. 52, Setting Out Again. 52, Setting Out Again. According to the plan Finn had drawn up in advance, the Loki Familia's expedition's primary objective today was to reach the last floor of the middle floors, the 24th floor. Clearly, this was a careful arrangement made with long-term resource consumption in mind, which meant that including Renjiro, Ether, and Lumen, none of the dozens in the party would be staying overnight on the 18th floor. Naturally, Ether, who had been very curious about the transit settlement of Rivera, lost his chance to stroll around that infamous rogue town. Well, no matter. With the experience I've gained from this expedition, I can always come back later on my own. By now, after the long descent from the surface, Ether was nearly certain, even without calling on his Genshin descent ability, as long as he transformed into his Starlight Firefly state, he could handle the trip between the surface and the 18th floor alone, so long as the floor boss, Goliath, was in incubation. Having confirmed that, there was no need to dwell on Rivera. Better to focus on the details of the journey ahead. After all, among adventurers, simply being able to know the route was already a precious asset. And right now, hurry it up, everyone. Raoul's group is back, pack everything up. Tiona, why are you still holding onto a roast skewer? Lumen, don't spoil her. Like a strict homeroom teacher herding students on a field trip, Mama-san Riveria handled the logistics, and the expedition party fell quickly into order. Now that's authority. During lunch, Finn had already arranged for Raoul Nord, the level 4, extraordinary man, to lead a team to sell the magic stones and monster drops they'd collected on the way down the first 17 floors. Ether knew well enough that prices inside Rivera were sky-high, easily several times surface rates, which meant that, on paper, the sale was a huge loss. But what choice was there? Rivera was the only supply outpost in the dungeon. Maintaining such a settlement underground was difficult, not to mention it had already been destroyed and rebuilt more than a dozen times. And the veterans running businesses there were cunning to the core. Oh, you think the price is too low? Then don't sell it to me. There'll always be someone willing to make a deal. Anything else? If not, stop blocking my storefront. You think the world would end without your magic stones? That was Rivera in a nutshell, lawless enough that even the guild didn't fully control it. And one could be sure, not just suspect, that high-level criminals were hiding there. Finn and the other famed veterans of the Loki Familia knew all of this. But the truth was, adventurers needed this outpost, especially a familia like Loki's, which frequently undertook expeditions. So, low EQ, we just have to swallow our losses. High EQ, we're contributing to the stability of Orario as a whole. And so it went. Polas really ripped us off. Those stones and drops were worth several 100,000 valis, and he gave us 13 crates of supplies. Quit complaining. It's not like this is the first time. Haven't you gotten used to it? How could I ever get used to that? By the way, what about the stones that Ether and Lumen asked you to trade in? Oh, sold with the rest. Got us around 5 more crates. Write all of it down, don't forget. Yes, Captain. Before the march resumed, with Riveria and Gareth organizing the ranks, Finn discussed the supply hall with Raoul's group, freshly returned. As for Ether, he wasn't far away, his traveling sword flashing as he cut down a small monster attempting to sneak up on the group. Nearby, Lumen, Tiona, and Ace, who had skipped lunch earlier, handled similar duties. For Ace and Tiona, both level 5s, the stray middle-floor monsters were nothing more than snacks for post-meal exercise. Speaking of Ace, by the way, where'd you disappear to? Didn't see you at lunch. Lumen asked casually as the three walked together, radiating a don't bother with big brother mood. I went to Rivera. What for? To buy red bean cream fried potato balls Kun. Seriously, just how much do you love those things? Had they not been best eaten fresh, Ace probably would have carried them around as rations. Did you manage to buy them? Tiona, used to her quirks, asked without surprise. No. Her shoulders drooped, her entire figure radiating dejection. Lumen could only sigh. What a shame. Mon-style potato cakes are a 3-star divine recipe, but they also need specialty vat jam. I can't make them yet. Watching the expressionless girl beside her, Lumen felt a growing spark of curiosity. If I fed Ace her favorite food, what kind of face would she make? I want to see. The Loki Familia expedition marched with remarkable efficiency. Clearly, countless past failures had honed these veterans into true experts of long-range expeditions. Smooth and practiced. As for those like Ether and Lumen, joining an expedition for the first time, they lacked experience and often fumbled. But their respect and trust in the 3 commanders kept them obedient, without complaint. And so, with unity of purpose, having eaten, and having resupplied in Rivera, the expedition set out once more, deeper into the dungeon. From here on, it's time we gave our seedlings a chance to train properly. So Gareth declared. There are currently 5 active fanfictions on Patreon, with over 750+ advanced chapters available across them. From Naruto onwards, I control time up to chapter 337. Haikyuu, Rise of Sengoku up to chapter 279. Danmachi, Is It Wrong to Aspire to Be an Adventurer? Up to chapter 97. Legend of Hogwarts, Harry Potter x League of Legends, up to chapter 248. I Am Luffy, Partner System Online, One Piece, up to chapter 230. Playing Genshin Impact in Danmachi, Danmachi x Genshin Impact, up to chapter 160. Kuroko no Basket, The Phantom Ace up to chapter 100. Yukajayaka, Project Ace up to chapter 83. Naruto, starting from the duel up to chapter 73. 53, We're a 4-man squad The Great Mist. 53, We're a 4-man squad The Great Mist. The dungeon's inner structure was a maze, complicated, varied, and ever-changing. Unlike the first 17 floors, beginning with the first safe zone, the 18th floor, the dungeon's environment shifted from mere cave chambers into natural mountain terrain. Yes, even the white mist withered woods on the 10th floor was, at its core, just a larger cavern. So, when the expedition set out again, the dozens in their party had to first make their way toward the towering world tree at the very center of the 18th floor. Because the staircase down to the next level lay directly beneath that massive trunk, hidden among its sprawling roots. At that moment, according to the grouping arrangement I made earlier, we'll form squads of 3 to 4. Except for those escorting the supply convoy, everyone else will split up and proceed as directed. Yes. Understood. Beneath the world tree, after clearing a wave of monsters that had scurried up from below, Finn issued his orders. From here on, the entire expedition would advance toward the ultimate goal, the 24th floor, in a formation like stars encircling the moon, with the supply convoy as the center. Truthfully, were it not for the need to train those level 2 and level 3 adventurers, the ones the dwarven veteran Gareth bluntly called saplings, their progress would have been far faster. But rushing ahead without training them would be short-sighted. On one hand, novices without expedition experience were only more likely to make mistakes the deeper they went. On the other hand, if they didn't use this chance to nurture them, what then? Mortal adventurers, even the long-lived elves, could not endure like the gods. The 3 commanders had to think not of today, but of decades, centuries, into the future. At the very least, by the time they themselves stepped back, the Loki Familia would still have the strength to endure. In this, their far-sighted development policy already far surpassed other factions. And all of it was thanks to a certain Kansai-accented, narrow-eyed goddess who always hid more than she let on. So, we're in the same squad, Lumen-san, and you too, Ether. Please take care of me. Unsurprisingly, Ether and Lumen hadn't been separated. Alongside them, Finn assigned Leia Virides, a level 3 elf mage, and Lulun Louis, a newly promoted level 2 healer. The latter, a red-eyed girl with waist-length black hair braided into a plait behind her, a white headband resting over her bangs. She was a year older than 15-year-old Leia, though a centimeter shorter than her 156 centimeters height. Both were shy, introverted types. Leia, at least, had already spent the past 3 days with Lumen and was used to her. Lulun, however, wasn't part of Ace's inner circle. She did occasionally chat with Leia, though. Let's all relax and get along, Ether said, knowing Lumen could handle socializing but stepping in anyway. With a mage and a healer, our squad will have much more flexibility. It was a polite formality. The truth is Leia's still a bundle of potential that hasn't bloomed. A mage with great firepower, sure, but if she freezes in fear and breaks her chant, that could be fatal. As for Lulun, I don't know her well, but I do know she's a support-focused healer. And this is her first expedition. I can't expect much combat strength from her. So when necessary, I'll use Genshin Descent. It's not something I can, or should, hide, and it'll let me test how much my Starry Abyss skill has improved its mana recovery. While Ether silently planned, Lumen was already chatting breezily with Leia and Lulun, drawing out nervous smiles and helping them relax. By the way, Finn's Stars Around the Moon formation resembled the Survey Corps' formation from Attack on Titan's early arcs. A dispersed arrangement that both trained the saplings and provided wide area coverage, ensuring maximum safety for the supply convoy. Ether's four-man squad had been assigned to the left mid-wing. Finn's reasoning was clear: the twin stars, siblings, were highly mobile, Leia offered strong ranged support, and Lulun could provide healing to nearby squads. Meanwhile, Bert and Ace had been stationed closer to the convoy's flank, the two most mobile top-tier adventurers in the Familia, ready to respond to emergencies at a moment's notice. Whoosh! As the squads filed down the staircase beneath the World Tree, threading through its colossal roots, they finally stepped onto the 19th floor. The view opened wide before them, revealing the breathtaking sight of a vast underground jungle. The Great Tree Labyrinth. This terrain stretched across several floors below. If the first 17 floors had been a miner's cape, this was survival in the jungle. The 18th floor had been a gentle appetizer. Now, they were in harsher lands. Bzzz. The high-pitched hum of beating wings cut through the air, the sound source racing down toward the expedition. In an instant, dozens of adventurers, including Ether, looked up. It's a swallowtail dragonfly. Watch out for its poison. Mages, archers, prepare. From nearby squads, commands rang out. Adventurers moved, readying spells and arrows. Yet Finn, the other commanders, and even level 4s like Raoul, Anakitty, and Alicia did nothing. They were testing the saplings. Leia. Just as Ether expected, the elf girl was trembling violently, her chant breaking before it began. If not for Lulun steadying her, she would have collapsed outright. Teeth chattering, she won't be able to cast at all. Though, ironically, maybe that's for the best this time. Scanning the field, Ether raised his eyes again to the incoming threat. All this for just one swallowtail dragonfly. At least 5 mages are already chanting what an overreaction. It'll interfere with other attacks and waste energy needlessly. So, while others panicked, he and Lumen remained calm, stepping to shield Leia and Lulun. In a fight where overkill is certain, there's no need to pile on. Better to protect the rear and prevent accidents. There are currently 5 active fanfictions on Patreon, with over 750+ advanced chapters available across them. From Naruto onwards, I control time up to chapter 337. Haikyuu, Rise of Sengoku up to chapter 279. Danmachi, Is It Wrong to Aspire to Be an Adventurer? Up to chapter 97. Legend of Hogwarts, Harry Potter x League of Legends, up to chapter 248. I Am Luffy, Partner System Online, One Piece, up to chapter 230. Playing Genshin Impact in Danmachi, Danmachi x Genshin Impact, up to chapter 160. Kuroko no Basket, The Phantom Ace up to chapter 100. Yukajayaka, Project Ace up to chapter 83. Naruto, starting from the duel up to chapter 73. 54. Abnormal Attacks. Just as monsters from the 13th floor onward began wielding ranged attacks, the guild standard information warned that from the 19th floor, the Great Tree Labyrinth, a new threat awaited. Namely, most monsters hatched in these floors carried abnormal attacks. Poison, sleep, hallucination, paralysis and so on. Because these status ailments were notoriously difficult to counter, many adventurers of dungeon exploring Familius, upon reaching level 2, often swallowed their pride and chose abnormal resistance as their first development ability, even if it meant passing over a rare skill. After all, unchosen development abilities didn't vanish. If one was confident in their talent and uninterested in side specialties, they could wait until reaching level 3 to finally seize a rare ability. At the end of the day, ordinary adventurers aren't like me. We only get one life, and if you lose it, everything's over. At this moment, cast magic. Boom. The expedition had only just arrived on the 19th floor. Their formation hadn't yet fully spread out. So when the rookies, on their first expedition, made a poor judgment call and unleashed a flood of excessive spells, chaos erupted within their own ranks. And then, crack. The very first enemy they encountered here, a swallowtail dragonfly, its pale purple chitin over a meter long, was struck by multiple spells at once. It exploded midair, body torn apart, and turned to ash before it even hit the ground. The rookies who'd fired off those spells wore smug smiles. A few boasted to each other. Others snuck glances at the commanders, hoping their prowess had been noticed. The meaning of those glances was obvious. So eager to show off that they're forgetting this is an expedition, not a contest. Looking closer, the swallowtails remains bore burn marks, frostbite, and cuts, proof of clashing elements. Veteran eyes like Riveria's saw it instantly. Multiple conflicting elements. Their spells weakened each other. From the center of the formation, she offered her cool assessment. Not only that, Finn's gaze swept the jungle canopy. That racket will have drawn in the nearby monsters. Humph. Gareth the dwarf sighed heavily. As I thought, these green saplings need a lot more training. Hearing the 3 commanders, the younger adventurers wilted. We were the same back then. Yeah. Though Tiona was even worse, she just charged. Ha, I remember that. Couldn't even catch her. In the end, Gareth had to cleave the path shut with one swing just to stop it. And then we had to take a huge detour afterward. Ihihi. The level 4s, Alicia, Raoul, Anakitty, laughed nostalgically, while Tiona scratched her head and stuck out her tongue, playing innocent. The rookies sobered quickly. They were embarrassed, yes, but not broken. Within seconds, their eyes shone with firmer resolve. Garrett's right. They are good seedlings. The Loki Familia's atmosphere, as always, nurtured growth. But in any large group, there were always a few who couldn't, or wouldn't, sync with the rhythm. Like a certain silver-haired werewolf. TCH. Hands shoved in his pockets, he clicked his tongue, clearly about to spit out some thunder remark meant to annoy. And then, bzzz. The sound of wings thundered from all around. They're coming. Finn's quiet warning cut through the noise. Then, with crisp authority, level 5 and higher, close in around the supply convoy. Level 4S and level 3S, take the front lines with the level 2 vanguards and intercept. Mages and archers, be ready to fire. Hold your assigned defensive positions, do not repeat the mistake of breaking formation. We'll clear this wave first, then fully spread the formation as planned. Understood. Guess some lessons only stick once you learn the hard way, though maybe that sounds harsher than I mean. Either way, after one mistake, the rookies now held formation with much greater discipline. On Ether's side, however, Leia was the worst off, pale and trembling. Lulun had to guide her further back. Luckily, with the formation still tight and Finn's command holding steady, the rear was secure. With Finn and the others here, the backline is safe for now. And with that reassurance, Ether, Renjiro, glanced at Lumen. Their infinite mental link carried a wordless agreement. Let's start recording the experience values from these first encounters. Right. From Ether's knowledge, the first 17 floors had been predictable. Goblins dominated the first 5 floors. Frog archers on the 4th. Killer ants on the 7th. The tunnels there created stable chamber habitats, so until the 10th floor's white mist withered woods, the chance of random swarms was low. But here in the Great Tree Labyrinth, rules shattered. Bugbear bears, mad beetles, fighting boars, swallowtail dragonflies, lamias, even rare firebirds. Some came from deeper floors. Some didn't even spawn nearby. But the noise of the expedition had roused them all. Within hundreds of meters, monsters were converging. They shrieked, flapped, and charged in a flood. The dungeon itself was a living, treacherous entity. And this was its first trial for the expedition. There are currently 5 active fanfictions on Patreon, with over 750+ advanced chapters available across them. From Naruto onwards, I control time up to chapter 337. Haikyuu, Rise of Sengoku up to chapter 279. Danmachi, Is It Wrong to Aspire to Be an Adventurer? Up to chapter 97. Legend of Hogwarts, Harry Potter x League of Legends, up to chapter 248. I Am Luffy, Partner System Online, One Piece, up to chapter 230. Playing Genshin Impact in Danmachi, Danmachi x Genshin Impact, up to chapter 160. Kuroko no Basket, The Phantom Ace up to chapter 100. Yukajayaka, Project Ace up to chapter 83. Naruto, starting from the duel up to chapter 73. 55, as everyone knows, cute girls with high attack power are common sense. 55, as everyone knows, cute girls with high attack power are common sense. A question, in the era of Cold Steel, how do you stop a legion's charge? Answer, form your own defensive line and fire the first damn volley. Right now, the Loki Familia didn't even need Finn to spell it out. The adventurers were already moving. 2 o'clock direction, fire attribute spells. Aim at the ground, prepare to bombard. Careful not to ignite the forest. Ice mages, hold position. Be ready to contain fire spread, and target the firebirds. Leia, you'll handle the densest group of monsters, Leia. Ah, yes. While Ether and Lumen took their place in the vanguard to form the frontline, the mage corps at the rear began their work. One after another, perfect circular magic arrays lit up in colors across the battlefield, pulsing with power. No time to keep glancing back now. Ether and Lumen each summoned their blades, Traveler's Sword and Sword of Dawn, fixing their gazes on the vanguard monsters charging at full speed. Our first opponents are the Fighting Boars. Ether quickly ran through the information in his head. Fighting Boars, as their name suggested, they were wild boar-type land monsters. Unlike normal boars, their hulking frames rivaled Earth's rhinoceroses. From their spines, 2 forward-curving bone spikes jutted out, shaped like the tail fins of a warplane. Their attacks, the same as an enraged bull charging a red cape. One word, impact. Even a level 2 dwarf adventurer specializing in strength couldn't withstand their charge. And the real problem, their attacks carried stun. Because monsters' abnormal attacks weren't just physical, they came with additional properties. For the Fighting Boars, it was a stunning impact. Among the mid-floor strength types, they were apex predators. But they also had a glaring weakness. Aim 3 inches above the brow. I know, that's their softest spot. Their mental link carried the brief exchange, both narrowing their eyes in focus. The moment came. Whoosh. Neither Ether nor Lumen tried to block head-on. Like expert matadors, they sidestepped the charge. In military formations, if numbers allowed, lines were usually staggered. Here, though the expedition was small and vastly outnumbered, there was still buffer space between the sole frontline and the mage rear guard. That buffer served 2 purposes. To give the vanguard room to retreat when mages needed to fire close-range bombardments. To give elite fighters like Ether and Lumen space to dodge and counterattack. And so, SHNK, Lumen's blade pierced cleanly into the first boar's brow. The beast, momentum carrying it forward, stumbled several meters before dissolving to ash, leaving behind a fist-sized purple magic stone. SHNK, Ether mirrored her, dropping another boar. As the next one charged, Lumen met it with a nimble sidestep, blade flashing. Over and over, the rhythm repeated. Until, bzzz. Several swallowtail dragonflies dove from above, their gaudy pale violet carapaces a warning of poison. Flying enemies with venom, annoying. Wind blade. Planting a foot on a fading boar's corpse, Lumen leapt high. Her right hand gripped her sword while her left palm gathered vicious wind mana, swirling into a vortex. Scatter. Boom. The prematurely detonated wind vortex sword burst outward, blasting back all the dragonflies. The attack lacked the power to kill, but their wings shredded, the monsters plummeted helplessly. Slash slash slash. Waiting on the ground, Ether's blade flashed thrice, every dragonfly sliced apart as they hit the earth. Fwum fwum fwum. Ash drifted, purple stones clattering onto the dirt. Their coordination was seamless. Compared to other adventurers struggling to hold lines, their side flowed like water. Meanwhile, boom, boom, boom. Flames erupted farther ahead as fire mages unleashed volleys into monster packs, dampening their momentum. Even Leia, protected in the innermost circle, was finally holding steady. With allies guarding her flanks, no sudden ambushes could rattle her. She closed her eyes and began her chant. Proud warriors, archers of the forest, plunderers of our homeland stand before us. Raise your bows, answer your kin's cries, knock your arrows. Enflamed with fire, the forest's light commands you, shoot, elven flames raining like a storm. Sweep away the barbarian horde. As her long, mana-draining aria reached its end, a dozen red circles lit up around her, each like a loaded cannon. Fusillade Philarica. The name of the spell, the trigger. At once, the red arrays belched streams of flame. Fiery javelins streaked across the battlefield, tails blazing, raining destruction across the far front. Boom, boom, boom. The successive detonations shook the ground, waves of heat searing the jungle. Monsters caught in the core of the blasts were obliterated. Those on the edges were badly burned and crippled. The ground lay scorched and blackened. The sheer power, the efficiency, a frontliner at her level would need 10 minutes of hacking to match this one barrage. Cease magic fire. Finn's clear command rang out as the tide turned. Vanguard, move forward and finish the stragglers. Understood. Cheers rose as adventurers finally charged forward in counterattack. Running with them, Ether and Lumen glanced back. No wonder she's called the Thousand Spells Elf. Ether exhaled, lips quirking. When she gets her mindset straight, she's a real archmage. Let's hope she keeps this up. Lumen smiled faintly. The more she leans into her strengths, the better for all of us. Footnote Straveler's Sword, a divine, indestructible blade wielded by Ether. Sword of Dawn, Lumen's matching divine weapon, also unbreakable. Fighting boars, large, rhinoceros-sized boar monsters from the middle floors with powerful charges. Stun, a status effect that incapacitates the target temporarily after impact. Swallowtail dragonflies, flying poisonous monsters with dangerous aerial mobility. Fusillade Philarica, Leia's high-level elven fire magic, firing multiple flaming javelins in rapid succession. There are currently 5 active fanfictions on Patreon, with over 794 plus advanced chapters available across them. From Naruto onwards, I control time up to chapter 337. Haikyuu, Rise of Sengoku up to chapter 279. Danmachi, Is It Wrong to Aspire to Be an Adventurer? Up to chapter 97. Legend of Hogwarts, Harry Potter X League of Legends, up to chapter 270. I Am Luffy, Partner System Online, One Piece, up to chapter 252. Playing Genshin Impact in Danmachi, Danmachi X Genshin Impact, up to chapter 182. Kuroko no Basket, The Phantom Ace up to chapter 130. Yukajayaka, Project Ace up to chapter 105. Naruto, starting from the duel up to chapter 95. 56, Found a Place to Farm Like Crazy. 56, Found a Place to Farm Like Crazy. Hours later. The small-scale monster riot, sparked by the inexperience of the expedition's newer members, had finally been resolved. With the remaining monsters in the area cleaned up, and Finn's crisp command to move on, the group reformed into their star-like exploration formation and pressed deeper into the dungeon. Luck was on their side. Since then, they hadn't run into any troublesome abnormal situations. As for minor skirmishes with wandering monsters, they were hardly worth mentioning. Having just survived a large-scale battle, the squads now handled such encounters smoothly and efficiently. This was the benefit of accumulated experience, plain to see. And it was precisely in this way that the Loki Familia had grown to what it was today. Because their progress hadn't slowed much, before long. Next stop, the 22nd floor. At every floor staircase, the expedition regrouped. That was when the supporters, those in charge of logistics, would start their work. Swapping out overly damaged weapons and armor. Handing out potions to help mages recover mana. Treating injuries. And so on. Among them, Line Arshi of Ether's squad moved gracefully between groups, tending to wounds in her role as a healer. It was worth noting, to join this expedition, the bare minimum requirement was level 2. Even those only serving as temporary supporters had to qualify. A level 1 adventurer, or a civilian, wouldn't last under the relentless strain of such a march. Even someone with great stamina, without the baseline stats provided by Fauna, wouldn't be able to dodge or escape in a crisis. And so, even the level 2s who only pushed supply carts and avoided direct combat were already exhausted. The exception was Line. Because of her status as a healer, she had been allowed to join a combat squad. Traveling with Lumen really is so much easier. Yeah, her brother's been a huge help too. They're the ones handling most of the monsters. We barely even need to cast support spells. They're amazing. At the 22nd floor staircase, Leia whispered to Line while lending a hand with support work. Though her mindset wasn't yet fully tempered, Leia wasn't lazy. She genuinely wanted to help her companions, which earned her quiet goodwill. And truthfully, when it's just mid-floor monsters, she can just barely fight now. Sure, sometimes she trembles like a leaf, but at least she can finish her chance. Not far away, Ether and Lumen, finally allowed to rest, watched quietly. During the lull, Finn, Gareth, and Riveria, the latter treating Leia as her heir, had gathered, questioning her gently about her earlier combat performance. The twins exchanged a glance, both recalling the same conclusion. Leia, the 1000 spells elf who could unleash level 5 tier magic despite only being level 3, was slowly but surely progressing in her own way. Looks like I won't need to use Genshin Descent to save the day today. That's a good thing. Ether mused silently. But tomorrow, once we reach the lower floors, he was certain Finn would reorganize squad assignments during their camp on the 24th floor, based on each team's performance. And truthfully, Line wouldn't be able to stick with the twins much longer. If conditions allowed, Leia should also stay with the middle squads. Because for Ether, he and Lumen were most efficient as a two-person team. Without fragile backliners to babysit, they could cut loose, reckless, but effective, and still fulfill their role as scouts and vanguard defenders. Because Genshin Descent isn't just a last resort save-the-day spell. Proactive offense meant more gains, and the upcoming 22nd floor had the perfect opportunity waiting. So, Finn. Ether stepped forward, addressing the trio of leaders. Once we enter the 22nd floor, if we come across a blood hive, let Lumen and me handle it. Finn studied him. Though you and Lumen are still only level 2, your basic stats are clearly far above average. And your teamwork, comparable to the Gulliver brothers, is formidable. Your strength already rivals, even exceeds, most level 3s. He paused. But the blood hive might not be on our path. And if it is, can you handle it? Alone, just the two of you. No reinforcements. Finn wasn't worried about time, only whether they could win. Because a blood hive wasn't a normal monster. It looked like a gigantic pinecone, but it continuously spawned killer wasps. The wasps were the true monsters. And unless the hive itself was destroyed, they would keep coming, indefinitely. Ether had known the moment he read the guild dossier. Infinite monster spawns, packed tight together. What's that if not the perfect farming spot? Honestly, if the expedition weren't pushing deeper, he'd gladly park himself here and grind all day. But for now, we can handle it. Beside him, Lumen placed her hands on her hips, chin tilted up, smiling with fierce confidence. Besides, none of you have seen our other magic yet, have you? She gave a playful grin. Next time, just sit back and watch us shine. Footnotes. 1000 Spells Elf, nickname for Leia, known for her ability to cast many powerful magic spells in battle. Blood Hive, dungeon monster resembling a giant hive that spawns endless killer wasps. There are currently 5 active fanfictions on Patreon, with over 794 plus advanced chapters available across them. From Naruto onwards, I control time up to chapter 337. Haikyuu, Rise of Sengoku up to chapter 279. Danmachi, Is It Wrong to Aspire to Be an Adventurer? Up to chapter 97. Legend of Hogwarts, Harry Potter X League of Legends, up to chapter 270. I Am Luffy, Partner System Online, One Piece, up to chapter 252. Playing Genshin Impact in Danmachi, Danmachi X Genshin Impact, up to chapter 182. Kuroko no Basket, The Phantom Ace up to chapter 130. Yukajayaka, Project Ace up to chapter 105. Naruto, starting from the duel up to chapter 95. 57, Praise My Descent. 57, Praise My Descent. They say plans never keep up with reality. And sometimes, when the unexpected strikes, it isn't always a bad thing. Tonight, my luck's not bad at all. Yeah, I was almost sure we wouldn't run into a blood hive this time. Didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. The place, the final floor of the dungeon's middle levels, the 24th floor. To be precise, a tree-lined path about 100 meters before the staircase leading down to the 25th floor. Just ahead was the Loki Familia's intended campsite. According to Finn's itinerary, they were supposed to rest inside the massive Great Labyrinth Tree, a popular makeshift base for adventurers moving into the lower floors. But now, that was impossible. Because nesting inside the hollow was the very thing Ether had been itching to farm, the blood hive. After passing through the 22nd and 23rd floors without incident, he had nearly given up hope. I guess you could call this half good, half bad news. As the expedition stopped 100 meters short of the hollow, Ether, already back at Finn's side due to the regrouping, calmly analyzed. The good news, my wish wasn't wasted after all. The bad news, the blood hive just had to spawn right inside the great labyrinth tree. Finn frowned. It's true. The hollow's spacious enough for camping, but not really for combat. Fighting inside could restrict our movements. He looked at Ether. You still intend to stick with your earlier plan? To the famed braver, the idea of 2 level 2 adventurers handling a blood hive was sheer madness. Even a level 3 with strong stats would struggle. And with terrain disadvantage on top of that. Let me and Lumen try first. Ether didn't answer Finn's question directly. Because Finn didn't know, his so-called bad news had nothing to do with terrain. The real issue is since it spawned in the hollow we're camping in tonight TSK, I can't farm it non-stop. What a waste. Of course, he had no intention of saying that aloud. If you and Lumen are that confident, then I suppose I'll look forward to it. Finn's tone was casual. He then glanced at his old comrade. Gareth, I'm leaving the main force to you for now. I'll take a few and support the twin stars, just in case. No problem. The dwarf planted his double-headed axe into the ground. I'll hold the fort here though I admit, I'd like to watch the show. No sooner had he spoken. Lumen and Uniaisan are gonna challenge a great feat. Tiona bounded over with her huge double blade slung across her back. I wanna see. I'll come too. Ace, clearly curious, followed. Nearby. I'll join as well. Riveria's lips curved in a rare smile. Lumen's been teasing us about this mystery magic of hers. I'd like to see it with my own eyes. I'll also. Stop. Finn raised a hand helplessly. If all of you come, poor Gareth will be under too much pressure. In an emergency, he wouldn't be able to handle things alone. Then, the level 6 veteran, despite his childlike Paolum appearance, cast his gaze over the group. Riveria, Ace, Tiona, Lefia and Bet. You'll come with me to support the twin stars. Everyone else stays put. Shin pouted. But I wanted to stay with Captain. She trailed off. Shin, these supplies are vital to us. Finn, seasoned in handling such situations, smiled warmly. Could I entrust their protection to you? At once, the fiery Amazon's expression shifted to pure delight. Leave it to me, Captain. I won't let you down. Off to the side, Tiona could only facepalm as her sister began muttering dreamily, the captain trusts me he. Meanwhile, why do I have to go? Bet, the irritable werewolf, clicked his tongue. Finn explained patiently. Bet, the hollow is where we'll camp tonight. There are bound to be swarms of killer wasps. And we can't use wide area magic. If fire spreads inside, it'll be disastrous. So, if the twin stars fail, you and Ace will have to take care of the blood hive. For a man in his 40s hiding behind a boyish face, Finn was a master manipulator. He knew exactly how to press weaknesses. TCH. Though Bet still scowled, he shoved his hands into his pockets and stalked over anyway. Oi, just don't cause us trouble. Be better if I just kicked that slime-spitting pinecone to pieces myself. Which meant, you and your sister better be careful. The blood hive spits sticky mucus. If you can't handle it, I'll finish it. Still trying so hard to act unlikable. And right on cue. Bet, you're so annoying. Don't boss Uniaisan around. Tiona snapped. You're the annoying one, you dumb Amazon. What did you say? And there they went again. Everyone was used to it by now, even Riveria and Finn didn't bother intervening. Finn turned back to Ether. Let's head out. The sooner we deal with that blood hive, the sooner the others can set up camp. Yeah. Ether nodded, then glanced at Lumen beside Tiona. The hollow's not far. And there are plenty of strays around. Don't worry about conserving mana, go ahead and use that magic. Lumen stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. The golden-haired twins raised a hand each, Lumen her left, Ether his right. Their palms aligned, and a glowing three-dimensional star map unfolded in midair. What is this? Riveria, the city's greatest mage, scrutinized the construct. But even her sharp eyes could glean nothing of its nature. And then, stars converge upon this place. As they chanted softly in unison, one star within the map flared to life. In that instant, boom, bathed in violet light, a golden-haired girl appeared. She wore a strange dark violet outfit, a sigil-bearing crystal at her back, and an eye patch over her left eye. The first words from her lips. Your fate is but a thread, now held in my hand. The Loki Familia gaped in stunned silence. What's that mean? Tiona, ever the innocent, tilted her head. But the others barely heard her. Because, this is a high-tier summoning magic. And not just rare, unheard of. Riveria's words voiced what they all felt, shock, and awe. There are currently 5 active fanfictions on Patreon, with over 794 plus advanced chapters available across them. From Naruto onwards, I control time up to chapter 337. Haikyuu, Rise of Sengoku up to chapter 279. Danmachi, Is It Wrong to Aspire to Be an Adventurer? Up to chapter 97. Legend of Hogwarts, Harry Potter x League of Legends, up to chapter 270. I Am Luffy, Partner System Online, One Piece, up to chapter 252. Playing Genshin Impact in Danmachi, Danmachi x Genshin Impact, up to chapter 182. Kuroko no Basket, The Phantom Ace up to Chapter 130. Yukajayaka, Project Ace up to Chapter 105. Naruto, starting from the duel up to Chapter 95. 58. As long as it's not in Tivat, show your true power. 58. As long as it's not in Tivat, show your true power. For the adventurers currently active in Ororio, magic was always something to look forward to. Even within this very expedition, Tiona had long dreamed of awakening her own magic. Of course, as a level 5, she shouldn't have lacked the funds to buy a grimoire, a magic tome that allows one to awaken new spells. Unfortunately, unlike Ace, who wielded the indestructible desperate sword, Tiona had a habit of breaking her weapons. Worse still, she favored massive double blades, which consumed enormous amounts of rare forging materials. So naturally, saving up for a little goal was impossible, which meant that the wish to buy a grimoire and awaken magic had been delayed again and again. Speaking of which, on the night a certain red-eyed rabbit boy first awakened magic, he had been so excited he couldn't even wait a day. He snuck into the dungeon to test it, only to burn through his mana in his excitement and faint right there on the first floor. If not for Reveria and Ace passing by at that exact moment, that so-called Familia legend might have ended right then and there with him being devoured. Anyway, point being, for adventurers, magic was simply that alluring. And now, highest tier summoning magic. Hearing Reveria's evaluation, even Bet fell into deep thought. Ether only shrugged, chuckling lightly. I'll explain later. This move eats a lot of mana. So, we're moving in now. No sooner had he spoken. Whoosh. Golden motes of light gathered as the traveler's sword and the Dawnblade appeared in his and Ying's hands. Exchanging a glance with Fiscal, the three of them dashed toward the great labyrinth tree. Mid-run, Fiscal raised her hand, summoning a longbow of dark brown wood. Slingshot. Of course, not the Y-shaped toy for pebbles, but a 3-star Genshin impact weapon that boosted critical rate. At refinement rank 1, its passive effect was: if an arrow fired by a normal attack or charged attack hits an enemy within 0.3 seconds of firing, damage increases by 36%. Otherwise, damage decreases by 10%. And thanks to her daily 4 AM gotcha draws, Fiscal Slingshot was now refinement rank 4, raising the damage bonus to 54%. So basically, she's playing close-range archer. Got it. Ether's mind was crystal clear. At that moment, bzzzzzzzzz. Since the trio hadn't bothered hiding their approach, instead charging straight in, the swarming insect-type monsters locked onto them as soon as they were within 80 meters. Normally, Fiscal, as an archer, should have stopped to provide ranged cover while her allies tanked. But with a slingshot, her damage fell off at range. And besides, they were facing the deadly hornets. Like the infamous killer ants, they were dungeon-crafted executioners, designed specifically to prey on level 2 and above adventurers. Their carapaces were even harder than killer ant armor. On top of that, they boasted terrifying speed and agility in the air. With such evasive ability, average archers couldn't even hit them. And even if they did, arrows simply bounced off their armored shells. Small mercy that their stingers can't be fired as projectiles. At least we won't be facing a bullet hell. And against bugs like these, the best answer was Immernachtstriak Apocalypse. With a confident cry, Fiscal leapt skyward. Her body shimmered, and in the blink of an eye, she became a massive night raven with wings spanning over 3 meters, cloaked in thunderous energy. On either side of her, Ether and Lumen unleashed wind vortex blades, easily catching the electric element. Purple lightning spread outward in a wave. Zape. Elemental reaction, electro swirl. Their charge became an unstoppable storm surging straight toward the blood hive. Behind them, she can transform into a thunderbird. Could it be some kind of elemental spirit? Reveria's eyes sharpened. This magic, it may exceed even my understanding. Let's not debate. Finn heft his white spear, voice firm. We need to follow quickly. Then, with a small smile to ease the tension. After all, no one here wants to miss this adventure. Right. Tiona bolted ahead, her double blade bouncing on her back. Ani-san. Lumen. Wait for me. You idiot Amazon, why are you yelling now? Bet growled, but still ran after her. Don't disturb them. Ace reminded softly. Oh, true. Tiona waved her blade like a flag. Never mind. Don't wait for me after all. Good grief. Reveria, Finn, and Lefia could only exchange helpless smiles as they followed. Meanwhile, scatter. Ether's trio had reached the great labyrinth tree. Fiscal's raven form faded just as their wind vortex exploded, blasting the hornet swarm apart. And from the dispersing lightning, Ka. Oz appeared, smaller than Fiscal's raven form but brimming with thunder, his consciousness linked to Ether's. He immediately spat a bolt of electro energy, striking a hornet mid-dive. Too bad she's still at constellation level 0. Oz can't go full machine gun yet. Even so, Fiscal, burn some mana. Hit em hard. A trivial matter. The golden-haired girl raised her left hand to her eye patch. Travelers and Genshin heroes alike could develop entirely new skills. For Fiscal, her personal ability was Evernight Amethyst. By expending mana, she could unleash powers beyond mere elemental skill or burst. And her chosen path had always been clear. After all, outside Tivat, her power was on a whole other level. Now, Shadow Raven, hunger for the midnight. With a brief chant, Fiscal's fingers brushed her eye patch. Lightning flared. As Milady commands. Oz shot upward into the hollow ceiling. Wings spread wide. And down poured a rain of divine thunder. K boom. Remove brackets. 59. Information that can be revealed for now. By the time Finn and the others reached the entrance of the great labyrinth tree, they saw the magnificent sight of a giant raven crying from above as a rain of thunder poured down. Lightning, the natural bane of most insects. Well, maybe not universally. At the very least, against deadly hornets, lightning is absolutely effective. Their carapaces, which could deflect arrows, were helpless before the penetrating force of electricity. And no matter how fast their evasive maneuvers, nothing could outspeed a lightning strike. Now, as the group glanced around, they saw the interior of the hollow tree, its ground and walls alike, riddled with craters and scorched holes. Naturally, the blood hive at the very center, unlike ordinary hanging hives, was now in a state as miserable as a nest of alien facehugger eggs. Originally a massive pinecone-like structure over 7 meters tall, it had been battered into a ruin. Oz's lightning arrows carried tremendous piercing power, and after that first wave of thunderous arrow rain, Fiscal's chosen target, the blood hive, had been reduced to a true hornet's nest. 1,000 holes, everywhere. Of course, as a rare spawn, it wasn't something ordinary adventurers could take down so easily. Even a level 4 would normally need a long battle to destroy it. So, relying on Oz's scattershot lightning alone shouldn't have been enough to pierce it so thoroughly. Which was why. Wings of Night, sever day and dusk. With Fiscal's second incantation, Oz, still circling above after the first volley, suddenly expanded in size. The next instant, like an air-to-ground missile, he plummeted toward the blood hive in a dive bomb, dark feathers scattering behind him. Boom! Lightning erupted violently, arcs dancing in every direction. Dungeon mid-tier monsters weren't exactly the brightest. The blood hive hadn't even thought to order its hornets into a defensive shield. Caught off guard, it was obliterated by Oz's self-destructive dive. Several hornets buzzing nearby were caught in the lightning burst, collapsing midair. Seeing the results. Few more or less as I expected. Ether sighed, standing slightly ahead of the others, his back to them. But as always, the more powerful the move, the more terrifying the mana cost. Still thinking this, he casually sliced down a few straggling hornets, clipping their fragile wings and letting Lumen finish them with her sword. Normally, deadly hornets weren't this easy to cull. But Fiscal's earlier strike had not only destroyed the hive, throwing the swarm into chaos, it had also left lingering arcs of electricity that further disrupted their movement. Zape zape. The insects turned to ash, magic stones clinking crisply onto the ground. Ether released Fiscal from her manifested state. There was no need for her to continue draining mana just for cleanup. A few minutes later, with the hollow tree cleared. Enemy sense isn't reacting anymore. All done. Confirming no more red arrows on their vision, Lumen and Ether sheathed their weapons. Just then, Finn and the others arrived. Among them, Tiona reacted the most. Honestly, if not for the massive double blade in her hands, she might have jumped on Lumen for yet another cheek rub. But lacking that chance. Lumen, who was that just now? That was so cool. Well. Lumen smiled patiently, explaining according to the prearranged plan. She satisfied Tiona, Leia, and even Ace's curiosity. She fit into the little group quite well. Meanwhile, Ether gave a more formal explanation to Finn and Riveria. Indeed, Riveria, you were right. Fiscal is a special being similar to an elemental spirit. He continued calmly. The summoning magic Lumen and I use is modeled after the gods' creation of the elemental fairies. Based on the half-bodies of the gods that shone in ancient legends, we crafted warriors in the image of what we believe strong allies should be. And just as the gods gave those spirits a race name, Lumen and I, after consulting goddess Freya, decided to call them the Aetherian. This matter had been thoroughly discussed with Freya beforehand. What to say, what could be revealed, and what had to remain secret, everything carefully planned. After all, while he did intend to expose some details of the Aetherians' existence, using Freya Familia's power to deter schemers, there were still major concerns. What if some gods see this as an offense against divinity itself? In some other fantasy worlds, a self-righteous god might have already descended to strike down such blasphemy. But fortunately, this was Decoy. Freya had told him, in the heavens now, after long decay, the gods had grown passive, practically Buddhist in their detachment. They wouldn't punish him. In fact, many of them longed for new unknowns in the lower world. They might even be glad. And Freya had added something else. The greatest unknown in the lower world lies with you. While I have no desire to share it with others, if that is your will, I will respect it. Whatever troubles follow, don't worry, I will handle them. After all, if I cannot protect even a little brother, what right do I have to be the strongest Familia's goddess? Honestly, Big Sis Freya really knows how to look after people. Not as a lover, she wasn't his type at all, but as a sister without blood ties. That, Ether could gladly accept. In fact, maybe I should even play wingman for her someday, so long as it doesn't hurt innocence. For now, though, creating strong warriors in your own image modeled after divine spirits. Even those not well-versed in magic could feel the weight of those words. And then, wait. Finn's sharp mind caught something. You said Etherian as in, plural, fiscal and others. Correct. Ether nodded. I can already summon several. And there will be more in the future. The shock on their faces grew deeper. Even Reveria needed time to digest the revelation. Finally, idiot, how can you just spill something so important like it's nothing? It was Bet who snapped, voice low and conflicted. Ether didn't even bother mentally translating this time. He's not angry. He's conflicted. Seeing that. This. Ether shrugged. These are things Freya herself approved for disclosure. Loki probably knows some rumors already, too. He smirked, eyes narrowing slightly. And even a masked bastard takes the mask off sometimes. TCH. Bet clicked his tongue, hands shoved in pockets, turning away. He didn't argue further, watching his restless tail flicking as he left. Ha, Sundra Wolf, huh? The little devil in Ether's mind grinned mischievously. Remove brackets. 60. A new character card. In this age of descent, when the gods still walked among mortals, even the dungeon city had merchants selling small trinkets like pocket watches. These weren't powered by magic stones, but by finely wound springs, a purely mechanical, handcrafted item. Bulky things, heavy in the hand. Several of the Loki Familia, including Finn, Reveria, Alicia, and Anna Kitty, had bought them. Not because they were magic tools, but because they were convenient for measuring surface time while inside the dungeon. At the moment, it's 7:30 in the evening. The surface has long since gone dark. Right on time for dinner. Lumen will have to trouble you again. I still want tasty meat. Haha, alright, no problem. Inside the great labyrinth tree, the expedition members had all gathered. Some were busy clanging away, setting up tents. Others had portable hearths and whetstones out, maintaining the weapons and armor that had been swapped out after battle. And then there was Gareth. The dwarven veteran was hefting his massive battle axe, tearing up the ground around camp. Yes, tearing up. As a level 6 warrior, already in the heroic realm, every swing of his axe above ground could cause a small quake. Yet here, he worked carefully, deliberately gouging up the soil. Lower-level adventurers rarely experienced this. After all, most of them followed the single-day return rhythm, they never stayed overnight in the dungeon. But for upper-class adventurers, especially those who had pushed past the 18th floor, things were very different. After all, the 24th floor had no safe zone. Monsters could hatch here at any time. That was why professional expedition teams like Loki Familia always destroyed the surrounding terrain before setting up camp. Because once the dungeon was wounded, it would prioritize repairing terrain over spawning monsters in those damaged zones. Meaning the only threat left would be from other sections, which could be intercepted at the entrance. Still, there was a critical fact Ether knew. If more than 20% of a single floor's terrain was destroyed at once, the dungeon would enter a state known as wailing. At that point, it would spawn an incarnation of calamity, its immune system against adventurers. Its name, Amphispina. This monster, centipede-like in form, was blisteringly fast and had two revolting instant-kill traits. First, its shell reflected all offensive magic. Second, its claws could shred nearly anything. Even weapons forged of adamantine, like Tiona's great double blades, would be snapped apart like twigs. Perhaps an unbreakable divine artifact could withstand it, but such items, like the famed desperate sword, weren't something just anyone could get. Once, the entire Astrea Familia, then composed solely of level 3s and 4s, had been wiped out by it, leaving only a single survivor. Those who knew the truth said, had that tragedy not occurred, Astrea Familia would now stand as one of Aurario's three great factions. But in this world of dreams and miracles, where cruelty lay just as deep, there was no such thing as what if. The living fantasize the dead are reduced to ash. How many adventurers had lost their tomorrows in the dungeon? A single glance at Aurario's first cemetery, with its endless expanse of gravestones, said enough. Still even Reveria, the city's strongest mage, couldn't trigger a wailing on the lower or deep floors with her area magic. And she'd almost never unleash such wide-scale spells in the upper or middle floors. Which means once I draw Emperor, I'd better not recklessly throw around a mana-boosted heavenly calamity. Nearby, Lumen was at the central campfire, tending a pot with Tiona, Lefia, and Ace helping. Ether, having done his share in the day's battles, had only helped pitch a single tent before finding himself idle. Now, he was taking the chance to tally up his harvest for the day, counting carefully. It had been 22 days since his sudden arrival in this world and entry into Aurario. In that time, he had drawn cards 21 times. His haul so far: Character 1, Characters 3, Weapons 17. And just within the past 3 days of waiting for the expedition to start, he had drawn yet another character card. Razor. Another electro-vision holder from Genshin Impact. With Fiscal in the party, that meant he could now trigger the high-voltage elemental resonance. High voltage, hydrostatus duration reduced by 40%. Triggering superconduct, overload, or electrocharged reactions has a 100% chance to generate one electro-elemental particle. Cooldown, 5s. Back when Renjiro had played Genshin before crossing over, he'd always thought this resonance was underwhelming. Look at impetuous winds, reduced stamina cost, increased movement speed, and shorter cooldowns. Meanwhile, high voltage's particle generation was once every 5 seconds, and only one particle at a time. Still, if it didn't have a cooldown, it'd be completely broken. He sighed. But shortening hydro affliction duration in this world, that's actually really useful. At least, it would make certain traitor Genshin characters less able to sabotage allies. Of course, Ether currently had no hydro characters at all, so that issue was irrelevant. Razor was the card I drew 2 days ago. Haven't had a chance to level him yet. But today, thanks to the fights, the backline EXP he's been leeching wasn't bad. After all, everyone else, Traveler Twins, Xiao, Fiscal, Diana, were already capped at level 20. So every monster he killed now funneled experience straight into Razor. And so, Razor, level 13. Looking at that result, Ether estimated silently. At this pace, by the time this expedition ends, his EXP will be overflowing. He couldn't help but hope. If only I could pull another character card in the next few days. Though, with a wry smile, he added. Yeah, right. I'm no luck emperor. Remove brackets. 61. Another pull already. Day 23. 4 in the morning. When the time came for his routine card draw. Thin Spring Garb Youth Zinkayu, Hydro. As mentioned before, while in his Starfire's flowing light state, Ether didn't need to sleep. That was one of the perks of his conversion from a flesh and blood life form into an energy life form. Of course, there were other advantages too, such as a body that suffered no battle damage, never missing limbs, never crippled, and virtually infinite stamina. No need to list them all here. Could it be my system is a bit of a tsundere? He smirked inwardly. So all I have to do is set up a reverse flag to trigger lucky draws. Got it. Ahem, anyway. Zinkayu, one of the hidden 6-star gods, and a true carry in Genshin. Sitting alone at the mouth of the great labyrinth tree, Ether's eyes lit with quiet awe. Never expected him to complete the final piece of my first growth stage puzzle. Up until now, Ether, his fauna still only level 1, could manifest 5 Genshin avatars at once. His initial plan for the first growth stage was an 8-man party, Paimon plus Traveler Twins plus 5 Genshin avatars. And now, once both Razor and Zinkayu reach level 20, I can finally start planning the next breakthrough. His gaze sharpened. When my fauna advances to level 2, not only will I be able to manifest one more avatar, but their level caps will also rise to 40. Just imagine, 6 avatars plus the Traveler Twins, 8 warriors, each as strong as a peak level 4 adventurer. Add in Paimon, the ultimate supporter. Even Istria Familia, who almost became Aurario's third great faction years ago, would pale in comparison. And later, once he hit level 2 himself, then went on a few solo expeditions, for experience, he could reach that level of power alone. And even then, his potential for growth was far from finished. I'm honestly getting more and more excited for the future. There was something undeniably satisfying about tangibly feeling himself grow stronger. Even now, just by gaining one Hydro avatar, I suddenly have whole new tactics available. Electrocharged, freeze even superconduct, which I've rarely used before. I'll need to practice all these elemental reactions during the rest of this expedition. He briefly assessed his own current state. Though still in his Starfire's flowing light form, he was channeling the Starry Abyss ability. The surface hadn't yet seen dawn, which meant, all buffs were active, and he was deep on the 24th floor. When under the stars, mana regen doubles. Beneath the night sky, it doubles again. And nearing the abyss, in other words, once inside the dungeon, each floor deeper multiplies recovery efficiency by that floor 0.2. So, the math came out to 24 0.2 19.2 recovery speed. He'd already tested it. With mana regen 10, he could keep one avatar permanently manifested. Now, when I reach the 25th floor, as long as it's nighttime above, I'll be able to maintain 2 avatars simultaneously. And later, once my own foundation improves, this efficiency will only get better. Not to mention, since every Genshin avatar had their own personal info sheet, they were effectively mana batteries in their own right, each with their own regen rate. For example, yesterday when Fiscal unleashed her Bang 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 Edition Midnight Phantasmagoria, she used her own stored mana. And when she ran low, she could draw mana indirectly from Ether. Likewise, he could siphon off pre-stored mana from any of them, just like the Master and Servant system in the Nasoverse. The only downside, avatars and the Traveler Twins couldn't benefit from the Starry Abyss boost, since they weren't directly manifested from Ether's body. Still, being top-tier talents from Tivat, their base regen far surpassed even elites like Riveria and Lefia. All in all, my mana bar's crazy long right now. And it'll just keep getting longer ahem. Why did that sound so indecent? Suddenly, Ether, I've called Raoul and the others for shift change. From a tent within the hollow, a beastman adventurer emerged. Behind him came a bleary-eyed Raoul, rubbing at his eyes, along with a slightly sour-looking Anna Kitty. Of course, those two hadn't been sharing a tent. In fact, among Loki Familia, couples were practically unheard of. So, Raoul really did oversleep, huh? Anna Kitty, a graceful 21-year-old catgirl with long black hair, gave a sigh. She and Raoul had joined the party around the same time, so they were fairly close. Still, she could never stand some of his flaws, so their relationship had remained firmly in the friends-only category. Yesterday we fought the whole day, and then had to stand watch at night. You really went above and beyond. The brown-haired beastman beside her gave a friendly suggestion. Ether, it's just the last 2 hours, but why not get some rest? Thanks, Bustle. I'll head in first, then. Cruz Bustle, like Raoul and Anna Kitty, was a level 4. He and Ether had been on the third watch together before now. The night was divided into 4 watches, 2 hours each. Truth be told, Ether had volunteered for night duty largely because he wanted to do his card draw as soon as possible. And since he didn't need sleep in his Starfire's flowing light state, it doubled as a way to build goodwill with the expedition. As for Lumen, there's no way I'd let my silly little sister stand guard. Of course she was off cuddling with the girls' squad. Well, maybe not that exaggerated. It was, after all, expedition time, and under Finn's, or rather, under Mama Riveria's, strict rules, everyone went to bed early. Their usual bedtime storytelling sessions had been cancelled. Tiona had pouted for ages about that. Lumen herself didn't actually need sleep, but she'd been assigned to a tent with Ace and the Hyria twins. At the moment, she was apparently being used as a hug pillow by Tiona, who had terrible sleeping posture. TSK. Ether couldn't help but chuckle. Guess I really am a lucky perv, huh? Remove brackets. 62 Arrival at the lower floors. Over 2 hours later. Move out. With Anna Kitty and Raoul finishing the last watch, Loki Familia's expedition camp broke down. At Finn's single command, the entire force of dozens once again marched forward. Their next destination, the lower floors of the dungeon. Everyone knew the divisions well. The first 12 floors, the upper floors. Floors 13 through 24, the middle floors. Floors 25 through 36, the lower floors. From the 37th floor onward, the deep floors. The guild had specifically drawn these lines to match danger levels with adventurers' fauna ranks. Indeed, the upper, middle, lower, and deep floors corresponded respectively to the minimum challenge standard for levels 1 through 4. In other words, starting from the 25th floor, you'll need to be at least level 3 just to barely survive here. Based on that, I'll be adjusting our marching formation. Before departure, Captain Finn gathered everyone and explained in detail the formation he'd worked out with Riveria and Gareth the night before. Line, as a level 2 healer, you'll accompany the supply convoy. Raoul, Anna Kitty, Alicia, Cruz, you 4 level 4s will each command a squad and continue perimeter patrol. The executives, including myself and the other level 5s, will stay with the support group, guarding the supplies. And when necessary, Ace, Bet, Tiona, Shin, you rush to support any squad as quickly as possible. Now for the squad assignments. Raoul, you and Alicia, you'll lead with. Anna Kitty, you'll join with Ether, Lumen, and Leia as a 4-person team. At that, Finn turned a small smile toward Ether and Lumen. I trust your strength. You two proved yourselves yesterday, so I'm looking forward to even brighter results from you. Then he faced Leia and Anna Kitty. You two as well. Especially you, Leia. Why yes. You've got talent. What you lack is real combat experience. Be brave, don't make your teammates worry too much. The elven girl lowered her head, embarrassed, but still answered. At that moment. Don't worry, Leia. Lumen, standing beside the golden-eyed elf, gently patted her shoulder with a warm smile. If we run into monsters, just chant your spells without hesitation. I'll protect you. For some reason, Leia's heart skipped like a startled deer. And then, no, my heart already belongs to Miss Ace. I can't but still. Lumen-sama is so cool. Her genius mage brain spun off into its own wild delusion segment before she even realized it. Now, as the squads finalized their positions, Ether and Anna Kitty exchanged glances over Leia, who was still clasping her cheeks, muttering "Ooh-ya-ya-ya" as if floating through the air. Leia, are you okay? The black-haired catgirl finally couldn't help asking. Seriously, at this rate, the girl might walk straight off the stairs ahead. Speaking of which, crystal stairs leading down into the 25th floor. If something like this existed back on Earth, people wouldn't believe it. Ether, more focused on Lumen's presence than Leia's days, looked ahead at the descent. The stairway shimmered like a palace of crystal ice. And this was all real crystal. Minutes later, they reached the end of the stairway. The slope was gentle enough for supply wagons to pass with ease. The formation hadn't yet fully expanded when faint hoa sounds of wind whistled up from the cavernous depths below. The further they went down, the stronger the wind became. The atmosphere was like walking through an underground tunnel beneath a great river, cool and refreshing. And since the crystal walls glowed faintly, there wasn't even a need for magic stone lamps. Normally, the dungeon was windless. No matter how vast, it was still sealed underground. So why was there wind here, starting on the 25th floor? Fwah! As the expedition stepped into open space, the sight before them spread wide, more breathtaking than even the great tree labyrinth. At the far end, framed by uneven terraces and narrow paths linking them, a massive phenomenon thundered in ceaseless motion. A waterfall. Not just any waterfall, but a colossal torrent over 400 meters wide, height incalculable, its waters glowing a deep emerald blue. This was the Great Fall, the source of the lower floor's winds. It seemed to gather all of Orario's underground water, plunging through floors 25 to 27. Even from the stairway, adventurers could already hear the roar of its descent. And around that awe-inspiring sight, shhhhhhh. Mist spread far and wide, and in its haze, shapes glided, half-bird sirens and harpies beating their wings, while down in the waters, mermaids and lamias lurked. This was the Water City, the hallmark of the lower floors. More beautiful than the Great Tree Labyrinth, yet far deadlier. For Ether. Yeah, this kind of place, you definitely want to travel with an experienced expedition first, just to learn the routes. These endless narrow bridges, flanked by monster-filled waters on both sides, even finding the proper route would be a nightmare alone. Luckily, let's get moving. Veteran Finn gave the order. Our goal lies deeper, not here. We'll pass through quickly. All units advance in defensive formation. Understood. Remove brackets. 63. The Decoy Strategy. The Water City, known as the Dungeon's second line of death, was a vast, multi-layered domain built around the Great Fall. Because of its unique structure, something impossible to find on the surface world, many veteran adventurers in Orario called it a new world. Note, why does everyone love giving it that name? Right now, the expedition had just stepped onto the 25th floor, at roughly the same elevation as the waterfall's summit. Their task was clear: move cautiously, stay alert, and cross the terraces, platforms, and narrow crystal bridges while avoiding the waters whenever possible. The reason was simple: the Water City maze teemed with aquatic monsters. Some swarming species were so aggressive that even first-class adventurers preferred to avoid them. And with flying monsters patrolling the skies, getting flanked from above and below could lead to disaster. It was worth noting that the maze also held narrow, perilous cliffside paths. Smaller parties might gain speed by braving them, but for Loki Familia, with their supply carts, detours were the only option. With that in mind, today's destination is the 29th floor. So declared Captain Finn. Yesterday, in just over 10 hours, they had reached the 24th floor. But today whether they could even make it to the 29th floor was uncertain. The deeper one went, the harsher the dungeon became. And the Water City maze was a special exception among exceptions. It was brutal. To Ether. This place really is breathtaking, but no matter how grand the view, sooner or later, you get tired of it. The difference in expressions was obvious. Veterans wore grim focus, while newcomers were still dazzled. Some too much so. Keep your eyes up, everyone. Especially you sprouts, don't stare at the waters below for too long. The dwarven veteran Gareth called out during formation deployment. Most of this floor is water and crystal. Staring at it too long can strain your eyes. It was hard-earned advice. Everyone knew adventurers with a Falna were stronger than ordinary people, and the higher their level, the closer they were to the divine. Even so, in the dungeon, any negative effect, no matter how small, could prove dangerous. As a certain red-eyed rabbit was once taught, the dungeon is cunning. Even the smallest burdens, when allowed to pile up, become a crushing weight. When adventurers grow weary, the dungeon sees them as fragile sandcastles at the shore, waiting for the wave to sweep them away. And when the moment comes, it bares its fangs without mercy. Such warnings applied to all adventurers. And for an expedition aiming for the unknown floors, they mattered all the more. Our squad of 4 is assigned near the front. We're the scouts, and the bait. Anakitty, their leader, briefed Ether, Lumen, and Leia once their formation was set. Today will be very different from yesterday. The previous day, squads simply wiped out any monsters blocking their path. But now, if we encounter monsters, we'll use hit-and-run tactics, luring them away from the convoy's route whenever possible. She gave a small smile. For you, Ether and Lumen, this is your first expedition. Not knowing the routes is normal. Just follow me when the time comes. Then her eyes hardened as she turned to Leia. But you, Leia, I'm more concerned about. You can't afford to mess up today. Do you understand? Oh, okay. The elf answered nervously. Ether, listening, understood the true intent. This was Finn's strategy. Narrow terrain made repeated battles too risky. So, he devised the decoy tactic. Each squad was led by a level 4. Strong enough to reliably handle the monsters of this floor. By drawing the enemy away, they minimized danger to the convoy. And if something went wrong, mobile elites like Ace and Bet could rush to reinforce. Still, honestly, Leia should be with the convoy. Ether glanced discreetly at the single ponytailed elf beside him. Her shoulders were stiff, her hands clenched tightly on her staff, her neck tucked down. She's not in a good state. He knew Finn meant to train her. After all, the Big Three saw her as Riveria's successor. But still, she barely adapted to the middle floors yesterday, and now the Water City already has her nerves in pieces again. He could sympathize, but he wasn't trained in psychology. He could only hope she overcame it herself. Then suddenly, PSSHHT. Without warning, the waters beside them exploded, and a massive fish lunged out, its body as long as a man was tall. A striker fish. In short, a piranha enlarged many times over. Its sharp, jagged teeth gleamed as it darted straight for them. Eek! Leia shrieked, her whole body trembling as she collapsed onto the ground. Luckily, boom! Anakitty, wielding her short sword and round shield, dashed forward. With a swift sidestep, she bashed the creature aside, knocking it into the ground. She was calm, clearly experienced, though she couldn't avoid the splash, soaking her clothes. And then, splat splat, thunk, the striker fish thrashed on the ground, then in one powerful bounce, flipped back into the waters, vanishing once more. It had returned to lurking. Remove brackets. 64. Parallel casting. Leia, get up quickly, we need to move. Ah yes. By the edge of a water basin, after Anakitty effortlessly neutralized the threat from the striker fish, even Leia, who'd been scared enough to fall on her butt, hurried to her feet and immediately started running forward with her 3 teammates. Everyone knew well that with Anakitty's level 4 strength, she could have easily sliced that 1-meter-long fish monster into several pieces just now. But the squad's job was to serve as both scouts and decoys. So, they couldn't let the smell of blood spread here. Note, though dungeon monsters turn to ash upon death, the blood spilled before that does not disappear. And beyond, just tens of meters ahead, was the supply convoy. Since this spot lay right on the convoy's route, attracting more monsters here was the last thing they wanted. If Anakitty had recklessly killed the striker fish earlier, it would have been counterproductive. So now, Leia, get ready to cast, fire an arc ray into the water over there. Make sure to aim at the area where the water flow is abnormal. As the 4 ran, Anakitty pointed to a fork to the left and reminded them. Yes. This time, Leia bit her lip, forcing herself to stay calm. But she didn't start chanting yet. Because she couldn't. Casting while moving, called parallel casting, was a high-level skill every mage wanted to master, and it had become Leia's recent must-learn. Unfortunately, even without the scare, she could only cast standing still. This was a common weakness among Aurario's mages. Those who had mastered parallel casting, like Riveria, or the last surviving member of the Istria Familia, Gale Ryua Lion, were renowned figures. Though Ryua's blessing level was stuck at 4 after 5 years without upgrades, her parallel casting skill still surpassed Riveria's, ranking her as Aurario's best. If one had to describe the difficulty, it's like singing a high note perfectly while sprinting 100 meters without messing up rhythm or pitch. That was Ether's personal analogy. Right now, Anakitty clearly knew Leia couldn't parallel cast yet, so the plan was to run a safe distance first, then let Leia cast. But then, stop. Just as the group reached the fork, and only a few steps passed, Ether and Lumen simultaneously halted their pace. Not only that, they blocked Anakitty and Leia from advancing further. Seeing this, what's wrong? Maybe because of yesterday's success, Anakitty trusted the twin stars' judgment. Even as leader, she didn't push forward. Leia, meanwhile, was totally compliant, too nervous to argue. In this tense atmosphere, there's an ambush ahead. Ether stayed silent, but Lumen, who was closer to Anakitty and Leia, pointed at the narrow path's edge. That cluster of crystals is a disguised crystal giant turtle. Anakitty frowned and without hesitation raised her left hand. Whoosh! Her small round shield flew through the air. On closer inspection, a thin rope was tied to the shield's grip. Bam! A level 4 adventurer's strength wasn't weak. Even more so for Anakitty, a high-stat level 4. The team heard a muffled crash as the shield smashed into the crystal mass, warping it badly. Lumen's warning was spot on. But that wasn't all. There are also 3 metal blue crabs hiding nearby. Since this is a fork, Leia, just blast them with magic. Ether suggested. Okay. Anakitty agreed, though curious. How did you spot them from so far away? She tugged the rope, and the shield flew back into her hand. Seriously. Ether smiled quietly. The red arrows you see in our vision, they're too obvious. It's one of my skills. Ether shrugged. Meanwhile, Leia began chanting quickly. Unleashed streak of light, bow limbs of the holy tree. You are an expert of the bow. Shoot, sniper of the fairies. Penetrate, arrow of absolute accuracy. Arc's ray. She reacted swiftly this time, but the chant still took 15 seconds. Considering it was a long incantation, she had already passed the mage average. Suddenly, a golden beam shot from the top of Leia's staff, Forest's teardrop, piercing toward the monster's hiding spot. The arc ray was one of Leia's 3 mastered magics, an auto-tracking, piercing single-target spell. To Ether, it looked like a bent, weaker version of Kamehameha. But because she had the fairy pursuit skill, Leia doubled the magic's power. At level 3, her output matched a level 5 spell. If it hit a person, it could incinerate the pierced part instantly. Used on monsters, it was highly effective. Whish whish whish. Under Leia's mental control, the arc ray twisted and slithered like a hungry serpent, weaving through all the disguised enemies Ether pointed out. It easily pierced each one, burning flesh around the entry points to ash. The sounds of fading flames echoed. The commotion did not go unnoticed by Finn's team. The supply convoy stopped briefly. Only after Anakitty gave the all clear signal did they resume forward. Right now, Leia, your magic's really handy. Ether knew that in moments like these, those with fragile hearts needed some encouragement, so he left it to Lumen to cheer her on. For a moment. Well, it's nothing. I just caused trouble earlier, sorry. Leia lowered her head shyly, yet smiled happily and humbly. I still have a long way to go. If Reveria-sama was here. I heard her magic could destroy an entire district of Orario City in one blow. Anakitty twitched at the corner of her mouth. Leia, I get it, but why do you have to compare yourself to Orario? Seeing the cat-eared girl's expression say, what do you even think about normally? The elf's face froze. You really are scary, you know that. Anakitty stepped back unconsciously. Leia's pointed ears slowly drooped. I'm sorry. Remove brackets. 65. The Dungeon's Malice. 65. The Dungeon's Malice. Go with the wind. The location was at the far end of the 27th floor, right before the stairwell descending to the lower levels. At this moment, the expedition team, after nearly 9 hours of grueling travel, had finally passed through the extremely complex slopes and terrain of the Water City. Now, as the scattered formation regrouped, the combatants Ether and Lumen had just teamed up again to wipe out several clustered metal blue crabs. These creatures were about the size of a millstone, covered in bright blue steel shells. When not lurking, they moved peculiarly forward, unlike normal crabs that only sidestep and could even perform short jumps. The worst part, depending on the individual, one of their claws, either left or right, was enormously oversized. That giant claw was a deadly weapon. One wrong hit and an unsuspecting adventurer's head might as well relocate. And on top of that, they could jump. I swear, if I weren't bad at sniping, I'd worry this thing might suddenly leap to my ear and whisper, uppercut. Recalling his days playing Overwatch before transmigration, Ether couldn't help but silently grumble. At that moment, we've been pretty lucky so far, haven't run into much trouble. Finn, standing at the center of the group, gripping his white spear, smiled. Everyone, keep your spirits up. Once we reach the 29th floor, we can set up camp and rest. Mid-sentence, he glanced toward Ether and Lumen. At that time, our allies will bring food so delicious you'll savor every bite. Of course, we have to show off a bit ourselves and host the guests properly. Hearing the braver say this. Ha ha ha, I've been looking forward to Lumen-san's cooking since yesterday. That grilled steak was unforgettable. Wild mushroom and chicken skewers were great too. Yeah, after one skewer at lunch, the scratch siren gave me on my arm this morning healed instantly. Better than that insanely expensive panacea. I've long disliked the Dien sect Familia's greedy main deity. Let's not go there. Miss Ermid is pretty reliable after all. After all, she is the DEA saintess. Too bad she got stuck with a jerk of a main god. Why are you guys drifting so far off topic? Nearby, the support adventurers who were in charge of hauling supplies chatted casually while working. Leia had been called over by Reveria for some last-minute training and was currently being told where she had fallen short. As for Ether and Lumen, the biggest threat inside the 28th floor is a monster called the Poison Vermis. Because the poison it secretes on its body ignores even advanced adventurers' abnormal status resistances. Just a touch and your flesh starts to rot. And normal antidotes don't work. Worse, the Poison Vermis can spray its poison long distances with its mouthparts. TSK, some kind of mutated alien freak. The traveling twins recalled their info on this monster. The Poison Vermis was an insectoid monster known for forming swarms, often dozens appeared at once in front of adventurers. At times like this, mages with wide-area annihilation magic like Leia or Reveria became the team's saviors. Of course, Ace, with her aerial skill, could also reliably contribute during these times. Though if she dared to rely on the indestructible Sword of Despair to hack away at the Poison Vermis directly, she'd probably experience the cold shoulder treatment from the Goibni of Familia, masters of forging. Their main god would make sure she learned what logistics daddy's cold violence meant. Right now, exploration formation, resume. After about 10 minutes, when the supply convoy safely crossed the stairwell between the 27th and 28th floors, Finn issued this command again. Normally, with dozens of people, this command and execution would have been repeated countless times over the past 2 days, second nature. But just seconds later, Finn, as the expedition's commander, suddenly frowned, because he felt a sharp, piercing pain at the tip of his right thumb. In fact, the pain wasn't from any physical injury in that spot. It was a kind of precognition ability. Yes, for over 40 years, whenever the tip of Finn's right thumb began to hurt, it meant something very bad was about to happen. The stronger the pain, the worse the situation. But Finn only knew that he or his companions were in serious danger. He never knew exactly what kind of trouble was coming. He was not Cassandra, the one who could have prophetic dreams. Still, this special constitution combined with his keen observation, decisive judgment, and excellent command skills had saved him from disaster many times. At this moment, everyone, be on alert. Rumble rumble rumble. Before Finn could finish shouting, the ground beneath their feet began to violently tremble. Ether and Lumen's faces both changed instantly, because at that moment, huge red arrows appeared in their vision, several of them, all pointing downward. In a flash, there was no time for much reaction. Watch out. Ether, closer to Leia, and Ing, nearer the other rabbit girl, both stomped hard and shot forward. The next moment, roar. A deafening roar echoed as the fractured ground at the stairwell's exit trembled violently. In an instant, the earth collapsed across a 100-meter radius. At the same time, almost every member of the expedition team saw. It's the Wormwell. Run, scatter, get out of here. In the ensuing panic, 5 massive creatures, each filling half of their own field of vision, began rampaging through the dungeon. The Wormwell was a colossal monster originally only appearing on the 37th floor. It was huge, comparable to, or even surpassing, a floor guardian. Using this advantage, it could dig through the dungeon's multiple floors to travel freely. Wherever it passed, it left enormous vertical chasms resembling sinkholes. Therefore, adventurers capable of descending to the lower levels nicknamed it the Serpent Well. It was often the culprit behind massive dungeon collapses. Countless adventurers had died suddenly because of it. Some fell to their deaths instantly, others barely survived, dragging their broken bodies to the last moment, only to be torn apart by monsters on lower floors. The Wormwell has only ever gone as deep as the 29th floor before, right? How is it here now? Is that strange? This is a dungeon. Hurry, save the people. Remove brackets. 66, snake, im inside your belly, 1/2. 66, snake, im inside your belly, 1/2. The gray-white rocky walls loomed, the surrounding light gradually dimming. In this vast environment suffused with an eerie stillness, an outrageously large giant snake coiled in a corner. Suddenly, the giant serpent's dark golden vertical pupils snapped open, contracting sharply. It began thrashing wildly. Amid muffled, low voices barely discernible, the giant snake's long howls and roars echoed throughout the entire floor. From an outside perspective, it seemed this colossal monster had swallowed something it shouldn't have, enduring a pain only the Sword Princess could understand. Then, boom. The agony didn't last long. After about several tens of seconds, sharp emerald spikes, wind elemental spears, suddenly erupted from within a segment of the snake's body. Its massive form crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound, utterly lifeless. Soon after, the scales on its surface began to crumble and dissolve into ash. And at that moment, slash. Pft, pft. 2 arcs of pale blue light crossed to form a glowing, shaped wound on the snake's belly. The next instant, creak creak creak, a grating sound like teeth grinding came from inside. From the gash on the serpent's belly, the flesh writhed as if something was trying to claw its way out. Finally, huff. Ether, carrying a cat shield on his back, along with the elven girl he cradled princess style, emerged free from inside the giant snake. Looking closer, the surface of the cat's shield was covered in cracks. Around them, a sharp sizzling hiss of strong acid corrosion echoed. The dark liquid dripped onto the ground, smoking and dissolving holes. Closer inspection revealed that the unconscious elven girl's body was covered with wounds, equivalent to severe burns. Her clothes were completely corroded away without exception. One could only say. Luckily, Leia is level 3 and has developed abnormal resistance. Otherwise, this poor girl would have simply dissolved inside the monster's stomach. Ether, still holding the unconscious Leia, took a few steps away. Then, using wind elemental power, he swept away the corrosive digestive acids around them left by the Wormwell. Crack. The cat shield shattered. Only then did he have time to look around. So, where exactly is this? Ether furrowed his brows. A few minutes earlier, the expedition encountered an abnormal situation on the 28th floor when 5 Wormwells tunneled up from the deep levels and attacked. When the surrounding terrain started to collapse massively, Ether's judgment was spot on. He and Lumen simultaneously sprang into action, rescuing those with the lowest survival odds. Among them, the top-tier adventurers, level 4 and above, were out of their hands. Leia, still lacking mental toughness, and another rabbit girl named Rakta were only level 3. If they were swept into lower levels alone, not to mention the stronger monsters, even the initial fall could be fatal. After all, in the future timeline of this world's original trajectory, a certain red-eyed rabbit boy didn't dare jump down from the 25th floor's great waterfall after reaching level 4, he had calculated he would definitely die from the fall. On the other hand, adventurers like Tiona, Shen, and Bolt at level 5, and even Grace at level 6, could jump directly from the 52nd floor to the 58th floor without a shred of difficulty. Especially Old Man Grace, who had experienced so many collapse incidents that he developed a method to estimate depth based on fall time. Getting off topic. In short, when Ether saved Leia, he planned an emergency landing using wind spirit wings. For a traveler who had leapt across the continent of Tivat, falling was nothing. In fact, Lumen used the same method to successfully rescue the rabbit girl Rakta. But Ether's situation. Got spotted by a Wormwell mid-descent, swallowed whole with an elf girl in tow, honestly, who else but me? Truth be told, he really didn't want to experience this kind of local protagonist treatment. Right now, gray-white rocky walls, plus these tall walls curving slightly to one side. Damn, Ether's face darkened. This can't be. Meanwhile, higher up inside the 29th floor. Midnight Phantasmagoria. Lightning raged, purple beams descended from the sky, piercing through the writhing mass of worms ahead. At this moment, Lumen had formed a temporary squad of 8. Tiona, Ace, Leia, and the rabbit girl Rokta gathered in a circle, their eyes scanning outward. With 2 level 5s and the Genshin Fiscal among them, their defensive formation held steady with ease. Before long, boom! Accompanied by Fiscal's Midnight Phantasmagoria and Oz's diving final strike, the group of worms ahead was completely wiped out by their storm of lightning. Among the group, level 3 Leia and Rokta finally breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how much they were adventurers, girls had their psychological boundaries with such disgusting monsters. Of course, when it was time to fight, they never held back. If they could avoid getting close to those disgusting creatures, even Tiona felt lucky. Really saved our butts. Remove brackets. 67, Snake, I'm inside your belly, 2 halves. 67, Snake, I'm inside your belly, 2 halves. Leia, dressed in a blue-gray mage robe with a side ponytail, watched the grisly scene ahead as the huge swarm of monsters was wiped out with ease. She couldn't help but praise. So many poison vermis, handled effortlessly. She then glanced toward Fiscal, standing nearby with her bow in hand. No wonder even Reveria-sama praises her summoning magic as the highest rank. The battle power of a quasi-archfey life form is seriously incredible. Leia, your words are a bit rude. Reveria-sama emphasized last night that Fiscal-san isn't just a summon strictly speaking, she's a respected adventurer in her own right. Your previous remark could be misinterpreted. Hearing this, oh, sorry. Leia quickly apologized to Fiscal, bowing deeply. I didn't mean that, it was a slip of the tongue. Sorry. The noble are destined to be lonely. A few careless words are nothing worth worrying about. Oz said. What the lady means is, she forgives you, no offense taken. Nearby. Fiscal's words are hard to understand. Tiona whispered to Lumen, leaning close. Lumen, are your Genshin summons like that too? I don't think so, hee. Lumen smiled awkwardly. Just then. Lumen-san. The rabbit girl named Rokta approached Lumen shyly, gathering courage to whisper very quietly. Thanks for saving me earlier. After saying this, the little rabbit bounced quickly, still sneaking glances at Lumen. Lumen just returned a friendly smile, saying nothing more. Well, people with rabbit traits really are quite cute. I really want to scoop her up and use her as a cuddly pillow. A certain blonde-haired, gold-eyed fool thought this silently, completely unaware of how sinful that thought was. Just then, Ace, Tiona, and everyone. From afar came a familiar voice. Led by Finn, about 30 people carrying large packs were approaching. Are you all okay? Looking around, the group's wooden carts used for transporting supplies were gone, either destroyed in the earlier chaos or deliberately abandoned by Finn. Given the current situation, continuing the expedition seemed unrealistic. The next step would be to retreat temporarily, find and regroup everyone, then consider heading back. Perhaps during this time, they'd hunt more monsters inside the dungeon and estimate remaining supplies to replenish some stock. But exploring unreached areas was obviously out of the question. Right now, we're all fine, Tiona reported immediately. All the nearby poison vermis were just wiped out by Lumen, and Fiscal too. Fiscal. Finn turned his head toward Fiscal, who stood not far off. Next moment, Reveria, the vice captain, walked over to Fiscal with proper courtesy. Fiscal-san, thank you very much for your help. For a princess, brilliance, shock, and attention are all just ordinary daily things. What the lady means is, no need to thank me for lending a hand. The crow translator beside the floating girl quickly added. Line was momentarily stunned but said she could reluctantly understand. At that moment. Finn looked around the group with furrowed brows. Have you found anyone else? Hearing this. We haven't had time to search nearby yet. What is it, Captain? Line answered nervously. Including you, we've already found most of the expedition members. Finn said solemnly. Right now, only. He looked at Lumen. Leia and Ether are still missing. Maybe they fell to a lower floor. At this point, Ether and I have a special skill that lets us stay connected at all times. Lumen explained. Right now, Ether is with Leia. But their exact location. 37th floor. Amid the gray-white rock walls, Ether half-squatted and gently set the still unconscious Leia down, letting her lean steadily against the wall. Then, focusing his mind, he summoned the ice elemental Genshin, Diana, who had been on standby. Next, he planned to have her heal Leia's wounds, and maybe restore some health for himself. But just then, crack. A fissure suddenly split open in a nearby rock wall. Deep inside, at least a level 4 tunneling monster was hatching. 68, as everyone knows, the strong ones aren't usually very tall. 68, as everyone knows, the strong ones aren't usually very tall. The so-called potential ability level is a measurement standard used by the guild headquarters to gauge the danger coefficient of a certain type of monster. Broadly speaking, it roughly corresponds to the adventurer's rank needed to handle it. For example, a monster with potential ability LV.4 means that under normal circumstances, only an adventurer of at least LV.4 can deal with it effectively. Of course, there are abnormal situations. Sometimes, within a monster group, there exist enhanced variants that far surpass others of the same species. And on the human side, plenty of players are capable of challenging above their level. Take Ether's side, for instance. Currently, the Traveler Ether has a Genshin level of LV.20, with combat power equivalent to an extreme limit LV.2 adventurer. At this stage, he can easily kill monsters with potential ability LV.2, and even regularly challenge LV.3 enemies. But facing higher tier LV.4 monsters, he's still far from the mark. You say he just killed a Wormwell. Sorry, that was a very rare, specific case. Normally, if any other LV.2 adventurer gets swallowed by a Wormwell, their body would be corroded clean before long. The acidic stomach fluid at that level requires at least LV.3 potential ability and abnormal resistance to survive even briefly. Even LV.3 is only enough to buy some time. Look at Lefia's current condition, comparable to severe burns. Although she's a fragile mage, she's a high-value LV.3 with decent gear. Yet after being swallowed whole by the Wormwell, she hasn't woken up since. Compared to her, Traveler Ether is an energy life form, and he could summon Diana to temporarily cast a cat shield on himself. Even so, he lost quite a bit of health. In short, the Monkey King act he just pulled off is impossible for anyone else to replicate. Ether also knows he's no match for a true LV.4. At best, by maxing out Genshin summons, he can surround and fight LV.4 normal monsters like bosses. But if outnumbered, it's better not to force it. So, you just run now. The elf girl, just gently set down, hadn't even warmed the seat before Ether picked her back up. Then he and Diana immediately took off without waiting for the monsters to land. Undoubtedly, with a teleport anchor on the Babel Tower's top floor, Ether can slip away anytime. But if he really left just like that, and Lefia died because of the butterfly effect, well, then Lumen's recently established good relations with the Loki Familia would go completely down the drain. Even if they don't become enemies, they would become strangers forever. On the other hand, as long as Lefia is saved this time, future chances won't be lacking. After all, the moral line cultivated in his hometown doesn't allow Ether to just abandon the situation. I really am a hypocritical snob, But whatever, hypocrite or not, I'll give it my all. If it really doesn't work out, I'll run. At least I'll have tried. With that thought, Ether made a plan. Speaking of which, Lefia's output firepower alone is LV.5 level. While running, he looked down at the elf girl in his arms. If this little girl could join the fight, then maybe we can take on LV.4 monsters. But before considering that, I need to wake her up first. Ether's mind was clear. If Lefia's injuries aren't treated soon, she won't last long. He then focused on the gradually appearing and multiplying red arrows in his field of vision. Soon, since I'm going to find a chance to pause briefly, I need to put out a decoy first, to draw these monsters away. After deciding quickly, Ether summoned his second Genshin nearby, a 5-star Enmo, Wind, Genshin, Xiao. A bit painful, but he sent a mental message through their spiritual link. Quickly destroy the Wormwell's magic stone, and meanwhile, make as much noise as possible on your side. With no unnecessary words, Xiao responded briefly. Understood. He immediately split from Ether and Diana. Meanwhile, offense and defense combined. After Diana quickly cast a temporary cat shield on Ether, she withdrew to conserve mana. No choice, the surface of Ararid wasn't dark yet. Though Ether was on the 37th floor, his mana regeneration boosted by the Starry Abyss skill was only 16.8x normal. In these conditions, he could only maintain one Genshin summon at a time. And since this was the first time in the deep area, mana was a critical strategic resource. Not to mention when treating Lefia's wounds, they must avoid making too much noise, so as not to attract nearby monsters. Therefore, Diana couldn't use her elemental burst, the most intense special treatment, to generate a large healing field. Instead, she had to rely on the mana-consuming self-developed ice element healing spells. In short, mana had to be conserved, at least until nightfall on the surface, when the night sky mana efficiency buff would double. At that moment, boom! From behind, a loud explosion echoed as Xiao destroyed the Wormwell's magic stone. Instantly, the large body, previously turning to ash, shattered completely. Ether noticed, the higher the monster's potential threat, the slower its body turns to ash. If these were upper-level goblins or mid-level hellhounds, they'd have disintegrated within a second and returned to the dungeon's mother's embrace. But this Wormwell lasted until its magic stone, its energy core, was shattered, only then losing the ability to maintain its form. Sigh, it still feels like a loss, even though I'm not short on money. With a little hoarding syndrome flaring up, Ether couldn't help but grimace. Such a huge magic stone, did fried potato ball eat too much and get sick? Sigh. He sighed again, looking over at Xiao. Those monsters, are they called Spartoy? The tattooed youth held a refined level 2 white tassel spear, expression calm but frowning slightly as he stared at the roughly 1.4-meter tall Spartoy ahead, about half a head shorter than him. According to Ether's plan, destroying the Wormwell's magic stone had two purposes. 1. To attract nearby monsters' attention. 2. To prevent any monsters from eating the magic stone and spawning even stronger enhanced variants. As for these three newly hatched Spartoy, Ether didn't know how these skeleton-type monsters digest magic stones, and frankly, he didn't have the strength to experiment right now to satisfy his curiosity. There are 3 Spartoy in total. The youth stood firm with a spear in hand. Let's try to fight them first. 69, 3 against 1, getting killed by 2, are you even playing right? As the only 5-star character currently available to Ether, Xiao is undoubtedly the strongest among all the Genshin avatars. After all, he's one of the tier 1 3Cs of Leia. Right now, Xiao wields a white tassel spear. Though technically only a 3-star Genshin weapon, after being refined to level 2, it gains a special effect that increases normal attack damage by 30%. Add in the bonus critical rate, and bang! Between the grey-white rocky walls, the tattooed youth felt the force transmitted through the spear's handle and inwardly made some calculations. Monsters with potential ability LV.4. These demonic fiends, in terms of raw power, I can barely stand up to them now. Still. His gaze sharpened. Ahead, among the 3 freshly hatched Spartoy, only one was engaged in battle with Xiao. The ram darted around him rapidly, occasionally snapping its mouth, basically opening and closing the top skull and revealing jagged fangs for a tearing attack. It was fast. Much faster than Xiao's current, relatively low base stats. Meanwhile, the other 2 monsters at the side had quietly disappeared. Xiao recalled the info from Ether, his real body. Spartoy are skeletal monsters. Though weaker in strength compared to the Earthborn monsters from higher floors, they possess a sort of invisibility ability. Since they lack flesh and blood, a ragged cloak-like layer of protective skin extends from the back of the skull, covering their necks. Thanks to this skin, Spartoy easily blends into dark surroundings, adopting stealthy, assassin-like behavior. As mentioned before, the deeper the dungeon floor, the smarter the monsters. At the 37th floor, Spartoy has battle experience. They even retreat when sensing tough opponents, trailing for long periods patiently hunting for a one-hit kill. Hence, adventurers call them death assassins. Right now, thump thump. A rapid drumming sound, like a racing heartbeat, echoed. The 2 invisible Spartoy were about to enter Xiao's hostility detection range. Immediately, they were marked with red arrows in his vision. If Xiao focused slightly, he could even use his elemental vision to see their hidden forms. Elemental vision allows insight into energy flows. Since arriving in this world, with the Genshin system fully integrated into his power structure, it upgraded to a kind of supervision that could even perceive mana. Thanks to this, the core weakness of dungeon monsters, their magic stones, became like guiding lights in the dark for Xiao, easy to spot. With these advantages, whoosh! Like falling petals, Xiao accelerated instantly using his elemental skill Wind-Wheel Duality whenever he couldn't dodge the Spartoy attacks. Whether spinning to push back monsters or quickly retreating to keep distance from threats, it all worked perfectly. Even better. When Night Sky arrives, I can unleash my mana without holding back. No doubt, just like Fiscal's ability to release a rapid barrage of thunder, Xiao had also developed new skills, well, not exactly new. Even ignoring the mysterious celestial arts, Xiao himself had 2 abilities Ether considered very powerful and could quickly master. First, a kind of immortal art allowing him to sense whenever someone calls out the name Xiao, he will always respond. Second, Xiao can teleport. Not like Ether's teleport anchor point, limited to his own space. Xiao's flash step lets him move others too. Back in Tivat, this cool yet warm tattooed youth used this trick to save the old man who fell from the Jade Chamber, making players watch twitch like worms, cough. In short, wielding the white tassel spear, Xiao could fight Spartoy. And when using mana, his speed weakness disappears instantly. Not to mention, he hasn't even used his health-draining elemental burst Bane of Evil yet. Swish swish swish. His tattered cloak fluttered as 3 Spartoy relentlessly attacked Xiao, whose level cap was too low. Yet they still couldn't overcome this demon-slaying saint constrained by limited power. Instead, he relied on practiced footwork and mastery of normal attack, swirling dust technique. During the battle, all these monsters moved on 4 legs, but that ragged cloak blocked their limb movements, making it hard to predict their next moves from limb angles. And, shred. With a sound like a torn rag, the cloak of the Spartoy closest to Xiao bulged in 3 places. Something inside was trying to break out. Xiao stayed calm. He knew exactly what this meant. Guild intel had been helpful. Next moment, whoosh, 3 long, sharp spikes, almost like piercing stakes, burst from the Spartoy's body. In a flash, Xiao spun his spear sideways, bracing the end on the ground and launching himself off. The 3 spikes stabbed past his side, chest, and face, somewhat like a shield and spear charge in a cavalry formation. In midair, Xiao, skilled in airborne mastery, used Wind-Wheel Duality to retreat before the next attack. Elemental skill without stamina cost was indeed handy. Only downside, a 10-second cooldown that slightly restricted him. Still, he didn't need to dodge so carefully all the time. At this point, I'm pretty familiar with the deep dungeon monster's strength. From a safe distance, Xiao held his spear ready and slowly raised his left hand. Looks like, just Spartoy, I don't need to wait for night sky to fight them. His eyes narrowed. After losing a third of my health inside that giant serpent's belly, I have to end this fast. As he spoke, a strange, sinister, black jade-horned mask appeared before his handsome face. Under the mask, his golden eyes gleamed with chilling killing intent. At this moment, all three Spartoy seemed to consider retreating, especially the two who had been stealthily attacking, now slowly withdrawing on all fours. But, swish. The wind rose, dark energy flickered like a dying candle. This way. A low voice sounded beside the first Spartoy. Before it could react, its body suddenly bristled into a porcupine-like shape. Long spear-shaped wind elemental constructs grew out from the immortal spear thrust. Skeleton monsters' toughest point is their single magic stone weakness. Adventurers want those magic stones and rare monster drop materials. If you have to break the magic stone to kill a Spartoy, it's pointless hard work. That's why high-level adventurers, LV.5 and above, usually smash the skeleton's body to forcibly pull out the magic stone. Now, with only LV.20 Genshin level, Xiao was doing exactly that. One strike hit, and the first Spartoy completely shattered. He swiftly moved, the dark wind swirling around him, to the second target. Shatter. Another spear stab, another body shattered by the growing, internal attack. By now, the first Spartoy's ash disintegration was just beginning. Good luck. A whole intact Spartoy's cloak dropped onto the rocky ground. This was a rare material used for crafting high-level adventurer gear called disguise cloth. Profit. 70 Diana, endless wine jug, fill it up. Meanwhile, on the other side, when Renjiro noticed that both Razor and Zinkayu, who were idling in the background, suddenly gained a huge amount of experience points, he linked minds to briefly sense the gist of Xiao's battle. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Looks like I underestimated the combat burst potential of a 5-star Genshin character. It's been mentioned before, in the Labyrinth City or Rio, adventurers capable of level breaking are not rare. Among them, the main protagonist Belle Cranel and the side story heroine Ace Wallenstein stand out the most. Both can, under strict conditions, temporarily fight 3 levels above their own. Even Leia, the elven girl currently carried in Aether's arms, can fight 2 levels above before reaching LV.5. And for her, it's her normal state. By his earlier estimate, a 4-star Genshin can normally fight 1 level above. In burst mode, they not only keep that advantage but also make up for gaps in base stats. A 5-star Genshin, however, can normally achieve the latter, and in burst mode, fight 2 levels above. If you add in self-developed skills, innate talents, elemental team synergy, weapons, and in the future, artifact sets, then their strength can rise to an even higher level. And now it seems, Xiao doesn't even have artifacts equipped, all his skills are only LV.1, his weapon is just a 3-star white tassel refined twice, and yet he's still matching potential ability LV.4 Spartoy. And when he activates Elemental Burst, Bane of Evil, he can instantly kill them at the cost of burning his own HP. Without a doubt, 5-star characters likely normally fight 2 levels above, holding their ground head-on. And beyond that, maybe this accidental fall into the deep levels isn't entirely a bad thing. I can use these stronger monsters to polish my elemental team coordination. Truly, a promising future. But for now, this spot looks good. After running for a while with Leia in his arms, Aether finally spotted a small cave entrance at the base of a gray-white cliff to his right. He immediately summoned the cryo Genshin Diana and had her wrap him in a cat shield. With a determined heave-ho, she wiggled her little legs and slipped inside, tail swaying behind her. Not long after. Lucky. No monsters in this little chamber. Sharing Diana's vision via mind link, Aether confirmed there were no threats inside, their hostility detection wasn't triggered. He crouched down, barely managing to fit inside while carrying the badly injured, unconscious Leia. Of course, not without preparations first. Boom. At his mental command, Razor manifested a few meters behind him. The wolf boy gripped his dragonblood sword and, imitating old man Gareth from last night, began frantically smashing the ground, reshaping the terrain. Aether had him keep breaking ground while moving farther away, both covering their trail and luring away potential nearby monsters. Once done, Razor could simply be dismissed. Speaking of which, recently, Aether had gradually figured out the mechanics behind Genshin Descent summoning. The key was maximum summoning range. Currently, he could instantly summon Genshin avatars within a 7-meter radius around him by will alone. Alternatively, by chanting the incantation, "Stars, converge here," he could summon them anywhere within his line of sight. But the latter wasn't suited for stealth. Because the process resembled a gacha pull in-game, brilliant purple and golden crystals falling from the heavens. In this world, such a spectacle only happens when gods descend. Think, the movie Your Name for reference. Feels like I've basically become a stand user with a 7-meter range. Inside the cave, Ether gently laid Leia down. Diana padded closer. As a member of the Knight's line lineage in Tevat, little Diana naturally had night vision. And Razor, being a wolf boy, possessed an exceptionally sharp sense of smell. It was clear every Genshin avatar came with abilities matching their lore. That's also why Xiao could so quickly develop immortal arts. Though, for now, techniques like Dreamstride Multiverse were still beyond him. Even so, in this state, Leia can't eat a mushroom chicken skewer. Knowing the limitations of Genshin cooking, Ether stepped back to let Diana handle it. The catgirl didn't hesitate. She unhooked her cocktail shaker from her waist, the one with a cryo-vision embedded, and twisted the lid open. Normally, this was the medium for her elemental burst signature mix. She'd swat it with her tail, creating a field that both healed allies and damaged enemies with chilling mist. But now, with just Leia to treat, no need for theatrics. Splash. Using mana, Diana filled the shaker with icy liquor and sprinkled it over Leia's wounds. Soon, the cooling liquid, more effective than even Dien Sect Familia's all-heal elixir, seeped into the elf's body. Her severe burns rapidly closed, scabbed, peeled, and were replaced with fresh skin. It was a super-accelerated regeneration. A soft hum escaped Leia's lips as the itching of new skin mingled with the relief of vanished pain. Her brows twitched, shoulders shivering unconsciously. Meanwhile, Ether. Why does this feel like watering flowers? He cut himself off mid-quip, turning away helplessly. After all, Leia's clothes and armor had long since been dissolved into tatters by the Lamia serpent's stomach acid. Before, with her body scorched dark red and covered in horrific burns, nothing showed. But now, with healing complete, well, about as bare as a drunk Dr. Mobius. Smooth and spotless. See no evil, see no evil. Ether pressed both hands over his eyes in the proper pose. Then, no, wait. He muttered to himself. I've already turned my back. Why am I even covering my eyes? What the hell am I doing? 71. As everyone knows, powerful mages excel at close combat. A dozen minutes earlier, inside the dungeon's 29th floor. You're saying Ether and Leia fell into the deep levels together. Upon regrouping, the moment Finn, Reveria, and the others heard Lumen's report, their brows furrowed in deep concern. Without a doubt, in their eyes, the survival rate of a LV.2 and a LV.3 suddenly plunging into the deep levels was nearly zero. Especially Leia. The elf girl had a shaky mindset, and choking under pressure wasn't something new. As her mentor, Reveria knew this all too well. Fortunately, Ether isn't your typical LV.2. Don't worry too much. Lumen blinked, pausing, then added. He's contacting me right now. Everyone immediately gathered around her. Old Gareth was the first to ask. How's the situation over there? Ether says he and Leia were swallowed by a Wormwell, but they've already killed it and escaped. Lumen patiently relayed the message. Though Leia was injured, her life isn't in danger. She smiled reassuringly. Please relax. Ether can summon a Genshin with healing powers. Leia will be fine. At this, a collective ha of relief escaped the group, including one particular Tsundra wolf boy. TCH. Always causing trouble. Bet clicked his tongue, then glanced at his captain. Finn, I'll bring those two rookies back. But Finn shook his head calmly. Not if it's the 37th floor. You alone won't cut it. Since this is a rescue mission, we'll need to assemble a proper search team. No need to make it so complicated. Lumen cut in. I can sense Ether's location. Just take me with you. Oh. Finn's expression softened with a rare smile. You siblings really do always manage to surprise us. He nodded. Alright then, I'll be counting on you. No problem. With her confirmation, Finn immediately began giving orders. Listen up, everyone, I'm reassigning roles. The expedition party turned to him attentively. Reveria, Gareth, you'll stay here with the main force. As for the rescue team, he scanned the group. Me, Ace, Bet, Tiona, Shen, and Lumen. That will be enough. Considering how dangerous the deep levels are, mobility is our priority. We'll find Ether and Leia as fast as possible. No one objected to the plan. As a note, if Lumen hadn't revealed her sensing ability, Finn would have taken Reveria instead. After all, when Reveria unfolded her wide-area magic circle, it doubled as a detection field. It was her usual method to lock onto enemy units. That's why the elves called her the Nine Hell. By repeatedly cycling through chanting incantation forcibly canceling cast, she could act as a makeshift humanoid radar. The drawback was that her detection worked best in a horizontal sweep, not a full sphere, which meant she'd have needed to descend to the 37th floor first. In any case, without Lumen, they would have had to search level by level. Thankfully, Reveria's mana pool was enormous. And even without spells, her close combat was nothing to scoff at. At LV.6, she could literally smash potential LV.6 monsters with her staff alone. Her physical prowess was ironclad, completely unlike a fragile, traditional mage. She wouldn't collapse after just a few steps. What can you say? Worthy indeed of the title strongest mage of Ororio. Middle-earth's mayor certainly set a fine precedent. Anyway, time's short. Take only the bare minimum of supplies and potions. We are moving now. Hoisting his command spear onto his shoulder, Finn added, "Shin, you'll act as a supporter for now." "No problem, Captain." The fiery Amazon actually answered with saccharine sweetness at this moment. She slung her pack over her back and came to Finn's side. "Lumen, can you keep up with our pace?" He glanced at the golden-haired, golden-eyed girl. "It should be fine." In her memory of the future, during Loki Familia's expedition to the 59th floor, even Leia at LV.3 could keep up with Finn's squad. With all her basic stats maxed at SSS, she figured that even at LV.2, she'd manage. Good. Finn chose to believe her. "Then we'll head to the 36th floor first, and from there, Lumen will guide us. Move out." Back to the present. Cold. Still. As Leia slowly regained consciousness, the first thing she saw upon opening her eyes was a pair of emerald green, glowing eyes in the dark. "Oh yeah!" She screamed, legs kicking wildly as she scrambled backward. Only to, ow, smack her bare backside against the hard stone floor. Then, shoo. The owner of those glowing eyes raised a chubby little hand, index finger to her lips in a quiet gesture. "Don't be so loud. You'll attract the monsters around here." Hearing this, an adventurer. Still groggy, Leia finally calmed down a little. She had almost thought she'd woken to a dungeon monster. Now, her first assumption was she'd been rescued by some unfamiliar adventurer while unconscious. Judging by appearances, the girl seemed like a young cat person. Age, maybe 7 or 8. Excuse me. You're finally awake." Just as Leia was about to thank her, she realized she hadn't grasped the situation yet. She didn't even notice that she had fallen all the way to the 37th floor. Nor that, just a few feet away near the cave entrance, sat another familiar figure. When she turned toward the voice, "Ether." Relief washed over her at the sight of a familiar face. Though she was closer with Lumen, seeing someone she knew made her feel much safer. She quickly realized this adorable cat person seemed acquainted with Lumen's brother. Curious, she asked, "And who is this?" "This is Diana, a Genshin I summoned." Ether explained matter-of-factly, then added, "And Leia, keep your voice down. This is the 37th floor, the deep levels. Monsters here are tough." He paused, then grimaced, pointing at her. "Also, I found a complete Spartoy hide cloak. You should use it to cover up. You're exposed." 72 Finn, a man's intuition. 72 Finn, a man's intuition. Right now, Leia was trying her very hardest to stifle a gasp by pressing both hands over her mouth. Her wide eyes trembled, the effort of forcing down that instinctive reaction nearly unbearable. But since one hand was occupied, she had only the other to tug at the edge of the Spartoy hide cloak. Problem was, her little rear was sitting right on the other end. She pulled once, then again, and again. Each attempt left her more flustered and panicked, until she was practically on the verge of tears. Ugh, why now of all times? Thankfully, before the poor girl completely broke down, Ether gave a wry smile and turned his back once more. Only then did the crimson-faced elf finally manage to steady her breath. But now, fear of the deep levels tangled with a scorching embarrassment, leaving her cheeks burning hot. Her pointed ears, trembling ever so slightly, had already flushed a vivid scarlet without her realizing. And then, Leia blinked in confusion. Why did Diana-san turn her back too? Meow. See, instinctive reactions really are hard to suppress. Elsewhere, out of my way. Boom. A massive man-eating plant exploded under the kick of one very irritable wolf boy. Bet didn't even bother picking up the dropped magic stone, he just kept running forward. Behind him, Finn casually jabbed his command spear into the ground, smashing the crystal to dust in passing. The rescue squad he had hastily assembled was now racing through the 30th floor at top speed. Everyone knew this was not the time to weigh themselves down. Leading the charge were, of course, Bet and Ace. Ace, silent as always, methodically cut down any monster that dared block their path with her unbreakable desperate sword. Bet, on the other hand, was visibly more aggressive than usual. Or perhaps, more anxious. He's desperate to reach them. Take the left fork up ahead. Finn's calm voice cut through the rush. Even mid-sprint, he could unerringly call out the correct path. This wasn't just knowing the route. Inside the head of this Paolum hero seemed to be a living map, recording countless variations of paths and detours. Supply wagons for expeditions, fast assault teams, the quickest shortcuts, all perfectly catalogued in his mind, ready for use. To the others, Shin, Tiona, and the rest of Loki Familia, it was already second nature to follow his calls. As for Lumen, being a traveler energy body, her stamina recovery was astonishing. So long as she eased her pace even slightly, she could return to peak condition within seconds. On top of that, since the Genshin system had fully integrated into this world, the old stamina bar problem was practically eliminated. Her durability stat, rated SSS, wasn't just for show. In short, anything the strongest possible LV.2 adventurer could manage, she could as well. Still, as Ether had once noted, reality wasn't like anime. Too many details were glossed over. In the show, Loki Familia descended from the 52nd to the 58th floor in mere minutes. But here, over 20 minutes had passed, and the rescue squad had only just reached the mid-30th floor. And, oi, Finn, this ain't the proper path to the floor stairway, is it? Bet barked from the front, his nose twitching. You're right. Finn answered evenly. But we don't have the time for proper. He elaborated. 200 meters ahead, there's a vertical shaft. Tiona, you'll widen it when we get there. No problem. The Amazon grinned. At LV.5, with strength, endurance, and agility all rated A, and dexterity at B, she was practically built for this. Her signature spinning double blade technique turned her into a living propeller. But then Shen, acting as a supporter, frowned thoughtfully. Captain, if we're gonna use a vertical shaft to save time, why didn't we just dive deeper through the serpent pits in the first place? We could have handled any monsters that showed up. Finn gave a wry smile. I checked before we left. When those Wormwells showed up, they shattered huge slabs of the 28th floor's rock bed. The pits are buried. To dig them open again would waste more time. He paused, thumb twitching sharply with a sudden flare of pain, far stronger than before. He hid the wince behind his usual calm. Again, this pain. Every time I think of blasting through with Riveria's magic. With the expedition still fresh from disaster, Finn didn't know why his body was warning him so violently. But he trusted his intuition. No one else knew it, but that choice saved lives. Because if they had forced the pit open, even the LV.4s among them would not have escaped unscathed. Here we are. Finn called the group to a stop. Before them was a narrow hole, barely 30 centimeters wide, piercing straight down to the 31st floor. Alrighty. Tiona wasted no time. She stepped forward barefoot, slammed her heel into the ground. Boom. The thin rock shattered, widening the shaft in a quake. One by one, the squad leapt down. Even without the physique of these first-class adventurers, Lumen had no trouble. She didn't even need her wind glider. A quick aerial slash before landing let her pull off a perfect superhero landing. Finally. Now, let me think. Finn scanned the cavern calmly after landing. Yes, this should be the B-02 route. Follow me. Without hesitation, the group pressed on. And above the dungeon, the great city of Orario was finally shrouded in night. 73 Taga, Kotoru. Ku, pigeons, in the deep levels. Inside a small cavern on the 37th floor, Leia sat in what could only be called a state of true, restless unease. Her lips pressed together as she lowered her head shyly, clutching tighter at the Spartoy hide cloak wrapped around her. Ugh, why does he always have to joke about these things? Normally, materials like this, monster drops used to make adventuring gear, were carefully treated before being worn. But now, she had no luxury to demand that. As an elf, she certainly lacked the boldness of an Amazon. Thankfully, the Spartoy was a bone-type monster, no blood, no stench, no corpse miasma. Its hide was almost inorganic in feel. All in all, it was a blessing in disguise. At least she wasn't stuck wrapping herself in something reeking of death. Just then, hungry. Ether tilted his head toward her, speaking casually. You were badly hurt earlier. Most of your skin was corroded by the Wormwell's stomach acid. Even with Diana's treatment, you still burned through a lot of stamina. Eat a little. From the small satchel at his waist, the one he used when he couldn't count on Paimon, Ether pulled a small bundle and tossed it lightly toward her. Leia instinctively reached to catch it, too quickly. The cloak slipped, leaving her flustered and scrambling once more. Fortunately, Ether didn't turn around. He stayed by the cave's entrance, on watch. With a sigh of relief, Leia finally peeked into the bundle. Inside were simple preserved rations, much like compressed biscuits. Bland, but long-lasting and life-saving in the dungeon. Most adventurers carried them. After all, a single bite at the right time could mean survival. She herself had carried some, until her equipment had been melted away inside the serpent's belly. Thinking of that, she flushed scarlet. I still don't dare ask, how exactly did he save me when I was unconscious? No, I'm pretty sure when I first woke up, I had already been completely seen, right? I'll never get married now. Tears welled in the little elf girl's eyes as her imagination ran wild. Without realizing, she whispered under her breath, Ace. I'm sorry. From the entrance, Ether turned, blinking in confusion. He found Leia pecking at the ration like a chick, nibbling in tiny bites, eating, and apologizing to Ace. How are those connected? He pictured the golden-haired, golden-eyed, expressionless swordswoman, utterly lost at Leia's logic. Forget it. Not worth trying to understand. Instead, he shifted topics. Night's fallen on the surface already. While she ate, Ether crossed his arms and thought. Right now, my main body mana recovery rate is at 33.6 times the normal level. Enough to sustain 3 Archon avatars at once. As for Lumen. He closed his eyes, focusing on the Archon system only he could access. Opening the map interface, a 3-dimensional display, he quickly locked onto Player 2's position. At this pace, it'll take a few more hours for her to catch up. Satisfied with the estimate, he leaned forward to peer outside the cave. Truth be told, a hideout like this might be safe in the middle floors. But here in the deep levels, monsters could easily sniff them out. The only reason they hadn't been attacked yet was because one of his Archon avatars was deliberately drawing aggro nearby. Previously, with his recovery rate only at 16.8 times, he couldn't sustain 2 avatars constantly, but he could prolong their duration significantly. Diana's presence served as their protective shield. Cat shield, best shield, absolutely essential. As for the one pulling enemies away, of course it was Xiao. Armed with hundreds of grilled chicken mushroom skewers, his burst could be spammed freely. Now, with night on the surface, Ether no longer needed to ration mana so tightly. He had already calculated the timing. Thanks to Xiao's activity, background EXP farming had leveled both Razor and Xingqiu close to LV.20. They'll graduate from Phase 1 soon. Ether mused. Once this expedition ends, my main body stats will soar. Then, when I finish accumulating, what heroic deed should I challenge? Just slaying a minotaur won't cut it. His brainstorming was interrupted by crack. The rock wall beside them trembled. Ether's senses sharpened instantly. Thud, thud. From his enemy detection, a huge red arrow blazed in his vision. Already prepared, he dove out of the cave in a frantic dog paddle motion. At the same time, Diana transferred her cat shield onto him by retreating, their teamwork seamless. Did he just abandon Leia? Of course not. Boom. The small cavern collapsed in an instant. Through the rubble burst a massive Wormwell, thrashing and roaring like a StarCraft Zerg tunneling beast. From a safe distance, Ether glanced over. Oh ah! Leia's cry rang out. She was slung over the shoulder of a boy almost her height, spear in hand. Xiao, recalled just in time to teleport her away. Don't move. His tone was cold, eyes locked on the gigantic monster. Another oversized monster. Ether, safe at the edge, asked calmly. Want to play Jonah again? Xiao didn't even blink. I refuse. 74, David, where everyone's basically Spider-Man. 74, David, where everyone's basically Spider-Man. Within the dungeon, any monster infamous enough to earn a nickname from adventurers or the guild, is never easy to deal with. For instance, the killer ant, known as the adventurer killer, the Wormwell. And of course, on this current floor, the Spartoy, dubbed the silent death of the deep. And many, many more. Now, the Wormwell, aside from its ability to tunnel through multiple floors, also had another name, the Omen of Calamity. Because of its absurdly massive size, even the smallest movement was enough to be classified as a natural disaster in motion. If this thing ever reached the surface, and if there were multiple of them, Rio would be half destroyed. There'd be countless civilian casualties. Judging by sheer danger alone, its apocalyptic nickname was well earned. Veteran adventurers had long since taken to calling it the Calamity Serpent. And now, Leia, are you going to fight? From Ether's point of view, they had 2 viable ways to take down the Wormwell. The first, use elemental vision to locate its weak point, then have Xiao leap in with a devastating strike. The second, add a bit of difficulty by having Leia unleash her wide-area bombardment magic to blast the beast into submission. Her magical firepower was easily on par with a level 5 mage. Enough to kill something like this. But the issue was, Leia simply wasn't used to combat in the deep levels. Granted, the moment she made up her mind to change, she could probably rise to the challenge. But now wasn't the time to wait on her resolve. Roar! The massive Wormwell had already detected their presence, and it was charging toward them, jaws wide open. Its thunderous roar echoed through the floor, rattling their eardrums. And worse. Ugh, damn it, it's all saliva. Gross as hell. Ether grimaced. No more stalling. Let's just get to it. With a flash of light, Xiao teleported to a distant outcropping and gently set Leia down. Stay alert. Defend yourself. He handed her the forest's teardrop, which he'd grabbed earlier from the collapsed cavern. Then, whoosh. Before Leia could say anything more, Xiao vanished and returned to Ether's side, standing shoulder to shoulder. In the distance, the elf girl clutched her staff tightly, emotions churning. Meanwhile, Ether calculated. This guy's no joke. Better bring in Xingqiu and Diana too. He wasn't deluded into thinking their earlier cheat when using sage shenanigans was repeatable. This time, they were facing the Wormwell head-on. Thankfully, his Starry Abyss passive was fully buffed now. At a 33.6x mana recovery rate, maintaining 3 Archon avatars was no problem. So, for a beast with defense this thick, Fiscal's long-range poking won't do much. Razor can be summoned in close range once I'm near enough, within 7 meters, for burst damage. Xingqiu and Diana will test if freeze reactions work on a creature this massive. As for me, as he focused his will, 2 flashes of light signaled the arrival of Diana and Xingqiu. Ether himself unsheathed the traveler's sword, gripping it tightly. Since mana isn't an issue now, might as well go all out from the start. Holding his blade in front of him. Mana release, pseudo-wind king barrier. A whirling torrent of wind gathered around his body. It was a technique of his own design, one Lumen had shown off many times in front of Leia and Ace. Now, he wielded it like second nature. Boom. The Wormwell had no intention of waiting for his turn. Its massive tail slammed down like a divine whip, shattering the earth and hurtling toward the 4-man team. Inside their shared mental link. Scatter. No words needed, just instinct and synced senses. Ether launched himself upward using the Wind King barrier and the wings of wind that burst from his back. Xiao grabbed Xingqiu and blinked away with his teleport. As for Diana, she was small enough that Ether just scooped her up into his arms and carried her airborne. Defensive support, online. Just to be safe, even a brittle cat shield was better than none. It could block at least one hit under the system's rules. And sometimes, one hit was all that mattered. But that wasn't all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Because Ether was carrying her, Diana didn't need to dodge, so she charged up her attack-defense hybrid skill to the max. As the cat shield formed, 5 cryo-cat claws launched forward, spiraling straight toward the massive beast. At the same time, let the rain fall. Having been teleported to the top of the serpent's head, Xingqiu activated his hydro-element skill. Guhua Sword, Rain Cutter. A blue cross-shaped slash burst outward. Hydro and cryo met, triggering the elemental reaction, freeze. Crack. For a brief second, a thin layer of ice coated the serpent's head. The freeze worked, though not for long. Likely due to the level gap, the effect was limited. The monster easily shattered it, and the momentary immobilization ended quickly. Still, Ether had expected this. And he'd already planned the next step. TCH. Xiao, eyes narrowed, didn't waste the opportunity. Activating his Enmo skill, Lemniscatic Wind Cycling, he spun forward with his spear and struck directly into one of the serpent's eyes. Squelch. Its eyeball popped. Roar. Perfectly timed coordination. The Wormwell wasn't fast, but with its enormous body, it had a huge target zone, making it easy for smaller enemies to swarm it. And now it has lost half its vision. Even if it didn't rely solely on sight, the pain sent sharp signals through its nerves. Boom, boom, boom. The earth quaked non-stop. The Wormwell, despite not being able to fly, caused massive tremors with each thrash. Even Leia, far away, staggered. If not for the nearby wall to brace against, she would have fallen flat. Back in the heat of battle. Before Xiao and Xingqiu could enter a burst state, they blinked away again. Meanwhile, Ether soared into the air, still holding Diana. TCH, just a second too slow. If Xiao had just a moment more, he could have gone straight for the brain. Oh well. He floated up to a vertical cliff wall, then, with Diana in his arms, assumed a stance like Spider-Man. 1 hand, 2 feet, stuck to the sheer surface. Nowhere to grip. No footholds. And yet, perfectly stable. If freeze reactions work, killing this thing is only a matter of time. Just then. Warning, multiple monsters are converging. The commotion attracted them. A voice came through their hidden comms link, the invisible 5th member of the party, Paimon. We need to wrap this up quickly. The real trouble's just beginning. 75, like entering Inajima underlevel. 75, like entering Inajima underlevel. Ether had always been reluctant to reveal his trump card, Paimon time, in front of others. Even when exploring the dungeon alone, he'd make Paimon support him as discreetly as possible. Now it was no different. Taking advantage of her natural invisibility and phase-through abilities, Ether had already sent her to scout the surrounding terrain. He needed to know exactly where they were. According to the guild's data, the dungeon's floors grew wider the deeper one went. By the time you reached the 40th floor, its area was roughly equal to the entirety of Ororio itself. And how big is Ororio? Ether had calculated once. If you placed 3 Colosseum-sized structures inside the city, it still wouldn't feel cramped. That meant the current floor, close to the 40th, was immense. And worse still, the 37th floor was home to a floor boss. If we stumble into the boss room without knowing our coordinates. He smirked grimly. Yeah, hands off the keyboard. Game over. No chance. At that moment. How long before the monsters surround us? Through the mental link, Ether posed the question to Paimon. Not long after. At most, 2 minutes. Invisible, Paimon's voice came crisp and urgent. These monsters are all around potential level 4 strength. They're not slow. And even though Razor wrecked some of the terrain earlier, the scope was limited. Since the dungeon's already locked onto us, it might start spawning new monsters much closer. If that happens, you'll have even less time. She was right. The fact there were so few monsters nearby right now was thanks entirely to Xiao and Razor. Ether knew well, the dungeon wasn't just stone and dirt. It was a living, thinking structure that loved toying with adventurers. Even the mighty Loki Familia had faced plenty of life-or-death crises during their expeditions. With that in mind, cut the time in half. 1 minute. If we can't kill the Wormwell by then, we switch to my decoy tactic. You keep monitoring. If anything unexpected happens, don't worry about mana. Trigger time stop immediately, then report. Decision made, sharp and swift. Got it. Paimon answered, resuming her role as observer. Back in the battlefield. Boom. It was nighttime, and Ether's mana reserves were overflowing. Xiao was blinking about constantly, dragging Xingqiu along to keep the Wormwell's attention. Honestly, the little adeptus had considered just dropping Xingqiu somewhere safe and pulling aggro alone. After all, he was the one who'd stabbed out the serpent's eye. But no luck. For all its massive size, the beast's attacks were efficient. Every sweep of its colossal tail forced Xiao to teleport or risk annihilation. That was exactly why Ether and Diana had chosen to remain up high, well away from the chaos. Ether could manage thanks to his pseudo-Wind King barrier and the boosted speed from a dual Enmo setup. But Diana, even if her fragile shield could block one hit, the cooldown 6 to 15 seconds. She's not suited for close quarters. So, clang, Ether rammed a black spear into the cliffside, creating a makeshift anchor. Diana's tail wrapped around it, freeing both her hands. With a target this big, Hunter's shot should work. Cryo-charged arrows with Zinkaya's hydro for freeze reactions. Even limiting its movement a little is worth it. As soon as Diana had her bow ready again, Ether didn't wait. He kicked off, barrier flaring, wings spreading, draining mana to gain altitude. Target, the Wormwell's head. Time to counterattack. Boom! The thunderous impacts echoed across the floor. From near the ceiling, Paimon heard them all clearly. Suspended high above the 37th floor, she overlooked everything. According to the guild, this floor, the first of the deep levels, was also called the Palace of Azure. Imagine a colossal, layered cake. Or better yet, terraced rice fields like in Kinky Village. The palace was divided by 5 massive curved walls, forming 6 distinct zones from inner to outer. Throne Hall, Knight Hall, Warrior Hall, Soldier Hall, Beast Hall. Outside the walls, at the far southern end, the floor's lowest point, lay the stairway back to the 36th floor. And deep within the throne hall lurked the floor boss. Descending further to the 38th floor meant traversing a punishingly long route due to the bizarre elevation changes. Currently, my main body and Leia are in the Warrior Hall, between the second and third walls. Not on the standard route, just our luck. To get back on track, we'll have to pass through the arena. Classic protagonist treatment. Paimon sighed. The arena, a notorious subzone in the Warrior Hall. According to records, it had abruptly formed 3 decades ago. Ever since, it constantly spawned monsters, maintaining their numbers at a frighteningly high threshold. Inside, the monsters never stopped fighting each other. When one died, a new one spawned to replace it. This endless bloodbath had raged for 30 years straight, and if any outsider entered, all fighting ceased instantly. Every monster would unite and attack the intruder as their top priority target. Rumor had it the arena bred mutated elites, individuals stronger than their base species potential. A real Gu-style kill jar, raising power through endless slaughter. It was a place even first-class adventurers feared. Thus, it was called the Endless Chalice. A cup filled not with wine, but with blood, never-ending slaughter. And come to think of it, in the original timeline, that red-eyed rabbit just hit level 4 and got wrecked here. The Familia myth almost ended early. As a side note, this place, like the Bloody Hive, was supposed to be my main farming spot later. But that's for the future. Paimon crossed her arms, shaking her head. Going in now. Way too early. Better wait for Finn's group. Especially since Leia's with us. 76, don't cue me. 76, don't cue me. Dragged everyone down again. Barefoot, wrapped only in a tattered black leather robe, the elven girl's voice was heavy with gloom. As Leia stared at the fierce battle raging ahead, feeling the tremors beneath her feet, she reminded herself again and again not to be dead weight, yet her legs still trembled uncontrollably. No matter what I tell myself, the fear swelling inside refuses to fade. Just like back when I adventured with Miss Ace, I can't do anything now either. All she could do was watch. Again. And when she realized she didn't have to fight, and didn't have to face those terrifying monsters, she actually felt relieved. I'm so useless. Completely useless. I can't do anything. The thought stung sharper than any wound. If not for Ether saving her earlier, he never would have been swallowed by the Wormwell, dragged down into this treacherous deep floor. And he was Aurario's rising star, the rookie who had reached level 2 in just a single week. If he were to die because of her. On the small scale, Leia knew she'd be racked with guilt forever. But on a larger scale it could even spark a war between Aurario's 2 greatest familias. All because of me. No, I won't let that happen. For everyone's sake too have to pull myself together. Biting her lip, Leia tightened her grip on her staff, Forest's Tear. She struggled to steady her heartbeat, which was racing wildly from fear. She pounded her trembling thighs with clenched fists, leaving faint red marks on her pale skin. It didn't help. Then, if we run into monsters, just chant your spells freely. I'll protect you. The sudden memory, paired with his calm smile and slightly narrowed eyes, washed over her. That gentle, familiar tone. Her chaotic, suffocating thoughts were swept clean in an instant. Shame bloomed so strong she wished she could bury her face in her chest, yet her mind was crystal clear. So light. Boom. The serpent slammed into the cliff, forcing Xiao and Zinkayu to teleport away. The shockwave knocked Leia off her feet. And just like that, the illusion broke. No, my body isn't light at all. But her thoughts were no longer clouded. At least, not for now. What a strange feeling. For the first time in a long while, the elf girl felt no fear. She was a gifted mage, believed by her peers to have potential even beyond Reveria herself. Such talents must learn to seize fleeting chances, or they'd never grow. And right now Leia did just that. She steadied her breath. She knew exactly what she had to do. Proud warrior, snipers of the forest. Take up your bows before the advancing plunderers. Both the Traveler twins and the Genshin spirits possessed elemental sight, able to read the flows of energy around them. Ether, Lumen, Xiao, Xingqiu, and Diana all had theirs open, eyes locked on the Wormwell's weak points. But the truth was, their earlier tactic of attacking from within its belly had only worked due to special circumstances. This monster, a potential level 4 threat, and a colossal one at that, wouldn't fall so easily. Monsters of the deep were frighteningly intelligent. The Wormwell only burrowed upward because it knew going deeper meant certain death. It would never dare charge into the throne hall to face a floor boss. And after losing an eye, it had grown extremely wary of freeze reactions. That was why the four-man squad still hadn't managed to defeat it. But now, answer the call of your brethren and ready your arrows. Tinge them with flame, the lamplight of the forest. Though her voice didn't reach the battlefield, the violent surge of mana from Lefia's chant did. So much power, far beyond a typical level 3 threat, drew every eye. The Wormwell's remaining pupil locked onto her. She must be eliminated first. Roar. Ignoring Ether's group, it coiled its titanic body like a drill, no, like a massive tunneling machine, and charged straight for her. Lefia's eyes squeezed shut from the moment her chant began. Maybe from fear of failing again. Maybe from lack of experience. Release them, the fire arrows of the fairies. Falling like rain, burn away the savages. The ground trembled harder and harder. The deafening rumble drew closer. She nearly broke. Nearly gave up again. But then, no matter what, never look away from your enemy. The gentle voice whispered in her ear. Her feet suddenly left the ground. She opened her eyes on instinct. The first thing she saw was the sharp, beautiful profile of the young adeptus. Then she realized. She was in the air. And below. Boom. The spot she'd just been standing in was annihilated by the serpent strike. Terror lingered in her chest. But, Fusillade Philarica. Her eyes blazed with resolve. At her final chant, her trigger word, dozens of crimson magic circles bloomed around her and Xiao. Bang, 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 bang. Fiery bolts streaked downward like a torrential downpour. If Ether remembered right, this barrage was strong enough to fell a cannon dragon from the 58th floor. Perfect for the Wormwell. Hiss. Sensing imminent death, the beast panicked. It tried to flee. But, target confirmed. Rain cutter, unleash. Ether had already anticipated this. As Xiao whisked Lefia into the air, Diana lost her charged cryo arrow. Meanwhile, Xingqiu, positioned directly above the serpent, activated Gehua sword, rain cutter, sending down 3 hydro swords in a crushing assault. The Wormwell's size, its greatest weapon, became its fatal flaw. The freeze reaction lasted only a heartbeat, but wind converges though this isn't my skill. Anmo conversion, cryo, swirl. A third of the serpent's body flash froze under a thick layer of frost. Ether wasted no time. He soared higher with his pseudo-wind king barrier and wings, pulling Xingqiu back with him. And then, Lefia released her firestorm, deliberately avoiding Ether's flight path. Kaboom! The sky rained fire. The Wormwell was engulfed completely. Smoke and flames blanketed the battlefield. But this time, there was no smoke without fire. The monster's core magic stone shattered. It didn't even manage a final scream before. Whoosh! Its body exploded into a massive cloud of black mist. Nothing remained. Not even ash. 77. The DNA of a high-rank outlander stirred. Dungeon, 35th floor. Once we go down this vertical shaft, we'll arrive at the 36th floor. When Finn said this, more than 3 hours had already passed. The Paolum hero looked toward the blonde-haired, golden-eyed girl in a flowing skirt and asked, Lumen, you're still maintaining live contact with Ether, right? Yes. The mind link hasn't been interrupted. Lumen nodded. Ether and Lefia are currently on the eastern edge of the 37th floor's Warriors Hall. They've been moving along the edge of that forbidden zone. They're both uninjured. Lefia still has plenty of mana, her MP bar isn't empty, she hasn't entered a mental fatigue state. After reporting this, TCH, figures they'd fall into that hellhole. Bet clicked his tongue. 2 rookies lasting this long guess they're lucky. He almost seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, though the oblivious Tiona didn't notice the subtle change. Resting her massive double blades on her shoulder, she immediately started bickering. Bet, you're acting weird. Don't tell me you're scared of the infinite chalice. Ha! The wolfman's signature gruff tone rang out. Stupid Amazon. You think I'd be scared of a dump like that? They're just a bunch of LV.4 trash mobs. What's there to fear? Even if I... Enough. We don't have time for banter. Finn's stern voice cut them off. He raised a serious reminder. That arena is crawling with enhanced species. Bet, Tiona, you are not to let your guard down. Understood. Oh. TCH. Yeah, I get it. Bet waved a hand impatiently. Let's move. The last thing I want is to reach the 37th and find out we came for nothing. Finn nodded his approval. One by one, the party leapt into the shaft. Notably, they didn't jump in together. This was an adventurer's detail worth remembering. The shaft was too narrow. Jumping all at once would restrict their movements. By staggering their descent, those who came later could observe from above, better analyzing the situation and providing backup if anything went wrong. First went Bet, then Tiona, followed by Ace, Lumen, Shin, and finally Finn. A mix of agility and strength, with deliberate positioning to shield Lumen. Finn's handiwork, clearly. When all had landed safely, Lumen, notify Aether and Leia. Tell them to start moving toward the arena. We'll rendezvous there and then proceed as planned. His sharp eyes swept the group. No one acts recklessly in that forbidden zone. Clear. Especially you, Ace. The captain didn't call out bet this time. Instead, his words struck the Sword Princess directly, his tone unusually severe. I know you're strong. I know you're determined. But if your recklessness endangers others, that's not an outcome you want, is it? I understand, Finn. Ace's reply was soft. I'll follow the plan. As she spoke, the tension in her brows seemed to ease. Finn had noticed her subtle change. Perhaps Riveria would have noticed too, had she been here. Ace seems provoked by the Twin Stars' performance. Finn's thoughts darkened. I can understand that feeling, but gods, I hope she doesn't lose control later. With that, move out. Finn tapped the ground with his dominant spear. Target, 37th floor. Infinite Chalice Arena. Meanwhile, on the 37th floor, Warriors Hall, Eastern Edge. Leia, fall back and conserve your mana. We're going to need your magic soon. Ah, yes. At Aether's order, the elf girl quickly retreated to the safest spot in their formation. Around her stood Aether, Xiao, Diana, Xingqiu, and occasionally Razor and Fiscal, appearing to handle sudden threats. For hours, they had been weaving in and out of combat, striking and retreating. Since the Wormwell's defeat 3 hours ago, Leia had once again witnessed the overwhelming might of the Twin Stars. Even with just Aether present, his summoned allies fought relentlessly, seemingly inexhaustible in stamina and mana. Moves that clearly devoured MP were unleashed again and again without pause. Fiscal, for instance, had used her Midnight Phantasmagoria multiple times to pin down powerful enemies. It worked wonders against anything not classified as an ultra-large monster. Then there were Diana's shields, Xingqiu's sword arts, and Xiao's teleportation strikes. It was only thanks to these that a group of LV.2 adventurers could hold their own against swarms of LV.4 beasts, executing guerrilla warfare. Several times, Leia had tried to cast supportive spells, but Aether had stopped her. He only allowed her to use Arched Lightning, a tracking spell, sparingly. The truth was clear: her wide-area bombardment magic, Fusillade Philerica, would be crucial in the Infinite Chalice arena. They couldn't afford to drain her mana now. Finally, that's the edge of the Forbidden Zone ahead. Retreating while fending off 3 Spartoy, they reached one of the entrances to the arena. According to Guild Intel, the Infinite Chalice had 4 exits at the north, south, east, and west. The southern connected to the regular route of this floor. The arena's rim spanned over 300 meters, with 2 6-meter-wide cross-shaped bridges forming its only paths. Beneath lay a pit more than 10 meters deep, lined with jagged stone spikes. Fall in, and you'd be impaled like a pincushion. So in truth, this chalice resembled less a cup than a basin. A blood basin. The monsters fought endlessly upon those bridges, their battles ceaseless through the years. Given this, soon, Finn's group will launch a diversion from the southern entrance, drawing the enhanced species toward them. Aether briefed Leia mid-combat. Listen, when we set foot inside, start chanting Fusillade Philerica immediately. No matter what happens, don't stop. Focus only on finishing the spell. Understood? Yes. Leia nodded hard. This time, she swore she would not falter, not be a burden, not betray their trust. Her brows furrowed as she steeled herself. But then, the moment she stepped into the Forbidden Zone, her mind froze. Roar, clang, whoosh, battle cries, the clash of blades, the hiss of bodies turning to ash. Blood and flesh monsters, lizardmens and Peluda basilisks, were tearing into anything that moved. Bones shattered beneath stomping feet. Even skeletal creatures, the rams and chthonic men, had their hollow sockets burning with eerie red light. The air was thick with bloodlust, heavy enough to choke. Their sheer power was overwhelming. This is insane. And for once, it wasn't just her. Even Aether faltered for a moment. Then, wow, look at all that EXP. Aether grinned. 78, surprised, huh, Grandpa can fly. In this age of descent, this fantastical world where gods walk among mortals, adventurers blessed with fauna still needed to slowly accumulate progress in their basic abilities. So within the community of adventurers, there existed a concept not unlike a gamer's term, experience points. Not digitized like in virtual games, but close enough in meaning, killing monsters gaining experience. Because of this, Leia immediately understood what Aether had meant when he just spoken about EXP. But perhaps because of that. Aether-san, you're scary. The elf girl instinctively took a half step back. Really, Leia? Yet she didn't even realize that this little reaction had already lessened her fear of the Forbidden Zone. Seizing the moment. No time for pleasantries. Aether didn't care if she was scared of him or not. He stepped forward, bent down, and before she could even react, scooped her up in a princess carry. No need to guess, her face instantly flushed red. But Aether had no time to pay attention to that. Leia, start chanting. His tone was sharp, urgent. Through Starfire's flowing light's twin star sensory link, he'd already confirmed that Lumen and Finn's team had just arrived at the southern entrance. Sure enough, boom, a massive sound erupted from afar. The Infinite Chalice's monsters, half of them at least, were drawn away toward Finn's diversion. Timing perfectly, Ether spread his wings of wind, his body shrouded in the pseudo-domain of the Wind King. Mana flared outward, granting him temporary flight. The moment he stepped into the forbidden zone. Leia. Yes, sir, Without even considering the narrow, monster-packed bridges, Ether leapt straight off the side. And then, surprised, Grandpa can fly. No doubt, this instantly bypassed the melee specialist threats like Spartoy and Thonic Men, though it nearly scared Leia half to death. And then, swish swish swish. From deeper inside the 37th floor, another menace appeared, Pelluda basilisks. Dangerous beyond measure. They were dragon-type monsters, already among the strongest categories. Worse, they could fire volleys of venomous quills. A single basilisk could create a dense barrage. Even LV.4 adventurers, with their status abnormal resistance, couldn't withstand the poison. The hard-earned lesson of veterans was clear. If you get hit, forget antidotes. Unless you've got Dien Sect Familia's absurdly expensive cure, start cutting the poisoned flesh off. Now, defensive measures. Seeing the deadly barrage streaking toward the midair, Ether quickly summoned Diana. A translucent cat shield wrapped around him and Leia. That was insurance. Then, WHRR. He knew the Pelluda basilisks fired from their backs, like spiny hedgehog lizards. Their soft underbellies were their weakness. So Ether deployed Shao. SHNK. A cold gleam, then a spear strike like a dragon's lunge, followed by lemniscatic wind cycling. Slash. One basilisk crumbled to ash. The next second. Boom. The spot Shao had stood on was smashed by several lizard men wielding dungeon-born white rock axes. The blow split stone with raw power, far beyond normal LV.4s. Thankfully, Shao's specialty was speed and reaction. Teleportation saved him. Meanwhile, roar. Some crazed Spartoy hurled themselves from the bridge in a suicidal leap toward Ether's midair zone. So you'd rather die, as long as you can take a bite of me, preferably my head, Stay back. Razor manifested, his wolf spirit flaring. Even without his elemental burst lightning fawn, the young wolf boy called forth the thunder wolf spirit, claws raking alongside his greatsword, cutting down the airborne ram's desperate charge. Truthfully, if he weren't holding Leia, Ether would have struck a JoJo pose right there. Damn, my stand user DNA is buzzing right now. And then, release them, the fire arrows of the fairies. Falling like rain, burn away the savages. Fusillade Philarica. The moment Ether recalled Razor from his own fall, Leia's wide area bombardment spell completed. Magic circles bloomed one after another, pouring down streams of searing flame. Boom boom boom. Thunderous roars shook the air. Feels like this little duo of ours should be called High Ether Bombing Unit. Ether chuckled inwardly, still holding Leia tight. Though the girl, blushing and flustered, could only sense his seriousness, not his bad jokes. But her mixed emotions didn't last. Oi, you little pests, stop causing trouble. What are you dawdling for over there? The sharp voice came from ahead. Both Ether and Leia turned. Leia, big brother. Glad you're safe. Hurry up. Beside Bet, who grumbled in silence, Finn only smiled faintly while Ace focused silently on cutting down more enemies. Tiona and Shin waved a casual greeting. As for Lumen, ride the wind. Even as a LV.2, she conjured a roaring tornado with her elemental burst gale rising, holding the stronger monsters at bay. Phew, made it safely. Ether landed, said nothing else. Cover our retreat. Cover our retreat. To others, they looked like siblings carrying Leia out together. In truth, it was Finn's planned strategy. Watching their backs retreating. Should I say, as expected of the twin stars. Finn gave a wry smile. After all these years, this is the first time I've led such an easy rescue mission. Well then, the objective's complete. Everyone, withdraw. His veteran officers, equally strong, grinned as they turned to retreat. Nearby. Oi, wait, you guys, whoa. Bet, a half-beat too slow, nearly got gored by a Spartoy. But Tiona spun her twin blades, cutting it down with a single sweep. Bet, you're so lame. Blah, grr. The werewolf's rage nearly boiled over. Worse, Ace turned her blank gaze his way, tilting her head in innocent puzzlement. Is Bet really lame? TCH. Banter and brawls continued as the group fled under the monster's howls. Meanwhile, the young adept left behind as rearguard, Shao, took down another basilisk. With that, Razor and Zinkayu both leveled up to LV.20. At last, I've completed my first growth stage. Recalling Shao, Ether's mood soared. 79, feels good to be home. 79, feels good to be home. 5 days later, on the surface of Ororio, in the central plaza of the Tower of Babel. We're finally back. Tiona spread her arms wide like she was praising the sun. Yay, I'm going home and sleeping for an entire day. Unfortunately, as an A-class tourist attraction herself, she didn't quite give off the aura of dignity one might expect. A tragic story indeed. Cough cough. Beside her, Ugh, we didn't find any decent water to bathe in these past days. Once we're back at the residence, Lumen, want to join me? Faced with Shin's sudden ambush of a suggestion, the blonde, golden-eyed Lumen froze, her reaction a beat too slow. Ether, Renjiro, also instinctively stopped in his tracks. That pause didn't escape the eyes of a certain gray-tailed werewolf youth nearby, hands stuffed in his pockets, who gave them a suspicious look. Gray tail twitch. Finally. I actually have a skill that keeps my body clean at all times. Lumen raised her hands awkwardly as if pushing invisible air, forcing a sheepish smile. Shin tilted her head, curious. But Tiona hurried forward, sniffing experimentally. Moments later. She's right. Lumen smells faintly fresh, a kind of scent I've never smelled before. It's actually nice. Her eyes sparkled with envy. When you stayed with us before, I never saw you use the baths either, so that's the reason. What a convenient skill. Shin muttered inwardly, just how many skills do you have? At that moment. Sorry, everyone. Lumen and I need to excuse ourselves. Ether pointed toward the top of the Tower of Babel. We must report the details of this expedition to Freya-sama immediately. Hearing this. Understandable. Finn nodded with a smile. We'll be reporting to Loki as well. Whenever you two are free, you're welcome to visit Twilight Manor. You'll always be welcome there. Of course, of course. Oh, right. Ether clapped his hands. There's a tavern on West Street I know, the food's amazing. As thanks for all your help, Lumen and I want to treat everyone to a banquet tomorrow. Do you and your Familia have time, Finn? Finn chuckled. Well, normally, after every expedition, our Familia holds a victory banquet the next day. But since it's your invitation, we'll gladly accept. He didn't say the rest out loud. This expedition had gone poorly. At the 28th floor, the party had been ambushed by a Wormwell, forcing them to retreat without reaching the new frontier. Supplies had been devastated, losses heavy. Originally, Finn had planned to dip into Loki's treasury with some clever tricks to fund the celebration. But now why refuse when it's a win-win? And so, their plans aligned smoothly. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Even stoic Ace, expression barely shifting, bid Lumen farewell. The two parties, belonging to different familias, finally went their separate ways. Ether, still in Starfire's flowing light mode, considered whether to teleport to save time, but then noticed a massive figure half hidden, poorly, behind a tree. Otter. Or, as the Catman Vice Captain Allen once described him, that guy looks like a load-bearing pillar. Absolutely hopeless at hiding. Harsh but accurate. Indeed, the tree didn't come close to concealing Otter's bulk. Other adventurers in the plaza had already backed away nervously, leaving a clear space around him. Not that Otter seemed to notice, or care. Once he confirmed Ether had spotted him, and that the Loki Familia had left, the silent warrior strode forward, stopping before Ether and Lumen. My lady wishes to see you. Got it. Ether nodded and turned to leave with Lumen. He noticed Otter hadn't moved, so he turned back. You're not coming. I only deliver her message. Oh. Ether understood. So Freya doesn't want even Otter, who was there that day, learning more about me, keeping it secret even from him, thinking that. Thanks for the trouble. He gave Otter a polite nod before departing with Lumen toward the Tower of Babel. Watching them go. Not enough. Otter's voice rumbled deep. But you've already reached a new height. Good. You haven't let my lady down. Muttering cryptically, Otter turned and left. He had preparations to make. A solo expedition into the deep floors awaited him. 10 minutes later. The Tower of Babel, the tallest structure in the known world, built 1,000 years ago by the great craftsman Daedalus. Inside, magic stone elevators carried people up swiftly, at least until the 20th floor. Beyond that was the divine realm, where mortals weren't allowed. No elevators there. So if Ether wanted to meet Freya on the top floor, he had to climb. Honestly, does the goddess of beauty live up here just because she's too lazy to climb stairs? Still, even without Starfire's flowing light, his body wasn't normal. Unlike Hermes, who once nearly got banished back to heaven just from overexerting, Ether had no trouble. At last, he reached the familiar chamber. You've come. Am I not supposed to? Freya, lounging elegantly on her throne before the great window, tilted her head curiously at him. Cough, don't mind me, sis. Just kidding. He dismissed Starfire's flowing light, returning to his true form. Rolling his neck and stretching, he flexed his stiff muscles, though really, that stiffness was just in his head. The truth, maintaining Starfire's flowing light didn't cause fatigue or muscle deterioration. If he wanted, he could mimic DC's Black Adam and achieve a form of pseudo-immortality via split-body transformation. But that's a thought for another day. Freya watched him approach, long legs crossed, listening lazily. This expedition lasted barely over a week. You're back so soon. Yeah. At the 28th floor, a Wormwell ambush destroyed most of our supplies. We couldn't push further into the new frontier. That day, Lephia, the 1000-spell elf, and I even fell to the 37th floor after we were rescued. The party stayed in the lower floors for a while. I think Finn wanted to return early. He rattled on for a while. Freya kept her languid pose, expression unreadable but clearly listening. A shame. The Goliath on the 17th floor's already been slain by Rivera's adventurers. I'd hoped to try a solo kill. Ether trailed off, only to find Freya smiling slyly at him, eyes glittering with interest. He leaned back a little, wary. Then, sis, it's been a while. Want some skewers, mushroom and chicken? The abrupt shift made her blink. Then, with surprising enthusiasm, yes. Her answer came with unmistakable delight. 80, a Familia of one. So, what's it like when a deity of another Familia grants their children updated status? In the Loki Familia, for example, that mischievous, red-haired, Kansai dialect, squinty-eyed goddess, what a mouthful, would surely wiggle her 10 fingers like writhing octopus tentacles, cackling ee-hee-hee like some veteran pervert while drooling at the corners of her mouth. Oh, you're saying the one getting their status updated right now is Bet? Well then, never mind. And in the original future timeline, the Hestia Familia, let's just say, picture that scene where a certain Smurf alien was dragged into the mud by his ancient ex-girlfriend Ka-chan. Pretty much the same vibe. As for Ether, you've gained quite a lot this time, chomp. Behind him came the soft munch of chewing. Normally, when Freya sat cross-legged on her throne by the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking Ororio, she would always have a crystal goblet of wine in hand. But today, sis, could you not drip godly blood while gnawing skewers? Sitting obediently on the small bench before her throne, shirt off, back exposed for the blessing's crest, Ether tilted his head with exasperation. Are you sure your hands aren't greasy? How rude of you. Freya raised one elegant hand, manifesting the glowing aura of Arcanum, and replied in a mock-scolding tone. Your big sister has been paying close attention to every bit of your growth, you know. So you're not denying your hands aren't clean, huh? Ether gave her an utterly deadpan look. The goddess of beauty on her throne fell silent. For quite a while. Would you like a surprise? She changed the subject. Ether's expression twisted oddly. At this rate, even the great final boss of the original timeline's gone completely off-script thanks to me. Still, not necessarily a bad thing. Ether wasn't fond of troublesome confrontations, especially the kind that forced him into conflict with acquaintances. If things could be diverted, all the better. What kind of surprise? He decided to play along with his sultry elder sister. You can check your status sheet for the changes in your basic stats once I finish the imprint. But you've also gained a brand new skill. One I've never seen before. Extremely powerful. That did catch Ether off guard. Just then, she pressed the parchment against his back, the divine light seeping into his skin as the blessing updated. Status update, Renjiro, Ether. Level 1. Stats. Strength, G, 260E, 439. Endurance, G, 259F, 352. Dexterity, G, 298D, 512. Agility, F, 303D, 520. Magic, B, 777S, 998. Skills, Starry Abyss, Crown of Insight. Magic, Paimon Time, Genshin Descent, Starfire's Flowing Light. Naturally, his eyes shot straight to the new skill. Crown of Insight. Can only be activated if affection level conditions are met. Allows analysis, acquisition, and use of skills, magic, and even divine authorities. Different tiers require corresponding levels of affection. Range, 7 meters radius. Direct contact greatly improves efficiency. Forced affection increases through means such as charm are ineffective. Cannot be activated while in Starfire's flowing light state. Skill/magic gained and affection do not carry over in that state. Ether instinctively leaned back in a tactical recline. At that moment, little brother looks like you're destined to become quite the sinful man, HM. Hee. Freya leaned down, whispering playfully in his ear. Why does this feel familiar? Like that pink-haired fox from Tibet who stripped the traveler bear with nothing but words. Still, right now, Ether looked at Freya, realization dawning. Affection level 8 required. Divine authority like charm and eye of soul perception locked until level 10. And parsing time what? 10,000 years. He nearly cursed aloud. Seeing his turmoil, Freya chuckled softly. Be content. You now have the potential to brush against the realm of the gods. That fact alone is enough to shock the world. And besides, 10,000 years isn't that long. Well, maybe not for gods who'd lived hundreds of millions of years. Of course, Ether already knew how best to use Crown of Insight. But first, this skill can't be revealed lightly. Of course. Freya nodded. If you choose to be honest with close ones, you may share some details. But the part about parsing divine authorities, that must never be exposed. After all, while we gods might not mind, or even look forward to it, the trouble that would follow would be immense. You wouldn't enjoy being endlessly hounded by fools without an ounce of sense, would you? Yeah. Ether agreed. As always, I've locked your status. She reminded him. Be careful of anyone trying to use unlocking potions to peek. Got it. He nodded, still scanning the parchment intently. Noticing his focus, Freya hesitated a moment, weighing pros and cons. Finally, as though deciding something, she reached beneath her throne's hidden compartment and pulled out another parchment. Clearly a confidential document, given the hiding spot. She handed it to Ether. I'd originally planned to wait until you reached level 2 to tell you this. But perhaps now you should know early. Her secrecy piqued his curiosity. "Oh, what's the big deal? You're being so formal." Relaxed tone, but his eyes moved to the parchment. He could now read the world's common tongue. Basically English letters were reshaped. A bit clunky, but the grammar matched. Reading. Ether, Level 1, Title, None, Race, Human, Profession, Adventurer, Wait, this is my guild registry. Keep reading. Dungeon reached, first floor. Further down. Affiliation, Frig Familia Ether blinked. Frig Familia. At that moment, the goddess known across the land as Aurario's queen smiled sweetly. Well. Clad in her black-red gown, the centuries-old, millennia, really, beauty gave him a playful look, like she was waiting for praise. "You're my very first child. The first member of the Frig Familia. So from now on you'll have to work hard, captain of the Frig Familia." Footnotes. Frig Familia Freya has taken on the divine name Frig, signifying a new familia, of which Ether is the very first member. 81 You gods of heaven really know how to play. When Ether saw the words Frig Familia written on his guild registry, a lot of things that had puzzled him in the past finally made sense. For example, before this expedition, when he went to the Freya Familia's base, Folkvandr, to pick up equipment in person, the only person he saw the whole time was Otter. That night, it felt just like when a certain Canadian actor regretted doing Green Lantern and later played Deadpool, standing in front of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters only to find Colossus, clearly CGI'd, and no other X-Men, prompting a snarky jab about the studio's budget being too low to hire more cameos. Anyway, so this was part of your plan all along, sis. Ether couldn't help himself. As much as he wanted to tease her, he was actually very satisfied with Freya's move. After all, the Freya Familia, being the largest faction in Aurario, had plenty of enemies both in the open and behind the scenes. Even if Freya herself didn't care about such petty clowns, Ether hated being constantly bogged down by trouble. So, of course, having a SMUF account always works wonders when it comes to handling annoying matters. He glanced at Freya. "But are you sure this identity of yours is safe enough?" Seeing his concern. "Don't worry. Even in heaven, aside from Odin, no one knows the real relationship between the Queen of Heaven, Frigg, and the Goddess of Beauty, Freya." Freya smiled with absolute confidence. "Besides, I'm not the only one like this. So no one would suspect me just because of this trait." Ether nodded. It made sense. Heaven did have certain reclusive gods who had never met the others face to face. Not to mention, Hestia herself had the alias Vesta. And more outrageous still, according to Earth's mythology, the smith god Hephaestus was a man, married to the goddess Aphrodite. But in Danmachi's world, Hephaestus was female and, well, she had even dated Aphrodite. Yes, that red-haired, one-eyed elder sister figure who had been Hestia's meal ticket for months, back in heaven, she had been Aphrodite's boyfriend. Of course, the airhead beauty that was Aphrodite had gone and cheated right in front of her spouse's eyes. That night, Hephaestus snapped. Transforming into a goddess of wrath, she tied Aphrodite to the bed and made her go through this and that for a very long time. Ever since, Aphrodite carried deep trauma. The moment she saw Hephaestus, she couldn't even straighten her back, stammering like ABA whenever she tried to speak. And in the original timeline here, when poor Welf learned about these heavenly tales, the guy, who prided himself as a man who never chills iron, broke down on the spot, bawling in Captain Olga's voice. So pitiful. Ahem. All in all, Ether had finally pieced together the messy as a tangled braid relationships between the gods here. Similar to Earth's myths, though with notable differences. For example, the connection between the goddess of beauty Freya and the queen of heaven Frigg. Even Earth's Norse mythology had debates on whether they were the same deity. And taking it a bit further, didn't that game, the god of war and his illiterate bald dad, also set up something like this? So that means, Ether's face twisted oddly again. If Hestia really did end up with that red-eyed bunny boy, then what does that make Zeus? I call you sister-in-law, granddaughter-in-law, you call me grandpa, little brother. This family tree is broken. At that moment, what are you brooding over? Freya knew he was overthinking again, but seeing his troubled face, she asked casually. Well, sis, let's say. Ether looked uncomfortable. If someone's grandson fell in love with his own big sister, how would you count the family ranking? At first, Freya thought he was making some sly jab at her, ready to scold him for getting cheeky. But after watching closely, she realized his gaze wasn't even on her. Clearly, he had another example in mind. Besides, she'd never had a little brother. And Ether was still too young to have grandkids. So, what nonsense is this? Some kind of Zeus story. Her instinctual reply. Ether's lips twitched. Guessed it in one. That's not female intuition anymore, that's Zeus tier bullshit. Of course, Ether knew mentioning this would give Freya something to chew on later. But unlike before, he didn't feel the need to hide it anymore. He never liked the idea of fate. And if it did exist, it better be the kind that could change. Otherwise, this so-called reality was no better than a single-thread video game. He had long stopped seeing the people here as NPCs. This was his life now. A life he intended to truly live. So, sis, where's our Frig Familia's base? After all, he needed a home to live in. There isn't one. Seeing his stunned face, Freya smirked. A Familia starting from zero, that's common sense. Oh, and another thing. Her eyes narrowed mischievously. You'd better not dip into Ether and Lumen's funds. Those are still the Freya Familia's property. If you steal, I'll gladly launch a war game against you. Ether finally understood. You're enjoying this, aren't you, sis? Ehehe. Freya didn't deny it, putting on a cheeky seer face. No doubt, she wasn't a pure chaos goddess, but if she could both help her little brother hide his identity and entertain herself harmlessly, why wouldn't she? And besides, you're still only level 1. Earning money and growing step by step, that's what makes it real, right? Yes, that had always been the plan. 200 Power Stones bonus chapter. 82 Lumen. The Loki Familia is already in my grasp. The plan was settled by that evening. The fresh-faced LV.1 adventurer, Ether Renjiro, would devote himself to fighting for the bright future of the Frigg Familia. But come the next morning, I suddenly understand the true meaning of the phrase, being stretched too thin. Hee. Early in the morning, Ether, in his Starfire state, and Lumen left the Tower of Babel together. Both had their own busy agendas for the day. Lumen, naturally, was headed to the Loki Familia to go shopping with the girls' team, strengthening bonds of friendship. Supposedly, Tiona and the others were brimming with energy, determined to sweep through multiple shops, selling their expedition loot at high prices to balance the books. As the Fireishan had declared, this is to ease the captain's burdens. We cannot afford to slack off. Meanwhile, Ether's plan was to head to the Hephaestus Familia, to continue training with Welf in the basics of forging. He also wanted to set a schedule for when they'd dive into the dungeon together. Ether hated breaking promises. And besides, if things go well, maybe I'll take the chance to introduce my real body to him. After all, both of us are LV.1. Teaming up to explore the dungeon would make a lot more sense in many ways. If he phrased it more bluntly, Welf's magic sword bloodline skill, plus his anti-magic spell Phantom Blue Fire, were both prime analysis targets. The truth was, no one in the future Hestia Familia was a freeloader. That red-eyed bunny boy aside, he had experience boost, single-minded longing, and explosive growth, hero's wish, hitting LV.5 in under a year, only after pushing all his stats to S rank. A total author's pet. And the others. Lilaruka Arde, the former Soma Familia Prum, her low-cost transformation magic Cinderella gave her near-perfect disguise skills. Pair that with her precision mini ballista, she could snipe the straps of an adventurer's pack without even scratching them. Shooting through a ring, child's play. Yamato Mikato, from the Far East and once of the Takemikazuchi Familia, with her gravity spell Futsunamadama, even as a fresh LV.2 she once pinned down a LV.5 monster from the deep floors, the Black Skull Sheep, for several seconds. On top of that, her twin skills Yatagarasu of Black and Yatagarasu of White made her a living map hack. The first revealed all nearby monsters, preventing ambushes. The second tracked allies' locations, the perfect tool for rescues. Haruim Sanjano, the fox girl of the former Ishtar Familia, her Uchide no Kojachi magic boosted a comrade stats by a whole level for 15 minutes. Later, her second spell Ninefold Blessings let her buff multiple adventurers at once. Together with Cassandra the Pessimist and Aisha the DEA Saint, she was one of the 3 big cheats of Ororio. Honestly, I don't like making friends with an ulterior motive. Whatever my Crown of Wisdom skill can analyze, unless it's an emergency, I won't force it. Better to let things happen naturally. On this point, Freya understood him well. Just yesterday, when the Crown of Wisdom manifested, she'd warned him bluntly. If you want to treat people sincerely, then the one thing you must never reveal is that this skill can even parse divine authority. Thinking of that today, I'll probably try forging a weapon with Welf. Good chance to test what I've learned lately. On the busy street, Ether Renjiro turned to Lumen. Once we both finish our business, let's meet up at the Hostess of Fertility. I already booked us a table for a banquet. Got it. So, out of courtesy, Ether Renjiro first escorted Lumen to the Loki Familia's base, Twilight Manor. There they greeted old acquaintances, exchanging pleasantries before he excused himself. He didn't even bother hiding his plans, openly telling Finn and the others that he'd spend most of the day at the Hephaestus Familia, trying to forge his first proper work. Hearing this, no one mocked him. Even though Ether Renjiro had chosen forging as his first development ability, just as ridiculously as Ying had, they considered Ying's rare talents and kept quiet. In fact, many looked forward to seeing if Ether Renjiro could also deliver some unexpected surprises. Once you've got the time, if you're interested, I'll introduce you to Goidniu, the Smith God. Finn used the chance to score goodwill. He loves crafting custom weapons. You might hit it off. That would be a huge help. Thank you. Ether Renjiro gratefully accepted. And while he went off to hammer metal all day, on the silly little sister's side, Lumen-chan, did you eat breakfast before coming here with your big brother? Inside the grand hall of Twilight Manor, the ever-innocent Tiona leaned close, dropping heavy hints to the golden-haired, golden-eyed girl in a white dress. In the end, all right, come with me to the kitchen. Yay. With a cheerful jump, the Amazon girl bounced up. The other girls of the ladies' squad immediately followed suit, clearly well-trained in this routine. And of course, Today we're having grilled steak again. Grilled steak this early in the morning. Stupid Amazon, all you think about is meat. Shut it, Bet. You're so annoying. If only you could cook something lighter, Lumen. It all felt so casual, so domestic, as if this had become their normal routine. Everyone from the expedition gradually rose and followed along. Seriously, Finn, Riveria, Gareth, you three are supposed to be the veterans, the big three. Don't encourage the youngsters like this. At that moment, I think I've spoiled their appetites. Lumen let out a sheepish laugh. Is this what they call digging your own grave? 200 Power Stones bonus chapter. 83 Rise and Fall. 83 Rise and Fall. The dungeon city of Orario was home to no small number of familias. Even though Ether had never gone to the guild to ask for details, he knew well enough, at present, the gods qualified to attend the Denatus, meaning their familias had at least one higher-level adventurer, LV.2 or above, numbered in the dozens. On average, aside from the reclusive gods like Soma, each Denatus saw more than 30 gods in attendance. And those gods together commanded more than half of all the adventurers in Orario. The remaining LV.1s were left for the smaller, lower-tier familias to squabble over. If they were lucky, they might even snatch a few stragglers, like a certain ribbon-wearing goddess in the future. The fact remained, for any familia, having even a single LV.2 member was enough to spark envy. It marked them as having the potential to rise into the mid-tier power blocks. And under this larger backdrop, did you hear? The Maiake Familia's members have been defecting one after another lately. I heard the gods squandered a fortune and drowned in debt. A lot of their children have lost hope. Wait, wasn't that Familia on par with Dien sects in medicine? How can they be broke? You don't know. Their captain, a canine warrior, got badly injured in the dungeon. A hellhound took her right arm clean off. She hasn't been able to fight since. And their blue pharmacy never really brought in much money, did it? Always giving aid to broke adventurers, half the time just being exploited by freeloaders. Now it's gotten so bad Maiake-sama can't even afford the medical fees for a prosthetic arm for his child. Prosthetic. Yeah, one of those new ones the Dien sect Familia developed. Ah, that explains it. The place, Orario's 8th district, the high-class residential quarter. After breakfast, Lumen, along with Shin and Leia, made their way toward a pure white building not far from Twilight Manor. This was the sanatorium and apothecary operated by the Dien sect Familia. Today, Shin had come to sell some monster materials they'd acquired during the expedition, like a unicorn horn, prized for its powerful detoxifying properties. Ground into powder, it became the key ingredient in a high-grade antidote. The Dien sect Familia regularly bought such materials from the Loki Familia. Their relationship, much like Loki's ties with the Hephaestus Familia, was essentially an alliance. In other words, another logistics daddy. The Maiake Familia has collapsed. Hearing the gossip from nearby adventurers, Lumen's attention was drawn over. Yes, this was something that had indeed happened in the original timeline. Oh, I remember now. Leia, walking on Lumen's left, explained. It must have been on the first day of our expedition. Riveria-sama mentioned seeing Maiake Familia members in the dungeon. Could it have been that time? Yeah, a common enough tale, Shin sighed, hefting her heavy bag of monster parts. Many adventurers, once they hit LV.2, start to think they're suddenly invincible. That's when they're most likely to act rashly. As she said, the Naza Irisus, the Maiake Familia's captain, had only just reached LV.2, at the same time as the famous twin stars. Her promotion had finally filled the gap of their familia having no higher-level members. Meanwhile, their rivals, the Dien sect Familia, had long since boasted the Dea Saint, Amid Tzanare, the city's most renowned healer. Compared side by side, whether it was pride or some hidden strife in the Familia, the truth is simple: one reckless step by an adventurer, and the entire Familia can fall apart. When she wasn't clinging to Finn, Shin's thinking was surprisingly sharp. She glanced at her companions. Leia, Lumen, we should be grateful our Familia has veterans willing to stand at the front. Being captain is a huge burden. Just last night I saw Finn still awake, stressing over the paperwork for this expedition. So hardworking and so handsome. The first half of her words had been normal, but the moment she brought up Finn, she went straight back into fangirl mode. Still, the captain carries such a burden, huh? In my case things are probably different. The Frigg Familia didn't even have its patron goddess around in daily life. To update her status, Lumen had to sneak to the Tower of Babel to see her elder sister. Amid, starting today, will reduce the sales of low-tier potions. From now on, we'll focus solely on the high-end line. Ha ha ha. Dien sect Sama, please don't jump from one idea to the next. We still have a warehouse full of unsold stock and potions due expire. Then raise the prices of the low-tier ones. I'll never complain about too much money. That's basically just driving customers away. Humph. I never intended to make money off paupers anyway. No poor folk in my shop. By then, Lumen, Leia, and Shin had arrived at the apothecary's front doors. It was still early, the shop wasn't yet open. Exchanging confused glances, the two Loki girls seemed to share the same thought: what on earth is going on inside? And then, the urge to gossip struck like lightning. They immediately plastered themselves against the wall, striking, cat burglar cracking a safe, poses. Lumen's lips twitched as she watched. Dien Sect Sama, forgive my boldness, but if you feel guilty for charging Myaik Sama outrageous prices for prosthetics and indirectly causing their familia's ruin, you needn't deal with that guilt in such roundabout ways. Cough, cough, what nonsense are you spouting? I mean, though it was indeed your fault, no, your shameful greed, always blinded by money, dripping with tacky jewels like some nouveau riche. Hey! Even so, no matter your failings, you cannot let them harm those who truly need aid. The calm, steady voice of a young woman, reprimanding her own Familia god in all seriousness. Finally, I had people check the stock of the blue pharmacy. In areas where we overlap less, we'll reduce future potion production accordingly. With a soft sigh, she concluded her arrangement. TCH. Fine, have it your way. The old man's voice replied, reluctantly yielding. And then, oh, and to the guests outside, welcome. Shin and Lefia froze on the spot. Forcing awkward smiles, they pushed the door open stiffly, raising their hands in a sheepish greeting. Good morning, Amide. We came to trade the materials we acquired during the expedition. Yes, I know. The silver-haired, violet-eyed beauty, an XP bar breaker if there ever was one, gestured toward the counter as if nothing unusual had happened. Strictly speaking, the shop isn't officially open yet. But let's begin the trade. 200 Power Stones bonus chapter. 84 Ace, I'm super brave. 84 Ace, I'm super brave. Today, the Loki Familia's girls squad wasn't spending the morning shopping as usual. Walshan and Lefia went to the Dien Sect Familia to trade monster drop items. Ace and Tiona instead headed to the Goibnia Familia, planning to ask the Forge God himself to maintain and service their weapons. As for Lumen, she tagged along with the first pair, using the excuse, unlike Ether, I'm not interested in forging. Naturally, Shin's two short swords, shaped like Earth's Nepalese kukri and considered top-tier LV.1 adventurer arms, were also taken along to the Goibnia Familia by her younger sister. For the next few days, none of them would be entering the dungeon. Finn, or rather, Riveria, had issued strict orders, everyone must properly rest. Without question, that warning was meant especially for Ace. Grandpa Goibniu, Riveria asked me to tell you not to prepare any spare weapons for Ace this time. Understood. Inside the Goibnia Familia, the lean, long-bearded old god nodded. He accepted the desperate sword from Ace, only to notice the usually expressionless girl pouting ever so slightly. A rare display of emotion, like she was sulking. Seeing this, the god remarked, I do believe you ought to listen to your elders' advice now and then. Goibniu was a rigid, rule-bound deity. Though his Familia was smaller than the mighty Hephaestus Familia, they also handled structural repairs alongside forging, and the quality of their custom-made weapons was high enough to rival even Hephaestus' works. Drawing the desperate sword, the old god frowned the instant he saw the blade. You've battered this indestructible weapon again with such recklessness. Just what were you hacking at this time? Deep floors obsidian soldiers, some floor dwarves and I fought an elite lizard man wielding a natural dungeon weapon. Oh, and a middle floor firebird. Ace listed them off honestly, almost like she was reciting a menu. She didn't notice the god's face growing darker with every word. Thankfully, Goibniu was calm and dignified, a true master craftsman. He didn't easily resort to yelling. Still, I'll remind you once more. Though this desperate sword carries an indestructible property, if you continue abusing it, its sharpness will degrade. The maintenance fee this time is 10 million valis. Ugh, they say even heroes can be humbled by a lack of coin. The same applied to the famed sword princess. I need to earn more money but I can't go into the dungeon. What do I do? The expressionless girl sank into troubled thought. Then, her golden eyes lit up, as if she'd just found the perfect loophole. Dame Tiona, who had just handed over her twin great blades for servicing, suddenly crossed her arms into an X before her chest, shaking her head wildly. Ace, the last time I followed you barehanded into the dungeon, Riveria locked us up for 3 days, and we only got to eat vegetables. I almost starved, so absolutely no way this time. Ace resumed her deep pondering. Clearly, another outrageous plan was forming. As proof, expressionless doesn't equal obedience. Sometimes the quiet ones were even more reckless than the loudmouths. Thanks to Tiona's desperate efforts, Ace was finally stopped from charging ahead with her scheme. The girl had nearly been dragged away from the Goibnia Familia, still eyeing a roadside stall as if she'd bought a random dagger and stormed into the dungeon with just that. Her logic seemed to be, if going into the dungeon unarmed gets me locked up, then bringing a little dagger, just for show, means I won't get punished. Ace's brain really worked in terrifying ways sometimes. Luckily, even the cheerful Tiona knew to back down in situations like this. Compared to Ace, she was nowhere near as reckless. After much coaxing, Ace finally abandoned her looking for a scolding plan. After all, when Mama Riveria got angry, it was truly terrifying. And Tiona wasn't about to go asking for that kind of doom. Meanwhile, about half an hour later, Shin and Lefia finished their business at the Dien Sect Familia. During that time, Lumen was introduced through them to the famed DEA saint. And to her surprise, it's a pleasure to meet you, Lumen-san. How did the panacea you purchased from us last time work for you? Amide T. Zainare had apparently already taken notice of the twin stars. But, don't find it strange, Lumen. Already familiar with Amide, Shen slipped the stamped Dien sect receipt deep into her ample cleavage, clearly expecting some brave hero to try retrieving it. Then she smiled and waved a hand dismissively. Amide just makes a point of remembering every customer who's come to this shop. That level of professional memory impressive. No wonder Dien sect himself had left right after they'd arrived, leaving Amide to handle everything. It was both a sign of trust, and, well, typical absentee management. At present, I'm guessing you won't have many chances to need the panacea anymore, Lumen. As the one bridging this meeting, Shen decided to find them some common ground. Of course, she had long since asked Lumen's permission to mention this. Lumen here can make a kind of special cuisine, its healing effects actually surpass the panacea. Oh. At that, Amide's composed expression shifted. Her eyes glimmered with deep curiosity. From what Lumen could see, her gaze carried no jealousy or suspicion, only a thirst for new knowledge and the desire to investigate further. With such a heart, it was no wonder people called her saint. To such a person, if the opportunity arises, I'd love for you to try my cooking, Amide-san. And if you're interested in its healing properties, we could even research it together. Though don't laugh at me, I can make this special food, but I have no idea how it actually works. Lumen's smile was gentle, her tone friendly. Cuisine with healing properties, medicinal cooking, yakusen. Amide, dignified and rarely one for levity, was in her own way another kind of expressionless girl. After a short pause, she nodded slightly. I would very much like to witness such a cuisine myself. When the time comes, I shall pay you a visit, Lumen-san. 200 Power Stones Bonus Chapter. 85. Doesn't everyone have an older sister? 85. Doesn't everyone have an older sister? It was clear that Amide wasn't just making polite conversation with Lumen. For though the DEA saint was as calm and composed as ever, her emotions rarely showing on her face, the light sparking in her eyes made it impossible to mistake her intent. Without question, it was a pure, untainted thirst for knowledge. Perhaps she's thinking if I can help Lumen-san uncover the nature of that special cuisine, while at the same time refining my own understanding of pharmacology and treatment efficiency, then maybe I'll be able to save even more people in the future. With such positive thoughts, it was hard for anyone to dislike her. Then it's settled. Next time, when you're not busy, let's meet again. Yes. On my next day off, I'll definitely come. Having made their promise, Lumen left the Dien sect Familia's apothecary together with Shen and Leia. As the three strolled down the street, Leia asked curiously, "Does Amide-san even take days off? Every time I've come here to buy medicine, she's always there." At that, Shen chuckled, shaking her head. Of course Amide takes breaks. But for her, that just means she isn't standing at the shop counter. Instead, she goes next door to the infirmary to care for the injured. That's her everyday routine. Oh, and sometimes she'll spend an entire day at the bookstore. Her passion for pharmacological texts is on par with Tiona's obsession with hero tales. Speaking of which, I remember her saying the god she most respected was Lord Myake. Sadly, by the time she said that, she was already captain of the Dien sect Familia. Maybe her sense of responsibility was too strong, she's never switched allegiance, even to this day. After listening to the explanation, Leia murmured with admiration. Amide-san truly is someone worthy of respect. Lumen, however, was lost in another train of thought. The skills and magic an adventurer awakens are always linked to their past experiences and personality. For example, that certain red-eyed rabbit boy. In the original timeline, his admiration for the sword princess awakened the skill Lyrie Freeze. He adored hero tales, and dreamed, well, coughed, burned, to become a hero himself. Add to that all the hints pointing to his previous life as Argonaut, the first foolish hero, and naturally, he awakened the skill Hero's Wish. After all, Hero's Wish directly translates to Argonaut, the title of his own legend. A perfect fit. If we follow that reasoning, then what kind of past experiences, or dreams, would lead Amide to awaken the highest tier healing magic in Orario? The unique spell is able to cure curses, detoxify, and heal wounds alike. Diafratel. Lumen's golden eyes narrowed in deep thought. But before she could pursue the idea further, Lumi, over here. At the prearranged meeting point, Tiona was already waving wildly from a street corner, drawing the eyes of every passerby. The Amazonian girl in her revealing outfit suddenly noticed something strange. Why are all these people looking at me with such pitying eyes? It's making me mad. She clenched her fists in frustration, teeth gritted. Sigh today too, the pure-hearted yet hopelessly conscious of her own femininity Tiona finds herself the victim of life's cruelties. Meanwhile, after Lumen and the others met up with Tiona and Ace, their long day of shopping began. Thanks to Leia's carefully prepared all-night battle plan, seriously, are you sure Kuriko, their first stops were clothing stores. The two golden-haired, golden-eyed girls, however, felt an ominous sense of foreboding. But while they were off beginning their fashion trials, in the northeast sector of the city, within the industrial district, I swear, being around you makes me lose confidence. Having already met up with Welf, Ether, Renjiro was listening to the red-haired smith muttering under his breath. You've barely been at forging for half a month. You even went on an expedition during that time. And now you're already ready to attempt high-grade equipment. Welf glanced sideways at the blonde boy beside him, his tone incredulous. Are you even human? Of course I am. By now, their friendship was close enough that Ether could get away with a little playful arrogance. It's nothing special, just steady hands, decent stamina, quick wit, strong comprehension, and, well, good looks. Stop, stop, stop. Hearing such a shamelessly humble bragging statement, one he couldn't even refute, Welf could only groan in frustration. And yet, he didn't dislike this kind of banter. If anything, he felt lucky to have Ether as a friend. Because, that steel you mentioned, what was it called again? Damascus pattern steel. Yeah, that one. What a mouthful. Welf muttered, then eyed him seriously. Are you sure it's okay to just hand over a forging technique that other familias would guard as a top-secret treasure? For days now, he'd felt Ether was far too generous. Especially since what he was giving away wasn't just materials or weapons, but precious knowledge. When Ether had come to learn forging basics, Welf certainly hadn't been that generous, keeping his own family's secret techniques tightly guarded. Yet here was Ether. I'll say it again. This isn't my technique. Ether's voice carried a peculiar stubbornness. He treasured the intangible wealth drawn from Earth's long history, but he would never claim it as his own. He insisted on saying he was merely a user of knowledge, not its originator. Perhaps, in the eyes of others, that seemed like needless self-effacement. But Ether simply refused to live a life that wasn't true to himself. Peace of mind is worth more than gold. In my homeland, this method was widely known. Honestly, I just happened to remember the general concept. Without your help working it out step by step, I'd still be completely lost. He patted Welf's back. So don't stress over it. If you really feel like it's burning a hole in your pocket, just help me pick out the right materials. At that, Welf grinned. Leave it to me. The two entered a row of forging material shops near the Hephaestus Familia's base. Like how a chef needs to know how to buy ingredients, today Welf was teaching Ether how to train his eye to spot the finest metals, and how not to get swindled. You're going for high-grade equipment, huh? Mithril might be too soon, but adamantite you could give it a try. You know it's actually extracted from monsters, right? Suddenly, Welf. A surprised female voice came from a nearby shop. In that instant, Ether could clearly feel Welf's whole body stiffen, like a mouse spotting a cat. Or maybe that wasn't quite right, but close enough. Oh ho, you actually made a friend, huh? The cheerful, teasing voice drew closer, brimming with mock astonishment. Like the sun rising in the west, Ether thought dryly. Finally, the source of the voice appeared. A woman with dark skin, her upper body bound only in a bandaged chest wrap, a black eye patch covering her left eye. Her long, slightly wavy black hair fell to her waist, and her single visible red eye glimmered mischievously. A wicked smile tugged at her lips as she stroked her chin, clearly enjoying herself. Oh my, blushing already. She laughed boldly, hands on her hips. Pfft, ha 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 ha. I haven't seen you make that face in ages. When was the last time? You, that's enough. A vein throbbed visibly on Welf's forehead. As for Ether, well, he wisely kept his mouth shut. After all, he recognized the woman instantly. The one-eyed master herself, Sabeki Kalbranda. Level 5 adventurer. Captain of the Hephaestus Familia. 200 power stones bonus chapter. 86, so what if you're rich? 86, so what if you're rich? As the dazzling absolute center of the world, the dungeon city Orario naturally gathered countless talents. For instance, the woman before him. Most adventurers nearly died clawing their way to level 2, many failing along the way. The gods themselves even used that milestone to separate lower-class from upper-class adventurers. And yet, as a smith, I only sometimes went into the dungeon to test out my weapons. Before I knew it, I was already level 5. Ha ha ha, is that even human speech? Without question, for someone to casually scratch her head and brag like that, in public no less, with words that landed like a critical group taunt. She's definitely maxed out her big dummy stat, Ether thought with certainty. At that moment. So you're the friend Welf mentioned, huh? Sabeki leaned right in toward Ether, unabashedly scrutinizing him for a long while. You look kinda familiar. Where have I seen you before? Hey! Welf instantly jumped between them like a mother hen shielding her chick. Don't you ever get busy with anything else, Captain? At that, Sabeki just shrugged, palms up, utterly unbothered. You're still as prickly as ever, but can't deny it. Right now, I really am free. Welf's expression all but screamed, I really can't deal with this woman. Impatience was written across his face, which only made Sabeki enjoy herself more. She had that mischievous air of, I'm teasing you and you can't fight back. Annoyed? Annoyed? Of course, as captain of the Hephaestus Familia, entrusted by her goddess and her comrades alike, she wasn't some reckless troublemaker. But when she was bored, well, she tended to go looking for entertainment. Oh, now I remember. Sabeki clapped her hands and sidestepped Welf to peek at Ether again. You're that star of Freya Familia, the one who leveled up to 2 in just a week. She shot Welf a sly look. Didn't expect you of all people to befriend someone making such waves. TCH. Welf clicked his tongue, sounding thoroughly resigned. What exactly are you trying to pull? Seeing his bluntness. Nothing much. I just happened to see you two pass by, so I came over. By the way, where are you headed? Sabaki's gaze flicked knowingly to Welf's lack of gear. No dungeon run, I see. Just teaching Ether how to pick out forging materials, that's all. Welf sighed, surrendering. Ether added casually. These past few days, Welf's been helping me a lot. Truth is, we do plan to dive the dungeon together soon. But tomorrow, I want to try forging my first piece of high-grade equipment. So I asked Welf to keep an eye on my choices. Forging high-grade equipment, huh? Sabaki's single red eye glinted with interest. Ether nodded, openly stating a fact he had no reason to hide. Yes. My first development ability was forge. Oh ho. Sabaki stroked her chin again, as if confirming something she'd already suspected. Her lips curled as she threw Welf a knowing glance, the poor guy clearly ready to bolt. Well then, I'll stop teasing. You two seem busy. She patted Welf's shoulder with a grin. Yesterday, Kilo's shop got a fresh batch of materials. If you're looking for good forging stock, head there. See you around. With that, she waved and strolled off, as casually as she'd arrived. Watching her leave, Welf finally exhaled in relief, muttering. Seriously, what was she even trying to do just now? On the side, Ether had a good idea. No doubt, Welf's an important member of her Familia, and maybe even has some unspoken connection with Hephaestus herself. So when a mysterious outsider shows up at his side, of course she'd keep an eye on things. Plus, well, she really does enjoy teasing her little brother. Still, after getting her fill of Welf's helpless expression, she'd subtly help them out by dropping useful information. Kilo's shop, hub. Welf, being a smith, didn't overthink the source of the tip. He genuinely wanted to help Ether succeed, so he quickly turned to him. Wandering aimlessly is kind of a waste. Let's just head straight there. Ether noticed his odd expression. Ahem. That woman may be a pain to deal with, but her forging skill and eye for materials are second to none. In fact, across all of Orario, I'd say only Hephaestus-sama and Goibniu himself could compare. His defensive tone betrayed a bit of Tsundra pride in his captain. What kind of straight guy goes Tsundra like this? Ether mused silently, smiling wryly but letting it slide. Alright, we'll go with your plan. He shrugged. You're right. If we spend too long picking materials, tomorrow's work might not get finished. And I've got other things to do tonight, I can't keep wasting your time. It's no trouble. Welf waved it off. Honestly, reteaching the basics to a beginner has improved my own forging too. Like with that Damascus. Stop. Let's pick materials first. Keep this up and it'll be lunchtime already. True enough. Welf chuckled, nodding. Then let's head to Kilo's. Oh, by the way. As they walked, he tilted his head toward Ether. Adamantite's pretty expensive. I forgot to ask earlier, did you bring enough money? Underestimating me, are you? 30 million sounds enough. Welf went silent for a long moment. Forget I asked. 200 Power Stones bonus chapter. 87 The Legendary Modern Artifact. 87 The Legendary Modern Artifact. By the time Ether, with Welf's help, had chosen his forging materials and carried them back to the latter's personal workshop, half an hour had already passed. In truth, aside from the week he'd been away on an expedition, Ether had been coming here daily to learn basic smithing techniques. At this point, the little wooden workshop already felt like his childhood's secret base in the mountains behind his home. As the two stepped inside, materials in hand. Clang. The bundles hit the floor. Welf rolled his sore shoulders, wiping the sweat off his forehead before glancing at Ether. Speaking of which, what do you plan on making as your first official work? A great sword? Twin blades? Or maybe, well, Ether grinned mysteriously. I'm gonna make something you won't find anywhere in Orario. Oh. Welf's eyes lit up. Of course, this is also. I know, Welf cut in. Another piece of tech from your homeland, not your original creation. Got it. He'd more or less figured out Ether's character by now, or at least the parts he stubbornly stuck to. And honestly, Welf found he got along with that just fine. But what had his full attention right now was. So, what is this mysterious contraption you're being so secretive about? As a smith who dreamed of earning the recognition of a certain one-eyed red-haired goddess, and maybe even wooing her someday, Welf was curious about anything in the field of smithing. Well, except magic swords at least for now. Ether leaned forward, eyes gleaming. I'm making something that can saw, chop, stab, dig, work as a shield, a hook, a rivet driver, even start a fire. Multifunctional, portable, and reliable. He rattled off feature after feature until Welf's head was spinning. Does such a weapon even exist? Welf muttered. Of course. Arms crossed, Ether struck a pose every bit as smug as his airhead little sister's hands-on-hip stance. Today, I'll show you something amazing. Welf's competitive streak flared, his grin sharp. Then once you're done, how about we pit it against my best work? He gestured toward a large blade mounted on the wall. My proudest creation so far. Dare to compete? Nope. What? Welf deflated instantly. Then he watched as Ether casually summoned a training greatsword, golden motes swirling as it formed in his grip. Reversing his hold, Ether stabbed it point first into the ground. With a wicked grin, he pointed at the one-star Genshin-style conjured weapon. Tell you what, if you can put so much as a nick in this, I'll admit defeat. Seriously. Welf had no words. He'd already seen this so-called magical construct before, back when Ether casually pulled one out a few days ago. Back then, Welf had even tested its quality himself. The result. You do realize bringing out an unbreakable weapon is basically cheating, right? Welf sighed, glaring at his friend. Hey, technically it is one of my creations. Alright, I'll stop messing around. Ether dispelled the sword. The truth was, just as Lumen wanted Amai to test Genshin-style cooking, Ether wanted someone he could trust to help test the feasibility of Genshin weapons. But that could wait. For now, light the forge. He cracked his knuckles. Time to witness a miracle. In this age of gods, many high-grade forging materials couldn't be worked with ordinary flames. Technology here wasn't advanced enough to have things like industrial bellows that could supercharge a fire. So, smiths relied on flame stones, rare drops from the colossal salamander wool of the dungeon's 44th floor. Welf, being a young but promising smith of the Hephaestus Familia, naturally had a supply of these. And today, with them, Ether began smelting adamantite. More precisely, imperial adamantite, the highest grade he bought thanks to Tsubaki's tip the day before. Clang clang clang. Welf wasn't exaggerating, this guy's stamina really is insane. Not only was Ether tireless, but his hands were incredibly steady. For a smith, or a healer like Amide, that was priceless. And this steadiness was the perfect gift for what Ether was attempting, the ancient craft of Damascus steel. Forging Damascus steel was like folding a 1,000-layer pastry. Layer upon layer of refined metal was folded and forged until unique flowing patterns formed across the blade. The more skilled the smith, the more layers, and the more intricate the patterns. Some masters could even control the design itself. But the real advantage. Because Damascus is layered, Ether explained as he worked, the patterns form microscopic serrations. That makes its sharpness far superior to weapons forged the ordinary way. Of course, as generations of master smiths had proven, hardness alone wasn't enough. The best legendary weapons struck a balance, hardness and toughness in perfect proportion. That was the hallmark of a true divine weapon. Hours passed. They forgot all about lunch. Finally, Welf frowned at the pile of short rods on the anvil. Ether, why are you making so many tiny parts? Are those handles? Why are they all so short? Relax. Once it's finished, you'll understand. Ether smiled with full confidence. Because what he was making was something Orario had never seen before. The legendary, modern military entrenching tool. 200 Power Stones bonus chapter. 88 Ether's follow-up plan. 88 Ether's follow-up plan. Ether had always preferred to do things with a plan. So when he forged the prototype universal shovel, it wasn't meant to serve frontline adventurers at all. Rather, it was a tool best suited for supporters. That was why, when Welf suggested a sparring match earlier, Ether had refused without a second thought. After all, when it came to weapons, between the conjured Genshin weapons and the countless weapon types Orario had refined through thousands of years of evolution, he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could rival the goddess of smithing. So naturally he chose to play it smart. After all, supporters' casualty rates have never been lower than adventurers. If this little tool can improve their working conditions even a little, then I'd consider that a job well done. That was how Ether explained it as he sat down before the forge, assembling the finished prototype. Hearing this, Welf stroked his chin and leaned closer, curious. Not a bad idea, but does it actually work? You'll see for yourself. Click. With a crisp mechanical snap, the prototype locked into place. Ether demonstrated with practiced ease, unfolding and reconfiguring the universal shovel into a mountaineer's pick, a chisel, a wood-cutting saw, an axe blade and finally, collapsing the handle into a compact form that doubled as a small shield. When he handed it over, Welf's eyes gleamed. No doubt, any young man, especially a blacksmith, would be fascinated by a gadget like this. After some trial and error, Welf admitted it. This thing really is perfect for supporters. But then, isn't making this awfully troublesome? He frowned. There's no way you can mass-produce it, right? Ether only chuckled, clearly expecting the question. The mass-production version doesn't need to be this refined. For example, the shovel blade doesn't have to be forged with Damascus steel. And as for materials, if I remember correctly, the cheap gear you see at roadside stalls only costs a few thousand valis. Some supporters can't even afford that much. But since this tool's strength lies in its design structure rather than raw quality, we can cut down on the material grade. We'll simply mark each model with the dungeon floor range it's safe for. That way, nobody will overestimate it. As for production, skip forging, use molds for casting. That'll cut labor time by a huge margin. After all, ordinary grade weapon materials melt just fine under a normal flame. Welf blinked, impressed. So you've already got it all figured out, huh? He gave the Imperial Adamantite prototype a few experimental swings. Good balance, good weight. Then his expression froze. Wait, did you just say a version only for certain dungeon floors? Don't tell me. Heh, you caught on. Ether smirked. Yeah, Starting from our next dungeon run, I'll be testing these models. And with you there, I can get professional feedback. His eyes narrowed knowingly. Adventurers have to learn to manage their time, and make full use of the resources and connections at hand. You sly bastard. Though they'd only known each other a few days, and belonged to different familias, their relationship had already grown close. Welf could tell Ether was half joking but also half serious. So, with a resigned grin, he tossed the shovel back and flashed a sharp-toothed smile. Well, no help. Looks like I've boarded your pirate ship. But hey, mutual benefit, helping others, and aiming for a win-win. Sounds like the work of a proper adventurer to me. Ether stood and extended his right hand. Then let's do our best, Welf. Yeah. They clapped hands, sealing the deal with a grin. Everyone knew forging and casting were completely different crafts. Forging, put simply, hammering hot metal. Casting, a technique from ancient Huaxia, where molten metal was poured into molds to form tools. And since forging already handled high-grade materials, casting ordinary ones would be even easier. But where do the molds come from, you ask? Simple. Ningguang. In the past few days, aside from drawing plenty of 3-star weapons, Ether had also obtained a new 4-star Genshin character. With a Geo user on hand, making molds was child's play. And though he couldn't delve too deep into the dungeon while dragging Welf along, that didn't matter. Wasn't Lumen still around? Back during their last expedition, Ether had confirmed that his Star Abyss skill calculated buff efficiency based on whichever traveler twin was deepest in the dungeon. Meaning if Lumen went further alone, she could effortlessly feed massive EXP to the benched Ningguang. So really, this wasn't just 2 birds with 1 stone. It was 3, and if you counted Ether's own growth, let's call it a day. See you tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. As evening fell, Ether left Welf's workshop after setting a time and place for tomorrow's meeting. He'd just received Lumen's message, the girls' shopping trip had ended, and they were heading to the hostess of fertility. Naturally, he couldn't keep them waiting. Jogging through the streets, Ether smiled to himself. Another fulfilling day in this other world. And tomorrow will be even more exciting, huh? I can't wait. Footnotes. Ningguang, a geo-element character from Genshin Impact, here used by Ether Renjiro for making stone molds through magical means. 89. We are the 4 heavenly kings of the hostess of fertility. Cheers. It was 7:30 in the evening, and the hostess of fertility was practically reserved for Ether's group. After a long day of errands and battles, everyone finally reunited, the tension melting away as they relaxed completely. Aside from a few unfamiliar adventurers lingering at the bar and in corner tables, the entire first-floor hall was dominated by several large round tables Mamma Mia had set up. Dozens of expedition members filled the seats. Naturally, as hosts of the feast, Ether and Lumen were seated with Loki, Finn, Riveria, and the other executives. At the same table were the Raoul, LV.4, Lefia, LV.3, and the bespectacled healer line Arshi, LV.2. The atmosphere was brimming with that distinctive fantasy tavern energy, just short of someone pulling out cards and yelling to play Gwent. Diana kept raising her glass to Finn with suspiciously flirtatious enthusiasm. Loki tried sneaking over to grope Ace, only to get decked by her reflexively with a single punch. The rest were chatting in small groups, laughing loudly. The quietest of all was, without question, Mama-san Riveria. The elf aristocrat and first-class adventurer calmly poured herself a glass of orange juice, sipping with regal composure. In stark contrast, the hardy old dwarf Gareth was already going table to table, drinking young adventurers under the table. At least 3 or 4 saplings had already fallen, watered thoroughly with alcohol. Seriously, is he trying to raise them like plants? Nearby, Bet, for once, wasn't starting drunken rants. The wolf boy quietly ate and drank, while Tiona chatted away with Ing instead of provoking him. Oddly peaceful. As for Ether. At last, I meet you, golden-haired human. Anya, must you always greet people like this? Why change, Naya? He does have a golden head, Naya. Labeled by Freya herself as sin-laden, Ether now found himself surrounded by several of the tavern's waitresses. To be honest, being encircled by multiple LV.4 women was intimidating, especially when, Nya, looks like you've got a nice hip line there. Who the hell just said that? Ether shivered violently and jerked aside. Turning, he saw, balancing a tray in one hand, a short-haired black catgirl with mischievous blue-green eyes grinned behind her palm. Chloe Rollo, LV.4, 21 years old. Once a feared assassin known as the Black Cat, she had carried out jobs with a nearly 100% success rate. Now, under Mamma Mia's suppression, she worked as a tavern waitress, living an ordinary-seeming life. But there was one serious problem. Chloe was, without exaggeration, a hopeless Shota-butt maniac. Yes, you heard that right. Not just a Shota lover, but a Shota-butt lover. Her biggest dream in life? To find a boy she liked and kiss her baby goodnight every single evening. Ugh, I remember in the future timeline, she even set her sights on that red-eyed rabbit kid. Yikes. The moment those memories surfaced, Ether's mind screamed at him, stay the hell away from this dangerous woman whenever I'm in my Starfire's flowing light. Otherwise, danger, brother long, danger. Thankfully, Mamma Mia's LV.6 presence kept Chloe from getting too reckless. Oh, and one more thing. Chloe was one of Orario's few adventurers capable of using clone magic. That alone made Ether conflicted. He very much wanted her spell. If I could combine Chloe's clone ability with Lilaruka's transformation magic. The ultimate alibi machine. In Ether's book, those two powers were top-tier priorities. But still I'd never dare casually try to raise Chloe's affection. Not with an assassin whose mission success rate was nearly 100%. Besides, Ether himself wasn't exactly a Shota. She might not even look twice. Knowing my luck, I'd just get a brutal reminder of how cold this looks-based world can be. Cough. Anyway, apologies, guest. My two stupid cats troubled you. I'll discipline them later. With a firm grip on their shoulders, a brown-haired, brown-eyed human woman dragged Chloe and Anya back. Lenoir Faust. LV.4. 22 years old. Like Chloe, she once had a near-perfect job completion record. Unlike the assassin, though, Lenoir had been a bounty hunter. Her strength rivaled Chloe's, as well as that of Anya Fromel, the younger sister of Freya Familia's Vice-Captain Alan. Of them all, she was the strongest in sheer physical might. She'd even earned the alias Black Fist, given how easily her punches destroyed buildings. Now, quit fooling around, or Mamma Mia will get angry. As she scolded the two catgirls, another softer voice cut in. Ether instantly recognized it. The accident-prone elf cough, no, the fourth main character of Danmaki herself, Gale Ryua Lion. Her tragic past was well known, as was her sense of justice. In a future path, after a certain red-eyed boy won her heart with his so-called god of boobs power, she would utter the line that nearly made past Ether spit out his drink, "Seer, I'm sorry." But truthfully, she was the type who, as long as you didn't betray her, would never betray you. Confused at times, yes, but unwavering in her pursuit of justice. Which is why she's always used like a disposable tool. Sigh. Ryua suddenly sensed something, turning toward Ether. Their eyes met. His were full of quiet, complicated emotion, followed by a long, meaningful sigh. Her brows furrowed. It feels like he sees through me. And, a faint trace of malice. Before she could process it further, the golden-haired boy's expression sharpened, his brow creasing. Because, what's going on? At that instant, the passive hostility sensibility of both Ether and Lumen had triggered. 200 Power Stones Bonus Chapter 90 Fame Brings Trouble. The Traveler Twins' passive hostility sense was a secondary effect of the skill Elemental Vision. Its detection range increased with Ether's main body's fauna level, but for now, it was limited to a 10-meter radius. That was one of the reasons why, during the previous expedition, when the team was ambushed by the Wormwell, Ether and Lumen had failed to react in time. But now, the red arrow in his vision appeared for only a fleeting moment. When Ether and Lumen instinctively turned toward it, all they saw at the tavern's entrance was emptiness. Looking further beyond, the bustling street outside seemed completely normal. No, I'm certain it wasn't an illusion. After all, while in the Starfire's flowing light, he wasn't just one person. Despite being a sole copy of his main body and linked through mental link to share perceptions in real time, was still a separate consciousness. In such a case, the two of them couldn't possibly suffer the same hallucination for no reason. Which meant, Zawarado. As the thought flashed through his mind, Ether's response lagged only a heartbeat. Being someone who preferred caution, he willed Paimon, who was in stealth, to activate her time-stop ability. As mana began burning away at a frightening rate. Whoosh! Cut off from interference with the outside world, and untouchable by it as well, Paimon soared into the frozen realm, scanning from midair for anomalies. She focused especially on the alleys beside the Hostess of Fertility and the rooftops around it. Unfortunately, TCH, too slow. The tiny figure sighed. They're likely an expert at concealment already blending into the crowd as if nothing happened. Had Ether triggered Paimon time immediately, he might have caught them. The delay left him frustrated. It was a small mistake, but one that reminded him how inexperienced he still was. Mana burned away too quickly. As time resumed its flow, though he couldn't uncover the cause of the sudden hostility sense, Ether instinctively followed through on his plan. Paimon, still invisible, discreetly observed the surrounding adventurers and even checked on Loki, the goddess herself. The results were reassuring. Neither Finn, Riveria, Gareth, Mamma Mia, nor any of the other LV.6s noticed her disguise. As for the LV.5s and below, no chance. Even Loki herself hadn't sensed the anomaly of the brief time stop. Incidentally, Ether had tested these scenarios with Freya earlier, and the results matched perfectly. Still, being cautious by nature, he welcomed the chance to run another field test. After all, what if some gods can sense things Freya cannot? Or worse, what if Freya hadn't told me the whole truth back then? Though reluctant to doubt the goddess whose favorability toward him had reached level 8, living in this other world demanded vigilance. At the very least, tonight's results both strengthened his trust in Freya, and reminded him not to drop his guard. All right, set this aside for now. Inside the tavern, Ether kept smiling and joking with the playful waitresses. But in his heart, he was already pondering. That fleeting hostility, where did it come from? He tucked the thought away. That same night, the twin stars may possess an extraordinarily high-level detection skill, Ishtar-sama. District 4 of Ororio, Pleasure Quarter. A place of brothels, red light houses, and indulgence. Each night, those burdened by stress, or simply perverts with no shame, came to vent their desires. Many familia and merchants ran these legal establishments, though many of the workers were hardly volunteers. Unlike the free-spirited Amazons, many were women fallen into bondage for various reasons, sold and priced like commodities. From this alone, one could glimpse the darker side of the world. Of course, the largest and most infamous of these establishments belonged to the Ishtar familia. Out of jealousy, Ishtar had even modeled her residence after a miniature Ororio, with her throne at the top of a little Babel tower. And now, you mean you were noticed? The tanned goddess, draped in little more than translucent silks, narrowed her eyes at the muscular man kneeling before her. I don't believe my presence was exposed, he reported respectfully, but I was certainly sensed. They are too sharp. To avoid compromising my cover, I had no choice but to retreat. Tamu's you're only LV.4, yes. But your magic can elude even the braver and the hero. And yet, you claim it failed against 2 mere LV.2s. Ishtar's expression darkened. TCH. So this is the, weak to level 2 genius, is it? Seems I can't allow such an abnormal threat to grow unchecked. If I am to topple that bitch, the twin stars will be a critical variable in my plans. Lifting Tamu's chin with her foot, Ishtar exhaled a lazy puff from her pipe. Bring Aisha. No, better bring Frine too, to be safe. Find a chance in the dungeon. Take the Gemini. Capture them if possible. I want them for myself. Her eyes glinted. But if things change, don't hold back. Until then, be discreet. That bitch mustn't suspect. Yes, Ishtar-sama. Tammuz withdrew, already planning the operation. This was hardly his first time. In truth, he had once been ensnared by Ishtar in the same way. Victim and executor both, he was well versed in the routine. As he left, seated upon her false throne, the tanned goddess smirked coldly. Years of preparation and just 2 more steps remain. I can't wait to see that self-proclaimed queen stripped bare and thrown into the streets. It will be deliciously entertaining. 200 Power Stones Bonus Chapter. 91. I'm the cutest in the world, not some ugly hag. 91. I'm the cutest in the world, not some ugly hag. The next day, 4 a.m. Droll. Idle Barbara, Hydro. Another drop. Inside the Freya Familia's base, Folkvanger, Ether, Renjiro, lay on his bed with his hands behind his head, one leg crossed over the other, smiling in satisfaction. That means when we head into the dungeon, there's no chance of wasting experience. This single dorm had been specially arranged for him by Otter at Freya's request. By the way, Ying's room was right next door. Of course, while in Starfire's flowing light, he sometimes stayed at the top of Babel Tower, but their official rooms were still here at the Familia base. As for his true self, ugh, no base, no starting funds, even my weapons I have to earn money for on my own. I'm so pitiful. That had been his half-joking complaint to Freya yesterday. Anyway, as the first member and captain of the fledgling Frigg Familia, his main body's road ahead was still a long one. Once I finish my promise with Welf and settle the universal shovel test, I'll finally have to start focusing on myself. That was his plan. Now that he had achieved the goal of the first growth phase completion, it was time to look further ahead. Whether it was handling his main body's great feats or making proper use of the unique skill Crown of Wisdom, it all needed to be pushed onto the agenda. If my butterfly effect hasn't changed things outside Ororio, then that red-eyed rabbit boy should be arriving at this center of the world in about 2 months. And when that happens, even if Big Sis Freya doesn't stir the pot, chaos is guaranteed. Looking back at both the main story and side stories, trouble had kept piling up. Finn nearly got GG'd, for heaven's sake. So to prepare. Better safe than sorry. Before then, I need to reach the second growth phase completion, which meant raising his main body's fauna to LV.2. Leveling my Genshin clones from LV.20 to LV.40 is no small feat. I might need to go on a personal expedition. Ether clenched his resolve. To avoid running out of time, I'll clear all the side matters within a week. 2 hours later. Bright and early, since Ether, Renjiro, didn't need sleep, he spent the time refining his action plan before heading out. That morning, he and Lumen split up. Ether went straight to Welf's forge after leaving the Familia base. They had agreed to craft at least 3 copies using molds of various materials. Once done, they'd head to the dungeon for testing. Welf, being a smith, took this matter very seriously. So even though he longed to hit LV.2 and gain the forge development ability, he wholeheartedly cooperated with Ether's plan. Of course, it helped that Welf had excellent emotional intelligence except when it came to romance. Still, with a bro like this, Ether truly enjoyed his company. As for Lumen, well, she was going to play the role of a tool girl for the next few days. No choice, the molds required Ningguang's geo-constructs. And with Ether's current mana, his main body could only sustain Genshin descent for about an hour. Even if the duration's grown longer, it's still not enough. Crafting molds means lots of trial and error. And Ningguang's level is still too low. I'll need to feed her more EXP first. And no way am I risking mana burnout just for this. If I collapse into mental fatigue, 0 mana, my carefully hidden identity would go up in smoke. So, better to have backup plans. Lumen, this time you'll go into the dungeon alone. Push as far down as you can, see where your current limit lies. After all, I'll need a personal expedition eventually to reach second growth phase completion, so treat this like a rehearsal run. That was Aether's decision. Lumen didn't object. Though, a pity. According to Mama Riveria's strict orders, Ace and the others aren't allowed in the dungeon for a few days, they need proper rest. Lumen had learned this while shopping the day before. But it looks like Loki Familia is already preparing for their next expedition. The guild wasn't satisfied with the last one's results. Finn's apparently scrambling for loans now. The thought of Finn, the little braver, running around in a panic almost made Aether laugh out loud. Heh, I'd love to see more of that flustered face. Anyway, with their plans set, Aether arrived at Welf's Forge in the industrial district, while Lumen descended into the dungeon alone. At the same time, what? The twin stars split up. So what do we do? Still grab them? In the shadows, a group of ill-intentioned figures grew restless. Can't be helped. Samira, report this to Ishtar Sama at once. We'll await her command. As for the rest of us, keep your eyes on the girl. Their leader, LV.4 Tammuz, gave the order. But before the words fully settled, TCH, what's there to report? From the side, a towering figure, well over 2 meters, lurking poorly enough to clear whole streets when spotted, snorted disdainfully. This giant Amazon warrior bared her teeth, glaring at Lumen's retreating back. She's just an ugly hag. Why don't I just chop her in half right now? Awkward silence followed. After several seconds, Tammuz, wearing the face of a man trying hard to unsee reality, said sternly, Captain Frine, please don't act rashly. If you ruin Ishtar Sama's plan. All right, have it your way. The frog-faced woman waved dismissively, her posture arrogant. I've no interest in touching ugly hags anyway. Call me if you need me. She grinned, mouth stretching nearly to her ears. In the meantime, I'll see if this world has a good man worthy of me. That day who knew which poor fellow in Orario would meet the most glorious end of his life, martyring himself in the name of sacrifice. A moment of silence, please. 200 Power Stones Bonus Chapter. 92 Arrival of the Heavenly Authority Star. Half an hour later. Dungeon 16th floor. For the Ishtar Familia's trackers, especially Tammuz, this was the first time they felt their specialty put to the test. Their target was only level 2. By rights, everyone here outclassed her. Yet somehow, that crazy woman, doesn't she ever get tired? She's been running nonstop since we entered. Always running, never stopping. I can't anymore, I need to catch my breath, huff huff. Around Tammuz, several level 3 Amazon warriors bent double, hands braced on their knees, panting heavily. They felt like even a whole night of vigorous combat with a few strong men wasn't this exhausting. Far ahead, Frine lurked by herself, though lurk hardly suited her. According to her own logic, the reason was simple, she was too beautiful. No matter where she went, eyes naturally followed, making it impossible for such a stunning woman to stay hidden. An unfortunate curse of absolute beauty, or so she believed. In truth, the only ones who still kept steady breath were Tammuz, a solid level 4, and a tall, long-haired woman in a sheer veil. Aisha Belka, level 3, Amazonian blood, title, Antianira. She was an elite on the cusp of level 4, and even carrying a massive cleaver, she looked far more relaxed than her sisters. Right now, hey, Tammuz, we can't keep this up forever. The bronze-skinned woman narrowed her eyes. And more importantly, haven't you noticed? Yeah, I have. Tammuz's voice dropped. Every time that girl slays a monster, the magic stone, and even the rare materials, just vanish. No drops left behind. This has to be some kind of special skill. He frowned, deep in thought. From long experience, he knew. To be safe, we need to widen the distance. A wise choice. Unfortunately, if we keep following, the others will just slow us down. Aisha glanced at the still gasping Amazons and suggested, from here, let it be just you and me. The rest of you, watch Frine. Don't let her cause trouble. Ha! One older Amazon groaned and shook her head. Watch Frine. Are you kidding? Who on earth can stop her? If she gets in the mood, I'm not risking my hide. The others muttered similar complaints. Seeing this. Fine. Then rotate shifts near Babel Tower. Keep your eyes on the dungeon entrances, but don't spook the prey. As leader, Tammuz added the order firmly. Any unusual movement, report to Ishtar Sama immediately. That's all. Aisha, let's go. Understood. Their quarry was already farther ahead, so the two veterans, level 3 and level 4, hurried forward. As they moved, what a pity. It's only the girl half of the twin stars. Aisha licked her lips. I was hoping for a taste of the boy genius instead. Well, no matter. She chuckled meaningfully. After all, men. There will always be chances to devour him later. At the same time, far above ground, in Orario's industrial district, Aether, Renjiro, suddenly shivered. With a loud clang, the tool in his hand slipped and nearly crushed his foot. You okay? Why'd you suddenly start shaking? The red-haired youth crouching by a pile of crates turned, frowning in confusion. That's not like you. Your hands are usually rock steady. Nothing. Ether, Renjiro, quickly picked the tool up, rubbing his arms. No idea why, but I just felt a chill run down my spine. Hopefully just my imagination. Even as he thought. Lumen's already almost on the 17th floor. He focused briefly, sensing his sister's state. She'll hit the big wall of grief soon. Wonder if the Goliath spawned yet. He muttered the thought under his breath while helping Welf disassemble the prototype universal shovel. They planned to mold it into new versions using Durandal steel as the base. Every part would be catalogued. The executor, Ningguang. That was why Ether occasionally split his attention toward Lumen's progress. At floor 17, Star Abyss's mana recovery multiplier hits 8.8x. Once she reaches floor 20, even daytime's enough for 10 sustained summons. Satisfied with the math, he nodded. Alright, mana's stable. Time to summon Ningguang. He raised his hand. Stars, converge upon me. Hey, Ether, I found some clay we can use for prototype molds. Whoa. Welf turned around mid-sentence, clutching a clay jar only to freeze, because a third figure now stood inside the room. A woman with silver hair flowing down to her knees, amber eyes half-lidded in playful amusement. Regal poise radiated from her, commanding yet without arrogance. Even Welf, whose heart already belonged elsewhere, couldn't help but admit she was breathtaking. The aura of someone long accustomed to authority. The redhead promptly dropped onto his backside. At that moment, Welf, didn't I tell you yesterday about my summoning magic? Ether, Renjiro, said innocently. Why are you so shocked? Shut up, Welf muttered, glaring at him, cheeks flushed. He already knew, at least the public version known to Loki Familia, about Ether's Genshin descent. Enough to have left him stunned when first revealed. After all, summoning beings akin to spirits was no small thing. For a Krazo descendant, whose family had once been blessed by such beings, it was extraordinary. So now, let me introduce you. Ether gestured gracefully toward the woman. This is the Tianquan star of Leia Kixing, Ningguang. The silver-haired lady's lips curved in a sly smile. Traveler. Long time no see. 200 Power Stones bonus chapter. 93 Ether. Good thing I never did anything weird with my clone. Moonveil Authority Ningguang, Geo. Back when Ether, Renjiro, still lived in his original world and played Genshin Impact, Ningguang was the first character whose affection he maxed out. Mainly because there really wasn't any other DPS he could rely on. Ahem. Forget I said that just now. Anyway, his understanding of Ningguang was exceptionally deep. And now, hey, what's going on here? Caught off guard by her calling him Traveler, Ether frowned. I definitely didn't set this up beforehand. To his question, Ningguang's lips curved in a mysterious smile, but she offered no explanation. Instead, through their mental link, came a quiet whisper. You've borrowed our Genshin's power for so long and yet you still haven't grasped its essence. As dull as ever. Ether wanted to press further, but Ningguang deliberately ignored him. Instead, she turned her gaze toward Welf. Blacksmith. I already know the plan you and the Traveler discussed. However, it's obvious you two are complete outsiders when it comes to commerce. Far too many critical details were overlooked. Her amber eyes shifted back to Ether. In truth, if you release this so-called universal shovel as it is, you won't be helping those supporters at all. Instead, you'll end up pushing them into even harsher circumstances. Welf froze in surprise. But why? Because the essence of commerce, Ningguang spoke slowly, is profit. Reality is a collection of contradictions and cruelties. The society built by both mortals and gods is no exception. People may preach noble virtues, but for many, profit will always come first. Her gaze swept between the two men. Understand, I'm not saying your intentions are wrong, but to truly do good, you must think further, and think deeper, than those who pursue only gain. Otherwise, when your good deed blocks their path, enemies will follow. When trouble after trouble piles up, and you're drowning in problems, how much energy will you have left to keep your so-called efficiency? She paused, her eyes narrowing. And beyond that, what could be more unpleasant than seeing a long-awaited effort ruined by petty opportunists? To prepare from the very beginning, to hold the plans in one's hand, that is the wisest, and least troublesome, path. Finally, she added, Traveler, I'll remain here for the next few days. I'll help you draft a proper expansion plan. Then, her gaze grew sharper. And another thing, raise your Falna level quickly. If you don't manifest that immortal artifact gave you, we will remain far too restrained. Those words, delivered through the mental link, made Ether stiffen. He was now certain. So you really are the actual Ningguang, aren't you? His thought was deadly serious, though outwardly he only kept a calm, attentive expression, so Welf wouldn't notice. To his mental question, she only smiled faintly. Haven't you already learned to seek your own answers? This time, do the same. You'll manage just fine. At that moment, Ether felt the weight of trust settle on him. He couldn't help but feel a little pleased, though part of him wanted to complain. First, Riddler, get out of Gotham. Second, do you still have the Jade Chamber? Ether had never been fond of courting disaster. so certain dangerous ideas he kept to himself. Of course, Ningguang at her core was a supreme merchant. And in that world, the most vital talent was foresight. Without it, even with a fortune, one would inevitably end up being led by the nose. In short, you seem to be thinking something very rude, traveler. Her sudden remark froze Ether in place. He nearly choked, forcing a laugh. Haha, what? No way. Of course not. He gave a painfully awkward chuckle. Anyway, let's focus on the molds. Speaking of which, Ningguang, what level are you now? What a clumsy attempt at changing the subject. Her level was already displayed to him. LV.11. There was no need to even ask. The diversion was painfully obvious. Perhaps deciding to let it slide, Ningguang turned gracefully to the forge. In front of a bewildered Welf, she picked up the disassembled parts of the prototype universal shovel, examining each piece carefully. To be honest, for this kind of work, you should have found that alchemist in Mondstadt. He'd be far more skilled than I. Through the mental link, she added softly to Ether. But given your current lack of manpower, there's no point in being too picky. When I built the Jade Chamber, I studied this field for a while. With a bit of practice, I can meet your expectations. As she spoke, crack. Level 11 Ningguang, the equivalent of a high-stat level 2 adventurer, carefully enveloped a metal piece in a thin amber-like crystallization of geo-energy. Snap. With delicate precision, she split it apart, leaving behind a flawless mold surface, and removed the original piece. The first mold was done. It had taken her less than 30 seconds. Clearly, the woman who claimed she wasn't suited for such tasks had, in fact, gone out of her way to ensure remarkable refinement. If she hadn't, it would have been finished even faster. 200 Power Stones Bonus Chapter 94. The Mantis stalks the cicada, Paimon watches from behind. Thanks to Ningguang's presence, and with Welf, a professional blacksmith, assisting, mold making and all the forging work on Ether's side was progressing very smoothly. After all, Ningguang, the authority star, is Leia's top business strategist. With her personally overseeing production and quality control, there was no worry about the final product standard. In short, the surface world's forging work was firmly on track. As for Lumen, Ether had misunderstood something earlier. You have to remember, due to some unusual events, the expedition that had lasted only a week had just ended yesterday. And the floor boss of the 17th floor, Goliath, had already been defeated by Loki's peerage members on the first day of their expedition. So, under normal circumstances, Goliath wouldn't respawn for nearly 3 weeks. This means when Lumen passed by the big wall of grief, there was absolutely no way she would encounter Goliath. Unless some deity, who's neither foolish nor kind, snuck into the dungeon to release a divine power, then the fight would no longer be against a mere level 4 potential ordinary floor boss, but the enhanced level 5 Black Goliath. Speaking of which, the armor made from materials dropped by that latter version is among the very rare gear capable of withstanding the destructive claws of the destroyer Zagnath. In the original timeline of this world, if not for a certain red-eyed rabbit boy killing Black Goliath first and obtaining the Goliath's guard armor, he would have been shredded by Zagnath just after leveling up to LV.4. After all, years ago the Asteria peerage was almost wiped out by another Zagnath, and they had 9 level 4 adventurers at the time, including the swift Lu Lian. Among them, the team leader Elise Raffle, titled Crimson Vanguard, was about to reach LV.5 and already capable of challenging foes beyond her level. You can only sigh, no matter what special powers one has, none beats a priority level aggro aura. Thinking this, Lumen, who had been alone in the dungeon for several hours, had already reached the 20th floor. Today, she planned to explore as far as the 22nd floor, then finally aim for the 24th floor, carefully searching those 3 levels for the bloody hive. This time, personal expedition. Since I didn't report to the guild beforehand, strictly speaking, this doesn't count as an expedition. Lumen's face showed an eager expression. Anyway, with no team to worry about, I can finally enjoy some pure slaughter fun. Maybe tonight I can even boost Ningguang and Barbara's Genshin levels to LV.20. Thinking of this, the scatterbrained little sister accidentally revealed her trademark crazed grin. At the same time, I finally understand why Ishtar-sama thought that if the star twins kept growing, it would spell endless trouble. Far behind Lumen, Tammuz, who had repeatedly decided to increase his tracking distance, sighed heavily. His tone was low and grave. The distance between him and Lumen was so far now that without his magic to lock onto her position, he would have surely lost her. In this cautious state, the two tracked one after the other all the way down. One could say, passing through the upper layers, some things were still unclear. But as the floor number rose, the danger level in their surroundings grew. Is this little girl really just level 2? Next to Tammuz, the level 3 high-stat Aisha couldn't help but question. Her physical ability is nearly catching up to mine. Fake level report. Hearing this, Tammuz lowered his voice. If she really is faking, that's terrifying. How long has it been since the star twins hit LV.2? No, I think not leveling up is even scarier. Aisha frowned deeply. Imagine someone already having LV.3 level physique at LV.2, what happens next? Tammuz fell silent. In truth, what they discussed was only the basic combat strength. What truly unsettled Tammuz was that girl's madness. Madness. Not long ago, when facing a minotaur on the 17th floor, her reckless attacking style looked to others like sheer suicide. Several times, the minotaur's axe swung so close it nearly grazed Lumen's nose. If Lumen possessed exceptional dodging skills, such moves would be somewhat understandable. But those watching from behind clearly saw that golden-haired, golden-eyed girl in a white dress was simply baiting the minotaur. Tammuz had accomplished great feats before, but no matter what, he wouldn't dare to be that reckless. That girl, no, that madwoman, was basically dancing on a razor's edge. Even now, which normal adventurer would rush down like her? Tammuz wondered aloud. Doesn't she fear death? Only family knows family matters. Lumen, sorry, I really don't fear death. Come to think of it, so far, since Ether was expending huge amounts of magic maintaining Ningguang's long summoning, Lumen hadn't summoned any Genshin beings herself yet. But, once I find the bloody hive, I'll wait until nightfall and finally have my unmatched thrill. With that thought, Lumen quickened her pace, even faster than before. More than half an hour passed again. For the same reason, moving alone meant no team would slow her down. Also, between dungeon floors, there were always a few vertical gaps. Lumen had already arrived at the 22nd floor. Now, she wasn't rushing to the 23rd floor yet, because this floor might already have the bloody hive. So, better to clean the whole area first. Lumen, or rather, Ether's main body bound to the Genshin system, had mapping capabilities. Running through here, she would likely find some secret spots even the guild didn't know about. Or, if I'm lucky, maybe I'll even run into an outsider. She thought so. But before that, Lumen suddenly stopped, her golden eyes narrowing. A dangerous glint flickered in her gaze. Those two tails behind me, it's time to deal with them. You agree, don't you, Paimon? 200 Power Stones bonus chapter. 95, is that mercy? No, that's greed. 95, is that mercy? No, that's greed. It's common knowledge that specialized talents often perform unbelievable feats within their field of expertise. And Tammuz, without a doubt, when it came to tracking and concealment, he was one of the best within Orario. When he took action, even adventurers who had already stepped into the so-called heroic realm would struggle to notice they were being tailed. Truth be told, Lumen hadn't realized at first that there were two shadows trailing her from a distance. But there's a kind of luck born from a hamster player's obsessive compulsion. Earlier, once or twice, Lumen had been killing monsters so quickly that Paimon, responsible for sweeping up loot while cloaked and invisible to all but Lumen, couldn't keep up. As a result, after a while, she realized she had probably, maybe, most likely missed one monster's drop. After agonizing over it, she decided that was a huge loss. So, while Lumen was busy clearing a group of monsters and not moving for a while, Paimon flew back along the same route. And then, the tiny figure floated in midair, hands on her hips, chin tilted proudly. Cloaked so that only Lumen could perceive her, she was absolutely brimming with smugness. Yeah, Paimon's the best. The most reliable partner a traveler could have. Lumen obligingly replied through their mental link in a flat, rehearsed tone. Then, one of those two who've been tailing us from a distance, I can confirm their identity. Lumen's tone shifted to serious. Aisha Belka of the Ishtar Familia. She's probably level 3 right now. As for the other one, honestly, Lumen, or rather, Ether, had no memory of that man cloaked in a thin hooded cape, wearing far too little underneath. Which wasn't surprising. Tammuz, in the original timeline, was really only known as Ishtar's ever-present male attendant. His brightest moment was stealthily capturing the newly leveled-up red-eyed rabbit boy. Beyond that, he was nothing but a background extra. No wonder Ether hadn't remembered him. In any case, at present, Aisha Belka, if I'm not mistaken, she's the big sister who looked after that fox girl in the Ishtar Familia. This woman isn't bad by nature. Though the Amazonian lifestyle doesn't really match my more traditional values, I don't dislike her style of doing things. If possible, I'd rather avoid an irreconcilable conflict with her. That was Lumen's conclusion. To be fair, this wasn't only because Ether himself didn't dislike her character in the story. The real reason was that Ether valued the skill Argonaut's hammer. And besides, the fox girl, Haruam Sanjano, was able to survive in the pleasure quarter without falling completely into despair, all because Aisha and her Amazon sisters secretly protected her. If Aisha came to harm, it would indirectly drag down innocence. Ether didn't like causing that kind of collateral damage. So, on a personal level, he, or Lumen, chose to be more lenient with Aisha. Of course, that was only if circumstances allowed. If not, they wouldn't be stubborn or overly accommodating. Hopefully things won't get that messy, Lumen thought to herself, while remotely reporting the situation to Ether. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Ishtar Familia, When I was forced into joining the Freya Familia, I already expected this day might come. I just didn't think it would come so soon. On the surface, inside Welf's personal forge, the red-haired youth, whose dream was to become a first-class blacksmith, was still helping Ningguang at the forge. By now, the molds for the universal shovel were finished, and the two were casting parts from materials of varying grades. According to Ningguang's prediction, in 2 or 3 hours, they'd have at least 3 prototypes ready. In other words, if not for Welf needing rest after a day of hard work, Ether could have taken him to the dungeon tonight to grind some experience and test the shovel's data. Of course, Welf might only be level 1 right now, but he was still an adventurer. A night's good sleep at his Familia dorms, and he'd be lively again by tomorrow. Then, they could continue the dungeon plan. But before that, perfect. Tonight's the time to clear out the hidden dangers. Ether had already made up his mind. Watching Ningguang work in the forge, he sent a message through the mental link. Lumen, stick to the plan. First, locate the bloody hive. This time, forget about running into any Xenos. Since other troubles have come knocking, it's not the right time to meet such special groups. Trying to juggle too many things at once will just get us tangled. His thoughts were clear. Once you finish the first objective, wait for nightfall. I'll come join you. Until then, Paimon, confirm the exact number of trackers. And if time permits, infiltrate the pleasure quarter, the Ishtar Familia's base. To prevent future trouble, it's about time we delivered a warning. With that, got it. Understood. Both Lumen and Paimon gave firm replies. Ether then temporarily cut the mental link, looking back to Ningguang and Welf. Next is part C13, steady hands. We don't have much material left. Yes, leave it to me, boss lady. Well, looks like he'd subconsciously started calling her boss lady. Not surprising, given Ningguang's presence. When will I finally get to summon my Jade Balance wife too? Ether muttered inwardly. Suddenly, swish, a rock crystal whizzed past his cheek. Cold sweat broke out as he turned to see Ningguang watching him with a dangerously serene expression. Traveler, if you have the time to daydream, then clearly you don't need rest. The assembly phase is your responsibility. As the initiator of this plan, don't get too complacent. Well, that ended Ether's plan to slack off as a supervisor. Still, why do I feel like there was a double meaning in her words? 200 Power Stones Bonus Chapter 96 The Demon God's Warning 1/2 96 The Demon God's Warning 1/2 More than an hour later. If, earlier, when Ningguang and Welf were making molds and parts, Ether, Renjiro, had looked like a hands-off boss slacking off, then right now. Boss lady, maybe I should help a bit. No need. The next stage of assembly is something the traveler can handle all by himself, isn't that right? Hearing Ningguang deliberately draw out the words, Ether felt like a grade school kid being forced by his professor mom to sit under a desk lamp and grind through endless arcane math problems. He had truly donned the mask of suffering. Meanwhile, on Lumen's side, she had already found a bloody hive in the official D-25 sector of the 23rd floor during her solo dungeon exploration. However, as Ether had instructed earlier, since nightfall had yet to come and he was still occupied, she hadn't started a full-on massacre yet. As for Paimon, the tiny demon god had already confirmed the identity of every single stalker lurking nearby. Unsurprisingly, they were all members of the Ishtar Familia. Among them, oh my goodness, this one's a heavyweight. When Paimon discovered that Phryne Jamil, the infamous manslayer, a level 5 adventurer, was nearby, and transmitted the intel to Ether, he nearly had Lumen teleport away on the spot. Because, in some ways, she was the single most terrifying existence within Orario. In the original timeline, the only one who managed to make the rabbit boy who dreamed of being a hero cry in sheer terror, was her. Not even Otter could do that. She was not to be trifled with. Absolutely not. Thinking it through. Paimon, deliver the warning to the Ishtar Familia now, don't wait until later. Ether cancelled his earlier plan of sneaking into the dungeon that night. Because honestly, if he had to meet Phryne face to face, and she suddenly threw a coquettish wink his way, he was afraid he'd be plagued with nightmares for years. Rude as it sounded, such a scenario would genuinely damage his mental health. Yes, Ether chickened out. But he didn't feel ashamed in the least. In fact, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thank goodness. While fitting parts for the universal shovel at the forge, he stole a glance at Ningguang, elegantly crossing her legs nearby. My wife is still a feast for the eyes. Just a moment of looking at her, and all the negative mental images of Phryne instantly evaporated. At that moment. Something worth noting. As Ether's Genshin incarnation, Ningguang was spiritually linked to him in real time. But since the original body held top-level system privileges, he could always screen off his thoughts. Which meant the current situation was entirely the result of Ningguang's keen perception and sharp gaze. And perhaps because of that, her mood seemed to improve greatly. If we delay any longer, efficiency will suffer. She beckoned to the red-haired youth beside her. Welf, let's help out too. Yes, boss lady. Finally, Ether's miserable grind time came to an early end. At the same time, elsewhere, the Ishtar Familia's base, the pleasure quarter, was practically a city within the city. There, clad in her scandalously revealing attire, Ishtar had just received a report from her subordinate, Samira, regarding the current movements of the twin stars. Of course, this wasn't the first intel about the siblings not entering the dungeon together, but an update. So even alone, that girl Lumen has managed to reach the 23rd floor in such a short time. Yes, Ishtar-sama. Samira, kneeling respectfully, reported in a steady voice. According to Tammuz, the girl seems to be targeting a bloody hive, and has remained near her objective for quite some time. Hearing this, Ishtar nearly snapped her favorite smoking pipe in half. Level 2. Solo. Already on the 23rd floor. And capable of handling a bloody hive. Moreover, according to her intel, the twin stars, like the Gulliver brothers, were special adventurers who understood cooperative combat techniques. I truly cannot allow such a threat to grow unchecked. She frowned and asked, and the boy, Ether? He's still in the workshop district. Yes. Samira continued. Our eyes confirm he's remained inside a personal forge affiliated with the Hephaestus Familia all day. At that, then we won't wait. Ishtar's expression darkened. Samira, gather the others in our base. We will strike tonight. The girl, leave her to Tammuz. As for the boy, capture him and bring him straight to my chamber. Yes, as you command, Ishtar-sama. The Amazon woman bowed and withdrew. Left alone in her imitation throne, Ishtar's face twisted into something grotesque, an expression devoid of beauty, closer to a snarl. Biting hard at her thumbnail, she spat. Freya, you wretched slut. You always get so lucky. Because those blind men, no, those blind gods, put you on a pedestal, all the best children flock to you instead. 200 Power Stones Bonus Chapter. 97 The Demon God's Warning, 2 halves. 97 The Demon God's Warning, 2 halves. I absolutely will not let you continue to run free. Never. WMM. Suddenly, Ishtar felt something strange. Right before her eyes, without warning, a sealed envelope appeared out of thin air. It materialized so abruptly that it blocked her view, startling her badly. Naturally, it seized all of the dark-skinned goddess's attention. Who's there? Breaking into a cold sweat, Ishtar immediately stepped back several paces. Though she was a goddess who had existed for hundreds of millions of years, no mere huntress, or goddess, or battle deity, here in the lower world, without her divine power, her strength was no greater than that of an ordinary person. Her cry of alarm instantly alerted the guards outside the chamber. However, Ishtar-sama, are you? Get out. The Amazonian guards burst in, ready to protect their goddess, only to be met with her furious shriek. Helpless, the two warrior women, battle-hardened Amazons, could only bow and retreat, shutting the door behind them. Now alone, Ishtar tore open the envelope. Her hands trembled, because inside was written, in clear divine script. This is the first, and the last, warning. Do not dare lay a hand upon the twin stars again. Otherwise you will lose something precious. The words were few, yet each line was written in sacred script. Her first thought was the only possibility. Freya. She crumpled the letter in her fist. This was not just anger. Strictly speaking, it was fear and rage. The other side had slipped this message into her very hands, without her even noticing. If they could do that. A chill gripped her heart. She was a goddess. Even if slain in the lower world, she would merely be banished back to the heavens. But for her, that was utter defeat. By now, her jealousy of Freya had grown so twisted that she would risk violating divine taboos, if only it meant dragging her rival down. Truthfully, were it not for the rule that using divine power would mean immediate banishment, she would have already done so. Yet even then, she would gain no victory. A dead end. And now, her opponent had displayed exactly the kind of ability she had dreamed of possessing. And the target was her. Damn it. She flung the crumpled letter to the floor, stomping it several times in rage. But once her fury cooled, reason returned, bitter and suffocating though it was. Attend me. Yes. The same two guards, still pale from her earlier outburst, re-entered. Both could tell their goddess was in a terrible mood and dared not provoke her. Thankfully. Send word to Samira and Tammuz. Cancel the plan. Withdraw everyone. This. Did you not hear me? Her voice cracked like a whip, her composure barely holding. The Amazons dropped to one knee at once. Yes, at once. They hurried out. Left alone, Ishtar finally lost control, raging and shrieking in her chamber. And all of it was quietly observed by a tiny figure outside the window, hovering invisibly in the night sky. TSK. Borrowing the tigers might really never goes out of style. Paimon spun playfully in midair, adjusting the little crown on her head. Good thing I asked Reveria about writing sacred script before the expedition. Truly a wise choice. She transmitted the situation to the main body. With this, the threat isn't completely gone, but we've bought plenty of room for me to grow. Back on Ether's side. To avoid future complications, I'll need to brief Big Sis Freya about this. But best not to let her act directly yet. Once I reach level 2, I can handle these kinds of threats myself. After all, if my goddess big sister loses her temper, she really doesn't know her own strength. And if that ends up messing with my future plans, well, as Ningguang says, that would be a real buzzkill. 200 Power Stones Bonus Chapter. 98 A joke. Freya knows her place. By the time Ishtar's reluctant command had been passed down, night had already fallen across Orario. On Ether's side, his original plan of heading into the dungeon himself to deal with a threat had been set aside, thanks to Paimon's excellent work. Well, if he was being honest, the existence of that certain manslayer was more than enough to make him reconsider. No way am I getting close to someone that vile, ugly in body and soul, with zero redeeming qualities, yet somehow full of herself. More importantly, he couldn't beat a level 5 right now. Walking up to her would be nothing but self-inflicted misery. So, after finishing the assembly work with Wealth, he tossed those worries aside for the night and focused on the real task at hand. The prototype universal shovel was now safely stored in Wealth's personal forge. Tomorrow, he'd meet Wealth here, and together they'd head into the dungeon for the next stage of his plan. As for tonight, not avoiding it, after pulling off a borrowed authority trick earlier, he had to report to Freya. Because if she discovered hints of Ishtar's plotting through her vast intelligence network, he knew full well his beautiful goddess sister might, on a whim, flatten the entire pleasure quarter. And, as it turned out, wait, don't be rash. Impulse is the devil. Late at night, atop Babel Tower, Ether had only just finished explaining the Ishtar Familia situation when Freya, who had been lounging lazily, smiling faintly as if listening to a bedtime tale, suddenly rose in silence, ready to leave. Thankfully, he grabbed her before she could even finish the "oh" in otter. "Oh no you don't. Calm down, easy there. Deep breaths, come on, sit back down." Drawing on old experience from coaxing his mom after a bad test grade, Ether pressed her gently back into her throne and began massaging her shoulders. Even Freya, who had lived for billions of years, blinked in mild shock at the gesture. After a long pause, "You want to handle this yourself?" Freya tilted her head, narrowing her eyes at him. "Or do you have ulterior motives, not wanting me to interfere?" Ether's smile froze. He laughed awkwardly, trying to play it off. "I just thought. You're interested in the kind of things that happen in the pleasure quarter." Cough, cough, cough. Her casual jab nearly made him choke to death. His overreaction only made Freya's expression grow stranger. Truth be told, she wasn't one of the 3 virgin goddesses, so she had no inherent aversion to such things. Yet, seeing him squirm like a flustered child gave her a peculiar sense of my little darling is starting to learn bad habits, and I don't like it. With a sigh. "All right, sis, let me be honest with you. In return, you tell me something too." "Oh." Freya raised a brow. "And what would that be?" "Well, considering my true self is the captain of the frig Familia." He got straight to the point. "What if, and I mean what if, I managed to bring in some promising talents for the Familia? How would the gentle, kind, and beautiful Lady Freya handle it?" He even made a little drop of divine blood gesture. A true flatterer through and through. Freya smiled mysteriously. "Well, once that person establishes a proper base, you'll naturally find out." Riddles again. Always riddles. Ether resisted the urge to groan. "So the thing you wanted to confess to me was just this." Unmoved, Freya pressed further. "Do you have your eye on some promising talent inside Ishtar's Familia right now?" Since she asked directly, yes. He didn't bother hiding it, though he kept his explanation half true, half false. "After my last status update, I used the Paimon time skill to probe Aurario's adventurers." Hardly an ethical move, but the excuse would do. And Freya wasn't the type to nitpick about such things anyway. "Today, when the Ishtar Familia came causing trouble, I happened to discover a rather interesting target. She has a skill, well, a kind of sorcery. Let me ask first, sis, you're not going to suddenly snatch her away, are you?" "Ha." Freya shifted her posture with deliberate grace, smiling faintly. "Considering how well my little brother served me tonight," her eyes flicked toward his hands still on her shoulders. "If he truly likes her, oh, wait, if he's asking on behalf of that person, then perhaps I could simply sit back and enjoy the show." TCH. The goddess of amusement strikes again. But twisted as her answer was, it was still a promise. In short, she's a fox girl from the Far East. Her sorcery, or perhaps you'd call it Ijutsu, allows the target to temporarily gain the power of a higher level while retaining their current status values. Put simply, a rare magic that grants a temporary level up. At this, Freya's brows knit together. She seemed to mull it over, until at last. "Oh, so that's it." Her lips curved into a dangerous smile. "No wonder Ishtar always dances so brazenly in front of me. She had such a trump card hidden away. A few years back, multiple familias accused her of falsifying her children's levels to the guild, so this was why." Glancing back at Ether, she added, "This one truly is an intriguing target, almost comparable to Dien Sect Familia's Dea Saintus. Well then, since I've already given my word." Her smile softened, though her eyes gleamed with warning. "I'll give you 1 year. If you haven't dealt with the Ishtar Familia by then, I'll step in myself." "A year, is that enough?" "No problem at all." Ether grinned confidently. "Honestly, never mind. 1 year's perfect." He barely caught himself. Because if Freya caught that slip, she might well have smirked and said, "Half a year it is, then." And judging by her playful look, she was already hoping for him to trip up. "Of course. This is a privilege I extend only to you. If any other god dares cross the line." Normally, Freya kept herself in check, venturing out only in disguise or under a cloaked mantle. If she ever stopped being discreet, if she ever unleashed her charm without restraint, the entire lower world would plunge into chaos. Because even most gods could not withstand her power. And then, Ishtar, you're lucky tonight. In truth, Freya cared less about that level-up sorcery and far more about her little brother. She had already made a decision she would not change. You should have been erased tonight. But since he wants to handle it himself, I'll allow you to live 1 year more. 200 Power Stones Bonus Chapter 99 The Morning of Adventurers and Supporters. Early the next morning. Morning, Wealth. Morning. With Ishtar Familia's hidden threat temporarily warned into submission, and Freya soothed before she could go on a rampage, Ether could finally turn his focus back to his own plans. Speaking of which, last night, Lumen had stayed in the dungeon all night. Not only had she ground through monsters in the bloody hive, pushing both Ningguang and Barbara to level 19, but around 4 AM she had even pulled some gacha rolls for Ether. Of course, she'd only been able to do that because her brother had given her the necessary permissions. And, being the silly little sister she was, she eagerly tried her luck. The result? Sigh. Weapon Master, figures. Can't always pull 4 stars, after all. Ether thought with a private grimace as he met Wealth in the craftsman's district. Now, the two of them were busy loading yesterday's batch of prototype universal shovels into their packs. Once they'd packed up nearly everything. Today, I'll be your supporter, fair and square. Ether teased, grinning. Good luck, oh mighty greatsword adventurer. You bastard. Wealth slung his usual massive blade, the Nameless, over his shoulder, laughing as he tossed a heavy bag of prototypes into Ether's arms. Well, can't deny it. Having one of the famous twin stars as my supporter, guess I can brag a little. Be my guest. Ether hefted the bag with one hand, gesturing dramatically with the other as he smirked. Once we're in the dungeon, I'll pull a few extra mobs just to make things interesting for you. Who knows, maybe today you'll accomplish a great feat. Oi, you can't be serious. Hiya kakuko kushiro. Prepare yourself, young man. Their banter trailed off into the distance. Meanwhile, dungeon floor 28. Blown away, with the wind. A jade-green whirlwind surged forward, sweeping away a swarm of maggots. A golden-haired, golden-eyed girl in a white dress landed gracefully, sword in hand. Phew. Lumen exhaled, brushing her forehead out of habit, despite not even sweating. After grinding in the bloody hive all night, even a hardcore player like her was beginning to feel sick of the endless blobs of pulpy filth, especially when she had to do it alone, without her brother. So after her early morning gacha roll, which, thanks to Weapon Master, had only stoked her frustration, she'd unleashed a full assault with multiple Genshin projections, easily shattering the 7-meter-tall hive itself. Then she descended further, taking advantage of the Starry Abyss buff while it still ran at full strength. Notably, while passing through the end of floor 27, she'd caught a glimpse of the dungeon's second-floor boss, the twin-headed dragon, Amphispina. Potential level 5. It could fly. Yeah, no way I'm winning that fight now. So she had called in Shao-sama, who used his teleportation advantage to lure the dragon away, letting her safely descend via the floor stairwell. But with dawn nearing, the Starry Abyss buff's efficiency would soon be halved. So Lumen slowed her pace, taking advantage of floor 28's plentiful venom maggots to farm more experience instead. By now, just a bit more, and both Ningguang and Barbara will hit level 20. Settling briefly in a cavern room, she summoned Razor to wreck the surrounding terrain and prevent more monster hatching. During the break, she checked her gains from the night, smiling in satisfaction. The rest I'll let brother handle. Paimon, I'm gonna play on my phone for a bit. Oh. Her silly little sister plopped down in a corner, hugging her knees, already in slacking mode. Half an hour later, after stopping for breakfast along the way, Ether and Wealth finally arrived together at the base of Babel. By then, many lower-leveled adventurers, those who usually return to the surface by dusk, were already gathering in the central plaza. Looking around, Ether noted that most were grouped in 3s and 5s, waiting for missing teammates before delving into the dungeon as small parties. Others, however, were simply supporters with no adventurer contracts, clearly wondering if they'd even earn enough today to afford their next meal. Funny thing, the term supporter was never originally meant to be derogatory. In fact, many high-level adventurers sometimes filled the role. For example, Lephia Virides, the thousand elf of the Loki Familia, often served as a supporter for her executives, though, in truth, she usually just chased after Ace. Technically, any adventurer could act as a temporary supporter. No paperwork needed, just carry the bags. But the reverse? That was another story. The guild required that only those who had received a god's blessing could register as adventurers. Not everyone blessed chose to register, though. A prime example was Lilaruka Arde of the Soma Familia, a Paolum girl who, in the original trajectory, loathed adventurers in the extreme. Despite her invaluable shape-shifting magic and Soma's blessing, she chose only to work as a supporter, even though her magical archery alone was enough to guarantee safe runs through the first 10 floors. Anyway, point is, a blessing isn't so easy to get. Even the Blue Ribbon Goddess, eager as she was to recruit, trick people into her Familia, still had her own standards. Sadly, the children she liked never liked her back. Or, as Loki herself would put it, kids don't want to die, you know. Who'd join the Familia of a goddess who hasn't even figured out her own faction's policies yet? Only an idiot would. To which Ether could only sigh inwardly. Fate's always about mutual alignment, isn't it? He thought this while hefting a rather shabby-looking sack in one hand. Despite the rough image, his attire clearly set him apart from ordinary supporters. That was when, near a fountain in the central plaza, he spotted a familiar figure. A dog-person girl, burdened with a pack easily 10 times her own size. Her clothes were ragged. She was negotiating with an adventurer. Midway, the man struck her across the head in irritation. Yet when she lowered her head, biting back pain, her lips curled in a sly, mocking smile. 6 parts resentment, 3 parts disdain, and 1 part bitter self-mockery. 200 Power Stones bonus chapter. 100 Good Friends. Dungeon Floor 11. Finally, Floor 11. Welf, greatsword strapped to his back, raised his arms in a pose, shouting words he had dreamed of for months with childlike excitement. Not far behind him, Ether casually hefted a bag in one hand, slipping a slightly worn prototype of the universal shovel inside. Testing complete. Turning his head, he addressed the tall figure walking beside him. Overall, just as I estimated. The mass-produced version of the universal shovel, cast with ordinary materials, works fine up through floor 10. If the user's strong enough, the mountaineering pick design of the riveted hammer head can even pierce a killer ant's shell. But go head-to-head more than 3 to 5 times, and the tip will likely chip. Still, it's replaceable. As for other monsters, aside from large ones like orcs, the shovel doubles as a decent axe against goblins or earth spirits. Feels pretty good when chopping, too. Fold the blade into a small shield, and it can block thrusting attacks from needle rabbits, battle shadows, even one-eyed toads. After all the monsters I've run into on the way here, the overall wears minimal. Of course, no ordinary supporter, or even your average high-stat level 1, would abuse it like I do. After his report. So, as you planned, this shovel is meant mainly for the supporter crowd. The tall figure, Ningguang, rested an elbow on her palm as she replied. From the looks of it, quality easily passes for that purpose. But if you make versions from higher-grade materials, those will be requested by mid-floor adventurers or large familia, not common supporters. She paused in thought, then nodded. All right, I've got the picture. I'll help you draft a detailed plan for distribution. Expect good news from me soon. The moment she finished speaking, Ningguang vanished in place. In her stead appeared a certain catgirl, Diana, wearing a very confused expression. Ether didn't even flinch. He was used to this by now. What he hadn't figured out yet, though, was the exact difference between Ningguang and the other Genshin projections. Could it be tied to affection level? Did this Genshin system actually carry over my game data from before I crossed over? If that were true, then why didn't it carry over my full character collection? Damn it. Still, his grumbling was more playful than bitter. Back when he'd first arrived in this world, the ridiculousness of the starter mission had almost made him ditch this golden cheat entirely. But now, yeah, definitely worth it. Smells like victory. The power the Genshin system provided him was undeniable. It was the difference between top-tier cheater and mediocre at best. Just then, boom, the ground split open. It was Welf's first time reaching floor 11. Judging by how he'd soloed a nearly 3-meter-tall orc with his greatsword on the way down, his stats placed him solidly in the upper half of level 1s. But stepping into the mid-floors, whoa! From a short distance away, a creature curled up like a rolling boulder, a hard armadillo, sprang forward, spinning violently as it barreled straight at him. Caught off guard after letting his guard down, Welf couldn't raise his weapon in time. He clumsily tried to dodge. Too slow. At that instant, whoosh 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 whoosh. Diana leapt back with a nimble flip, unleashing her cryo skill, Icy Paws. 5 glowing cat paws flew out in graceful arcs, colliding midair with the charging monster. The impact staggered it, while a shimmering cryo shield wrapped around her small frame. For reference, Diana was currently equipped with the 3-bow recurve bow, refined to rank 3. Its special effect restored 12% of her HP every time she defeated an enemy. For an archer, this was already absurd. If Loki Familia's famed level 4 magic archer, Arksha Forestlight, ever discovered such a weapon, she'd treat it as divine. Because all Genshin bows shared one overpowered trait, infinite arrows. And now, thunk, the 5 icy paws struck home, tearing open the hard armadillo's hide. Diana followed up smoothly, drawing and firing a single arrow with practiced hunter's technique. It pierced the beast's eye at a perfect angle, skewering its brain. The creature collapsed, fading into dust. Crisis averted. Thanks, Kitty Welf called out. Humph, no big deal. Diana sniffed proudly. 200 Power Stones bonus chapter.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.